Prologue. Who'd have thought crazy would turn out to be such valuable cargo? Uline Tarrant was a rank opportunist. If you were a spacer, it was a virtue. That meant when half of her acquaintances were tearing their hair and prophesying the end of all things after the clams took over, she was repurposing her business and making money. So, the former colony's world of Tchaikovsky had voted to secede and join the hegemony. They were now notionally ruled by the weird-ass shellfish-looking SEO. Did that mean she couldn't turn some largesse, or at least get a toehold in the complex credit system the hegemonics used? No, it did not. Because one thing the upper crust of Tchaikovsky's new cultist administration had was wealth, in whatever form you liked, and apparently spending it on conspicuous acts of piety was absolutely what they were all about. This conspicuous piety, that paid for her fuel and running costs, was pilgrimage. She'd made it her speciality. If you were a devout worshipper of the Esil, you went to places that were supposedly important to them. You meditated there and bought tacky little souvenirs, and probably met some useful people with good business connections. Uline wasn't convinced that the whole thing was anything more than some weird graft-turned-old boys network, to be honest. Religion wasn't a thing she had much time for. Prayers didn't fix spaceships. She'd got her cargo hold fitted out with 200 suspension beds, and they were all full. Anyone on Tchaikovsky who wanted to advance their social standing was getting in on the cult game, and that didn't just mean wearing the red robes. Entire wealthy families were simply thrusting legal tender into her account for the privilege of being sealed in a robot coffin and hauled across the throughways deep into the hegemony. And it turned out, if you were carrying accredited pilgrims, none of the weird-ass alien gatekeepers there asked many questions. She wondered if the spooks back at Mordaunt House knew that, because it seemed like a hell of a gap in hegemonic security. Her current target was some world called Arc Palator. She'd never heard of it. The limited data said it was basically desert and canyons, nowhere she'd want to set foot on. She didn't have to, though. There were orbitals. It was some big-shot sacred site. Let the pilgrims deal with the heat and the dust, so long as they had the kind of crazy that paid up front. They'd come out of unspace a respectful distance from the planet. The usual polite hegemonic requests for ID were on her board when she shambled into the two-seater cupboard that passed for a command pod aboard the St. Orca. That saint had been added when she got into the pilgrimage business. Uline had only the loosest grasp of how God-bothering worked, but she knew you stuck saint in front of things when they were holy. The ship's only other crew member was already there, having never left, but just powered themselves down for the unspace trip. Tokay 99, as the hiver called themselves, waved a twig-like metal limb at her, and she rapped them companionably on their cylindrical body. She let the locals know who they were, sending over all the usual incomprehensible data that apparently allowed her to gad about inside the hegemony. Everyone told you horror stories about how mad everything was here. Back before the secession, she'd never have dared put the Orca's nose inside their borders. She'd missed out on so much good business. The local orbitals always wanted to do some kind of chit-chat with the pilgrims, so she woke a handful of this lot's leading lights as the St. Orca cruised in system. Soon enough, they were crowding her command pod, drinking her cheap cafe, and exchanging gnomic wisdom with docking control. A hegemonic dealing with another cultist seemed like a combined politeness and Bible study contest. Except instead of a Bible, it was whatever cult wrong-headedness these loons had cooked up together to explain why they'd signed themselves over to a bunch of high-tech shellfish. Got yourselves a busy crowd here, she noted. High season for the faithful, is that right? There were plenty of other ships jockeying about waiting for docking and landing privileges. Some of them were the inscrutable hegemonic ones that might have been haulers or luxury yachts or moon-busting warships, for all she knew, but others were human standard. She even recognised a couple as distant acquaintances in the trade. Everyone wanted to come to touch the holies on Arc Palator. "Crowded down there," Tokay 99 agreed. They'd brought up a display of the single human habitable settlement, populated by who knew how many thousands, and precisely 0 sane people. Uline shared a look with the hiver. She had more in common with their cyborg insect colony intelligence than she ever did with her human cargo. "We are being instructed to stand by for a visitation," the senior cultist said. One of the others was fitting an even fancier collar to him, big enough that it brushed the ceiling of the cabin, as well as draping him with some cheap-looking bling jewellery. "So that means what? Customs inspection? We got a problem?" Uline asked. She saw the faintest hint of doubt on the man's face. "I am not sure, but more than that, something special. A visitation. I've been to a dozen pilgrimage sites and never heard that before." "That means one of the—" calling them clams wouldn't exactly go down well. "One of your SELs turning up." "Oh, no," the man said fervently. "If it was, they would have announced the full descriptor and titles of one of the divine masters." His eyes were 50% naively earnest, and the rest pure bobbins. She wanted to tell him, "Look, they're clams. You're kneeling before an altar that's mostly all-you-can-worship seafood buffet." But because she was a respectable businesswoman, she said none of it. Tokay made a querulous chirping sound. "You attended to the sensor suite errors?" "I did." "By way of a qualified station mechanic, as per our request," they pressed. "I fixed them myself. That's better. It means we don't get rooked by some kid who was sucking his ma's teeth when I was learning how to fix things." "Anomalous gravitic readings on the long scan," the hiver told her. "Suggest your time could have been better spent in haggling." "Now you listen. This is my ship, and we'll—" Her eyes were dragged to the readings Tokay had pushed over to her board. "We'll," she said again. The architect appeared between Arc Palator and the system's sun, reaching from unspace in a maelstrom of rainbows as the star's light refracted in all directions out of its crystal form. Far closer than she'd ever heard they came. Weren't they supposed to turn up way out system, to give people a chance to get away? Right. She just stared as her mouth made mindless words. The cultists had all gone deadly quiet and still, which meant maybe they weren't as mad as all that. "Right. We can... Damn, they're lucky there are so many ships here already. We can take..." Trying to do the maths in her head, just cracked by the sheer fact of it. An architect, like in the war. Here in the hegemony, where they weren't supposed to appear. "We can take another 100, standing room only between the pods." She was aware the lead cultist was talking to ground control, or whoever it was. "You tell them, if they can get people up to orbit, we'll load until we're groaning. We've got..." The architect had now begun a stately cruise outwards from the sun, headed squarely for Arc Palator. "We've got..." "Not enough time. No time at all. Oh God. "We've got to get out of here." "There is a proclamation," the lead cultist said reverently. "I'll bet there is." "From the radiant sortile, the provident and the prescient," he told her, meaning one of the actual SEL had weighed in on this one. "They got a radiant evac plan." She couldn't take her eyes off the approaching architect. Her hands were shaking over the displays on her board. "You and all your fellow pilots are forbidden from leaving until your holy work is done," the cultist said. "We are commanded to go down to Ark Palator and stand amongst the holy ruins. We are chosen for this test of our faith, my brothers and sisters." "No way in hell," Uline snapped. "We're going, right now. Look at it! Look at the goddamn thing!" She'd never seen one before. She'd only seen media types, heard war stories, glimpsed the wrecks of ships and worlds. The death that had come for Earth and not stopped coming for a century of war. The death that had come back when all she wanted was to have lived and grown old and died, and to have never had this monstrosity in her sight. "Look at it," she repeated, just a terrified moan. "Judgment," the cultist breathed, "a test of our fidelity to the words of the divine. We must go to the world. We are called." There was a new edge to his voice. "If you deviate from the prescribed flight plan, I am instructed to say that will constitute breach of contract, and also blasphemy against the wishes of the divine Esiel. Your drives will be disabled, and you will not receive recompense, nor will you be able to leave the system." Tokay let out a thin whine. Nothing she'd ever heard from a hiver before, but it communicated fear very eloquently. She felt it too, exactly that sound, inside her gut. She wanted to sob, scream at them, tell them their clams were crazy and they were suicidal. She wasn't being paid enough to haul martyrs in waiting. But the Esiel could do all they'd said. They had weapons she couldn't even understand. Everyone knew that. She brought the St. Orca back on course, heading for the orbital positioned directly over the single city. The city of people who'd soon be looking up at a new crystal moon. Briefly, she reckoned, before their faith was tested the hard way and they became nothing more than disassociated strands of organic material. The problem with saints, she recalled, was that you had to be dead to be one. Yet all around her, every pilgrim ship was still gliding in for docking, taxiing in a long queue around the single orbital, or else beginning the long, slow descent into atmosphere. And the architect accelerated towards them, ready to drop into its own fatal orbit and obliterate every last one of them. Part 1. Hismin's Moon. Chapter 1. Havea. "That," Havea Mundi said to himself, "is the vulture god." There were a good 70 ships and more docked at Drill 17 on Hismin's Moon. Standard procedure to run a scan of them all as his craft, the Griper, came in. The onboard computers were still complaining from being bootstrapped back to functionality after exiting unspace, so Havea had taken on the scanning work himself, letting his team stretch their legs and get their heads together. They were all outfitted as the rougher sort of spacers, half-sleeved long-fit tunics, trousers that always seemed too short to someone used to core world suits, and of course the omnipresent sacred tool belt and the plastic sandals, all printed on ship and scratchy with poor fabric. Just another crew of reprobates out on the razzle on this bleak satellite. They had taxied over the docking field, liaising with the drill rig's kybernet about the required approach and landing fees. Out here, everything was cheap, life included, but nothing was free. Havea had the ship check off each and every other visitor, finding that no fewer than 9 vessels were on the Mordant House watch list. If he'd been here just on a bit of a career-building jolly, he'd have had quite the choice of whom to go after. although, given spacer solidarity, a heavy hand might have set him against the entire populace of the rig, which was about 10 times the number actually needed to do any drilling, because this little den of iniquity had become quite the fashionable dive since the destruction of Nilotic. The architects had returned. As though trying to erase the history of their previous failure, they'd been busy. First, they had descended upon Farlux, where, half a century before, 3 intermediaries had met with them and ended the First War. This time, almost nobody had got off planet before the end. Over the next months, they had appeared in the skies of a handful of other planets, without pattern, without warning. Jagged crystal moons emerging from unspace. They'd been turned away from the colonial heart of Berlenhof, but nowhere else had been as lucky. The war was back on, and everyone had got out of the habits that had saved lives back in the First War, as many lives as had been saved, amidst the colossal death toll. The whole of humanity had to relearn sleeping with a go-bag and always knowing the fastest route to the nearest port. And not just humanity this time. Among the architect's recent victims, the least regarded had been Nilotic. It was within a string of connected systems that the Hani and Earth's explorers had discovered in the early days of their meeting. For a while, they had been thought of as a kind of border space between the two species, except every discovery of a new throughway radically rewrote the map, and drawing neat borders between space empires was seldom a fruitful exercise. Diplomatic treaties between governments preserved a handful of barren, meagre planets as a no-man's land, claimed by both and neither. Nilotic had been one. Had been, past tense. Nilotic hadn't had a biosphere, or even an atmosphere. There'd been just enough mineral wealth to make the place viable for independent operations, but the main activity for the majority of the planet's small population had been to evade scrutiny when meeting and trading. Cartels, smugglers, and spies had all marked the place on their maps with approval. And then an architect had turned up and twisted the planet into a spiral. Slightly under 100 people had died out of the 10,000 present when the vast entity had arrived in system. Unique amongst the targets of the architects, almost everyone on Nilotic had transport ready to get them off planet in a hurry, though they'd mostly been worrying about Hugh or their rivals. The event had been so bloodless that history books would probably not even remember to include Nilotic on the rolls of the lost. Of course, just because so few actually died didn't mean there were no ripples from the planet's destruction. A lot of deals went south. A lot of partnerships dissolved. A lot of goods ended up without buyers, or buyers without goods. The destruction of Nilotic was like poking a muddy pond with a stick. All sorts of things were suddenly roiled into unexpected view. As a lot of suspicious people were forced to rebuild their lives, things were held up for a quick sale that might otherwise have remained safely out of sight, including information. 2 worlds along from lost Nilotic, on the alleged border chain, was Hismin's moon, the sole habitable body of a spectacularly unlovely star system, and that was where the majority of trade had gone. Right now, the moon was enjoying a prodigious visitor boom as what seemed like 20 planets' worth of criminals and speculators descended on it to see what could be scavenged. And where there was something to scavenge, you found vultures. Specifically the ship, the Vulture God, Captain 1 Olian Timo, familiarly known as Ollie. And though there were plenty of legitimate reasons for the god to be conducting business out of Hismin's moon, Havea happened to know that right now they were on the payroll for the Aspirat, the Parthenon's intelligence division, and his opposite numbers in the spy game, which meant they were all here for the same thing. Havea had Kenyon, his second-in-command, wrangle a landing pad not too far from the god, and when they disembarked, he wandered over to eyeball the ruinous old craft. It was the poster child for unlovely, But apart from vessels fitted out by the big core world companies, that was practically standard colonial aesthetic. Even Hugh's own warships came out of the Borotheda yards looking like they'd lost a battle. Because back in the First War, that had been humanity's lot. Always fleeing, always patching, never able to stop and build something new. Looking bright and clean and fancy would have felt like turning your back on everything your ancestors had gone through to get you this far. The god was a salvager, meaning much of its shape was dictated by the oversized graphitic drive bulking out its mid to back, enabling it to seize a far larger vessel, haul it about, and carry it through unspace if need be. And they'd done good business, due to their unusual navigator, Idris Telemmier, the Int, who'd been able to reach those wrecks that had fallen off the throughways out into the deep void of unspace. Except these days, as Hevea knew all too well, Telemmier was off doing something of considerably more concern to Mordaunt House. Unless he's here. A thread of excitement ran through Hevea as he turned the idea over. Hugh had no overt standing orders about the turncoat Int, because there was a war on, and that kind of thing wasn't going to help anyone. On a more covert level, if he could grab Telemmier without leaving fingerprints all about the place, then his next review meeting would look decidedly sunnier. Make up for him letting the man get away the last time. He paid the Hismins Moon Kybernet for access to Drill 17's public cameras and ran facial recognition routines until he picked them up. There was Oleanne Timo. Not hard to spot with her truncated amputee form in that huge Castigar-built scorpion frame she was so proud of, and everyone was giving her plenty of room. There was their Hanalambra factor, Kittering, who doubtless have all kinds of home-ground advantages to call on right now. There was Solace, their Partheni handler, without her powered armour, but with a goddamn accelerator slung over her shoulder, as though that wouldn't leave holes from here to the horizon through Drill 17's thin walls. No sign of the prize, Idris Telemmier, though, nor Chris Almier, the lawyer, who was the smartest one of the crew in Hevea's book. Mundy? Sir? Kenyon prompted him. He and the other two in the team were strung out towards Drill 17's airlock, waiting for him. Hevea nodded, feeling the tension rise inside him. He guessed he would end up head-to-head with one or other of the God crew at some point soon, either against Kittering in a bidding war, or against Ollie and Solace in a more traditional sort of conflict. Not one he could lose, either. Not and keep his record clean and sparkly for the dreaded review. Mordaunt House, formerly known as the Intervention Board, Hugh's investigative and counter-espionage body, had a deep and abiding interest in this business. Someone was selling their secrets. Chief Larry hadn't looked well for half of Hevea's life, but when he'd gone into her office for briefing before this latest mission, she'd looked mostly dead. She was an emaciated creature, reclining in an automatic chair with a dozen screens unrolled around her, nearly all blank now. He reckoned she'd just finished some multi-party conference, which was good grounds for looking exhausted and sour. With Larry, though, that was just her regular demeanour. She'd spent too long in deep space listening stations in her youth, often without a reliable agrav. Her bones and body had never properly recovered, and she needed a support frame to walk. Her mind was like a razor, though, and she'd headed up the department Hevea was in for all his professional life. She wasn't a pleasant superior, not even one you could uniformly call harsh but fair, and on bad days her temper could overflow into malice quickly enough. She got things done, however, and she didn't throw away tools she could still use, which was why Hevea hadn't quite been slapped over the whole freeing of Telemmier business. Simply arranging to save Hugh's most precious world from the architects wouldn't necessarily have been enough to preserve him from her wrath otherwise. "We had a leak," she told him, straight up. Some fucking clerk on the political side. Not actually Mordaunt House, but one with access through the deputy attaché of you-don't-need-to-know-which goddamn office, whose own chief was decidedly lax about who got to see the transcripts of behind-closed-doors forward planning meetings. Leaked where? The Parthenon hung between them, because that sounded exactly the sort of spycraft they were good at. Not the actual dirty-handed stuff, but ideological subversion. There was always some quiet intellectual who secretly fancied herself in a grey Partheni uniform and doing away with colonial graft and inefficiency. Larry had her chair shift its angle, hissing in pain until she'd found a better posture. There were a couple of tubes in her arm, feeding her meds. If it was supposed to take the edge off, then she needed to get a new prescription. To a creditor, if you can believe it. The same old. Speculation gone sour, money owed, money borrowed, respectable lenders to shabby spacer banks to something entirely more disreputable. When they came to call, some transcripts were put up as collateral, all of which is out now, and there's someone else dealing with the upfront of it. But the transcripts made it onto a packet ship heading into the shadow border. Nilitic. Havea blinked. Nilitic is gone. Yes, and a great deal of stock in trade that might have remained decently buried is now being flogged off cheap to make good on those losses. So, our dirty laundry is on the market, sources say. Go gather it in. And if you can identify any other buyers, even bring them in or neutralize them, then that's a bonus. Havea nodded, already thinking forwards. He'd run missions along the Hani shadow border plenty of times before, even set foot on Lost Nilitic once or twice, all well within his competence. Still, this is where you ask, why you? Larry prompted him. It's got to be someone, Havea noted mildly. Intel suggests word has got to the Parthenon, and they're the frontline buyers. Now, we can always outbid the Pathos, but we can't necessarily outpunch them if they decided to kick off. And even though everyone's tiptoeing around the war we're supposedly no longer on course for, a major action out in the shadow border might just be something they think they can get away with. And you, Mynheer Mundy, have had some recent dealings involving the Parthenon, so your record says. Not entirely creditable ones. So perhaps you would relish the opportunity to make good on that. Havea felt his internal dispenser feed him some heart meds, like a steadying hand on his shoulder. Might be about to walk into a shooting war. A team's been assigned to you. Be diplomatic. Be firm. I'd rather you didn't have to kill anyone, but sometimes you can't mine without explosives. Above all, retrieve the data, preferably still sealed. Larry fixed him with her skewer gaze. Questions? Can I ask what intel got leaked? How desperate are they going to be to get hold of it? She stared at him for a few long moments. Above your pay grade, he was told, or it better be, because apparently it's above mine. Drill 17's public spaces were thronging, meaning those areas set above the actual mining work that was the place's ostensible raison d'etre. Every little alcove and shoebox of a space was filled with people doing some kind of business. Hanilambra were everywhere, very much running the show. Havea observed the characteristic, slightly strained look of the humans trying to follow what their earpieces were telling them, or fighting to separate the audio of their translator's voice from everyone else's. A big castigar, warcast, wound its serpentine way through the basal, shoving smaller species aside with a sinuous surge, its crown of eye-tipped tentacles weaving around. Kenyon deposited the rig's floor plans into their shared e-space, marking out the place their factor could be found, along with a few other sites of interest. Lombard, their technical specialist, was a hypochondriac of the first order, and his attention had been snagged by a travelling Med Alhambra booth. The colonial charity was supposed to bring Hugh-guaranteed meds to spacers at the fringes of the human sphere, but Havea wouldn't have trusted anything on sale here. Reams, the last member of the team, stopped abruptly. Havea had detailed her to link with the Kybernet and get them up to speed with any local developments. It would have been awkward to ask for their factor and find out that he'd been knifed the day before, for example. "Architects," she said, on their encrypted channel, and realising that sounded unduly alarming. "Not here. They've wrecked Cyrixia." Since reworking the world of Farlux and then being deflected from Berlenhof, an event all four of them had disturbing personal recollections of, the architects hadn't been idle. They'd taken out Ossa and Nilotic and pitched up above a world that was still just a string of numbers because the joint colonial Castigar colonising effort hadn't agreed a name yet. There hadn't been Earth-level losses, but at the same time the pace of their activity was decidedly brisker than in the First War. And now, Cyrixia. "Where the fuck," asked Lombard, "is Cyrixia? I never heard of it." Reams forwarded the news type to everyone, and they all slowed their progress to digest exactly what it meant. It was months-old news, apparently, only reaching the colonial sphere now because reliable info was always slow to crawl out of the hegemony where the planet was. "Huh," Havea said. "There's a thing." They'd had hegemonic artifacts at Berlenhof, still preserved in the inexplicable magic that enabled their transport from planet to planet. When the architect had turned up over that world again, the Partheni had taken out those artifacts to protect their lead warship, the one carrying Telemmier and the other Ints. And this time, it hadn't worked. A straight-up guarantee about what the architects would and wouldn't do had turned out to not be worth the paper it wasn't written on. In fact, so he'd heard, the architect had sent things aboard the Partheni vessel with extreme prejudice, confiscated the damn artifacts, and then proceeded to trash the ship. The architects weren't only back, they were making up for lost time, losing patience with the universe. And now, a whole hegemonic world, with who knew how many humans and others living on it, was gone. During the First War, it had been humanity in the spotlight. Other species had pitched in to help, but the architects had definitely been concentrating on human worlds. This time, it appeared they weren't discriminating. Makes you wonder just whose backyard they were redecorating in the 50 years we didn't hear from them. Nobody doubted there were species out there that humans had never met, and which the architects had picked on, likely causing many of them to now be entirely extinct. The enigmatic Harbinger Ash claimed to be the last of one such lost race. The Neramathi and their locust arcs were a spacefaring remnant whose worlds had been utterly reworked. "One less problem for us to worry about," Kenyon suggested darkly, as they crossed into a larger space given over to a bar. The Skagerrak was probably the nastiest R&R at Drill 17, thronging with human and Hanny and a handful of Castigar. Rotary drones wobbled overhead, delivering drinks that they only spilled half of. You could get quite drunk in the Skagerrak, just sitting around with your head tilted up and your mouth open. Havea directed Reams to get around in, and then Lombard to make sufficient mundane inquiries of the Kybernet and local businesses to establish their cover as itinerant spacers. His eyes swept the room, even as he cocked a brow Kenyon's way. "Nobody's going to be in a hurry to join them now the cultists can't promise protection anymore." And that was Kenyon's obituary for however many thousands or millions had died, on wherever the hell Cyrixia had been. From a strictly departmental point of view, it was a fair assessment. A number of human worlds had taken up the hegemony's offer of protection during the war and after, the price of which was always complete subservience to the bafflingly ritualistic SEL. Becoming a clam worshipper was probably less attractive if you didn't have their shell to hide behind, though. The Originator tech that the hegemonics had formerly used as a magic talisman against architect attack was now only a speed bump since the monsters had returned. It wasn't hard to miss the big old frame that Oli and Timo used. Everyone moved out of the way when she came in and headed across the room. She passed close enough for Havea to touch her, and he just eddied aside with the crowd. In the bubble of the hulking scorpion, she was a diminutive figure, with stumps for both arms and one leg, the other missing entirely, but her pugnacious attitude more than made up for it. She didn't notice him as she stomped over to rejoin her two confederates, Kit and Solace. All three were very much on edge, and Ollie looked particularly punchy. The opposition. The professional part of his brain was brewing plans and counterplans. What to do if they ended up going head-to-head? How much of a threat was that monster of a work frame? Was there a pack of Partheni battle sisters ready to rush in at Solace's word? He checked with his team. Kenyon had made contact with the broker and was negotiating for access to the cellar, Reams backing him up. Lombard was fishing to intercept comms from Timo and the others, but getting nothing of use. Havea suddenly had a strong desire to just walk over there and take a seat, chew the fat, talk over old times. With that mob, it might actually work, but from a tradecraft point of view, it would likely look bad on his record. He had a few brief heartbeats in which to hope they were merely adrift here, but he'd let Timo's sullen expression fool him. He should have remembered she always looked like that. Without warning, the three of them were on their feet and moving off purposefully, and he realized they'd used their head start well. They were already ahead of him. Chapter 2. Idris. He was the man who'd driven the architects away from Berlenhof. He was the man who'd betrayed the colonies. Both stories were broadcast across the human sphere now, racing from world to world, spreading, diverging, picking up a shell of speculation and fabrication as they rolled. Neither the Council of Human Interests nor the Parthenon had made an official statement on either point, and so everybody knew. At the same time, what anyone knew differed from what everyone else knew, over space and time. Nobody really knew. Even Idris himself wasn't sure just what he was anymore. Idris Telemmier had driven the architects away from precisely nowhere because driving implied force and leverage that neither he nor any other human being possessed. He had, truth be told, asked nicely. He'd bent all his precious and reworked intermediary mind, destroying his health and his heart. And, in the end, he had won an audience with the vast intelligence which dwelt like a candle flame at the core of the moon-sized architect. It had been cruising towards Berlenhof, the colonial capital, and engaged in furious battle with Partheni and colonial warships. Meanwhile, every civilian vessel there ever was had been taking people from the ground and the orbitals so that some tiny fraction of the population might be saved. He had asked it, why? And it had told him, through image and comparison. Why? Because it was a slave, and its masters demanded it rework the universe one populated planet at a time, just as its kin had done to Earth a century and more before, and then reshaped so many human planets in the war that followed. One which had in turn shaped Idris from a callow volunteer into an intermediary who spoke to gods and strode the trackless void between the stars. Or however the mediotypists put it, the florid purple prosers that they were. But he had begged, pleaded, then asked really nicely. And some kind of commonality between them, the remade man and the godlike destroyer, had prompted it to risk the wrath of its masters, instead of turning Berlenhof into a flayed sculpture and memorial for 100 million souls. It had been hard for him, hard for the architect. They'd gone away before, when the things they were destroying started speaking to them. Now they were back, because their masters were whipping them doubly hard, infuriated, no doubt, by their reticence. Even the Originator relics that had once held the architects back weren't enough to keep a world safe. The Architect Masters' campaign against humanity and the rest of the universe had stepped up after 50 years of absence. They weren't accepting excuses anymore. He was not the man who'd driven the architects from anywhere, therefore, but he'd done what could be done, and that should have meant he was owed a great debt. A month later, with his contradictory legend building up ahead of steam as it travelled the unspace throughways from world to world, an architect had come to the mining world of Ossa, population 719,000. It hung above the planet's thin atmosphere and the domed cities, and peeled the planet into a floral grotesque at the cost of 97% of the inhabitants. When Idris received the news, he wondered if that was on him. If Ossa might have lived had he not been at Berlenhof. Because one side effect of the intermediary process in him meant he hadn't slept for close on half a century, so he had time to think about these things. And as for the betrayal, the details were similarly uncertain. Hugh had made no concrete statement on his status. There was no bounty on his head, nor was there any clarifying diplomatic sleight of hand to explain why he, one of the 3 survivors of the original intermediary program, had abandoned his home polity for its closest rival, the warrior angels of the Parthenon. Certain burgeoning factions within the colonial sphere certainly believed he was a traitor. The nativists, humans for humans, cursed his name. The betrayed, who were the knife within the nativist sheath, to be drawn out in dark alleys and seedy spaceport bars, kept themselves sharp for him. Some said he'd been bought. The betrayed said that Ints had forfeited their humanity to become what they were, that they were traitors to the bone, to be held on leashes or not trusted at all. In defecting, Idris was just confirming their reasons for hating him. Some said he'd done it for love, that there was a beautiful Partheni girl waiting for him in their fleet. Although, they said, how he'd ever tell her from the others was anyone's guess, given they were all just decanted out of vats now, wasn't it? Or something of that nature. As always, the truth was something more complex. Yet a small but growing movement within the colonies, who decried the conditions under which new intermediaries were created, were actually closer to that truth than anyone realized. The earliest intermediaries had been developed for the First War, to try and connect with the architects, which conventional force had barely been able to slow. And that had worked better than anyone had reasonably hoped. Idris and his fellows had helped in the destruction of an architect over Berlenhof, the first time, the only time, one had been destroyed. And then, over Farlux, he and 2 others had made the first true contact and ended the Architect War with a simple statement of, "We are here." Of course, now it was decades later, and the architects knew humanity was present, but they were being driven about their apocalyptic business anyway. Farlux had been the first place they'd reworked, before making their second visit to Berlenhof. Soon after the intermediary program had begun to yield results, people discovered that Ints were good for more than just wartime countermeasures. An Int-piloted ship could go anywhere, into the deep void of unspace, or appearing without warning over a planet. It wasn't pleasant. There was a reason why, out of that first class, only Idris and 2 others were still around. And it wasn't just the passage of time, but it made them valuable. The original intermediary program had a success rate of around 10%. They had taken in volunteers, like the young Idris, and turned out a large number of corpses with spectacular embolisms, fatal strokes, and mortal conditions medical science didn't even have a name for, plus a handful of Ints who had the universe in the palms of their hands. After the war, the work had gone to the liaison board, who were short of volunteers now the actual future of the species was no longer at stake. They'd made up the numbers with criminals. Their success rate was 1/10 of the old programme, and their ints came shackled with a leash contract, property in all but name. And with other controls too, so the rumour went. Safe tools for high-value shipping, warships, diplomatic junkets, and far-ranging cartography corps. But because they'd become what they were only under duress, the architects wouldn't listen to them. The architects, slaves themselves, weren't going to heed pleas from the owned for the salvation of their owners. That was Idris's discovery the second time the architects came to Berlenhof. Hugh would be reworking the liaison board to rectify it even now, and likely the flow of volunteers had picked up. They'd wanted Idris to be a part of that, and they'd have given him anything he'd asked for to secure his cooperation. All in good faith, not a whiff of a leash contract about it. But he was an old int now, even though the years had stopped aging him when he came out of the programme. He remembered that 90% mortality rate, and knew he wasn't the man to shepherd the ever-dwindling crowd of hopefuls into the future. He didn't have the strength to bear the losses. Which left the Parthenon. The Parthenon had no intermediaries. Idris's kind represented Hugh's great strategic advantage should a war be sparked between ruined Earth's two successor states. When Idris Telemmier had taken his vaunted brain and defected to them, a great many people had vowed never to forgive him. This morning, he was regretting it. People back in the colonies imagined the Parthenon ran their entire civilization like the crew of a warship, everyone marching about in step, everything run to an exacting schedule, no time for idle talk or seditious thought. The exacting schedule part was true. For a spacer, who was used to a constantly shifting, unpredictable life, it was a rude shock. For someone who literally couldn't sleep, it was ghastly. The sorority Idris had been nominally assigned to had its work times, its leisure times, and its sleep times. After a week of just lying on his bunk or watching the weird selection of media types he could access, half local-made and alienatingly stylized, half colonial imports with disconcerting Parsef dubbing, he'd gone out and found another sorority on a different watch cycle. He'd sat with them, tried out his awkward language skills, and just attempted to be in company, rather than on his own in his quarters. They hadn't liked it. He'd not realized just how hard his own sorority had worked at not freaking out around him. He was the only man any of them had ever seen. It wasn't the case that men were actively demonized in the Parthenon the way the nativists always claimed, but they weren't used to him. They stared, and he killed conversations. None of that was the worst of it. It just didn't make the bad part any easier to bear. Which was the work. And right now, having given up on another abortive, subjective midnight attempt at socializing, he was lying awake, dreading the time when that work would start again. He had only himself to blame. He'd invented the arrangement with Solace, his recruiter. She was more than that to him, but right then, the recruiter had been the important part. It was difficult work, though, traumatic, and living amongst the Partheni and their 1,000 strangenesses just made everything harder. If he'd stayed in the colonies and taken Berlenhof's offer, no doubt the living would have been easier. They'd have given him anything human wealth could buy, doing away with all these little stresses and inconveniences. The only downside would have been how much worse the work was. So much worse. He couldn't have done it. Right now, after working with the Partheni for 6 months, he had turned out exactly 0 intermediaries for them, which was just about as expected, and might have been the same if he'd had a suite of fancy rooms on a Berlenhof orbital to work out of. However, he had also presided over the deaths of precisely 0 of his prospective subjects, and that seemed to make all the other unpleasantnesses worthwhile. First order of business was a check-up with his doctor, or rather a cognoscenti superior. They were concerned about the hiver units currently keeping his heart going, a donation from an old friend. The Partheni preferred bio-matching organic replacements and worried about the long-term effect of having a trio of cyborg insects working his circulation. After that, it was the walk to work. The Garden Ship series was huge, orbiting a dead rock world with a tender fleet of smaller Partheni vessels. The heart of the craft was food production, but it served as home for thousands too. There were schools, sports facilities, wooded parks, a disorienting illusion of openness under the ship's sunward-turned domes, and everywhere were the Partheni. Women of his watch marching briskly to work at a pace he could never match. Women on their leisure periods strolling and chatting, playing games, arms about each other with a public intimacy that Idris's colonial sensibilities found off-putting. By now, they didn't stare at him quite so much, and he tried not to stare at them either. All those bodies and faces, so alike, and all so purposeful. Even when they were just sitting in the green spaces reading a slate, there was such a sense of harnessed determination about them that he found it hard to ever think of them as off-duty. Surely, whatever they were about, there was some chain of orders behind it. That was his colonial prejudice speaking, and yet he still couldn't quite believe he wasn't right. 6 months, and he still couldn't get used to civilian Partheni. Not that they were civilian exactly, given that every single woman of them was a servant of the state, and the state was, in effect, a fleet. He'd never realized before how much his assessment of people was based on their wealth. In the colonies, there were rich and poor. He'd seen the former in grandees from Berlenhof and Magda, the long-settled and prosperous worlds where the great and good gathered. He'd lived the latter, because the sparser colonies, and, most of all, the great dispersion of spacers, were never rich, constantly patching and borrowing and eking things out. He knew the Parthenon was poorer than the colonies per capita. Nobody here had any grand displays of conspicuous consumption, but at the same time, nobody was starveling thin or obviously in need. He suspected most of this was due to his hosts not letting him see the bad parts, and the rest was him seeing it, but not registering problems, because they were all guarded around him, and he didn't know what to look for. And a part of him was thinking, how much of this is just momentum? Just them living as if there's a war on all these years, no room to complain or step out of line. How long can it go on before it goes off the rails? But he was an outsider, and he could never know. His own path to work took him down past the green levels to the ship bays of the series' underside. The balance of badges and colours of the uniform changed as he entered regions where the more overtly military held sway. Here were the Myrmidons, the warrior angels who were the face of the Parthenon for any colonial. Here were the crews from the constant rotation of docking ships, soldiers on home leave, plus the not inconsiderable force the series maintained for its own defence. It was a dangerous universe, and a garden ship was a soft target. He knew the drill by now. There would be a set of fresh, new yet similar faces waiting for him down at the bays. They would be Partheni from all walks of life, young and old, mostly nervous, staring at him like he had 2 heads. Some would be resentful, because they'd been told to do what he said, and he wasn't part of their command structure or their society. He was just a skinny little colonial spacer in 2 baggy Partheni clothes and boots he still tripped over, hollow face and jug ears, and flinching at every loud noise. They'd go out in one of the light carriers, his hands on the controls, and the lot of them wired up to a host of neurographical recorders that were firewalled from the ship's computers, which wouldn't enjoy unspace any more than a human mind would. He'd take them into unspace, awake, just as nobody ever did. He'd already have talked them through it, a quavering spiel that never got any easier, watching all those kindred faces pass alarm one to the next. Everyone knew what happened if you ended up unprotected in unspace, but he still tried to explain it. "You will be alone," he told them, and then after some meandering talk, "but you won't be alone." Because unspace wasn't real. And when you entered unspace, you weren't real either. You existed only in the bubble of your own consciousness, and even if you gripped the hand of your neighbour painfully tight, as many of them did, those fingers would become empty the moment the ship dropped from the reel. Regular navigators on a throughway trip would clock off about then, checking into their own suspension pod and getting woken up only when the ship reached its destination. But Idris was going to jump them into the deep void between stars, where no throughway went. He had to stay awake for the trip, and so would everyone else, as the recorders measured just what went on in everyone's heads. They'd come out somewhere sunless, a mote against the canvas of light-years distant stars, only a subjective handful of minutes later, and he knew he'd hear the sound of Partheni absolutely refusing to weep before the colonial. Then he'd do it again and again, because the recorders glitched a lot during the actual unspace jumps, and they needed all the data they could get. The Partheni were looking for prospective intermediaries, and nobody was born an int. Or rather, one person had been. A woman they'd called Saint Xavienne, who'd turned aside an architect at Forthbridge Port and set in motion the whole programme that had created Idris. But that programme had involved a great deal of invasive work, surgery and chemotherapy, and working away at the brain until the subjects were either remade into what Xavienne was, or died. Most human brains couldn't be altered in such a way and remain viable, and even now the liaison board still had no way to predict who might or might not make the cut. But every so often they produced a viable int. He'd come to the Parthenon because there was a slender chance they represented a better prospect, and for Idris, the point of intermediaries was to defend against the architects. Their potential military applications for any possible war between Parthenon and colonies was something he wasn't thinking about. Sometimes he spent whole unsleeping nights not thinking about it. The Parthenon had a problem when it came to ints. One aspect of life on the series that Idris found particularly oppressive was the images of Dr. Sanshan Parsifal they had up in offices, schoolrooms and public places, on lockets and medallions, even watermarked under the text of official messages. The woman who had designed and built the Parthenon long ago, before the First War. The woman who had created a new and sharply defined strain of humanity to her own preferences. The woman who, in her old age, had sent her creations to the aid of Earth's refugees, yes, but it might not have gone that way. The word amongst the colonial nativists was that she'd been a flat-out eugenicist, but Solis said she'd started with as diverse and healthy a genome as possible, a real pan-racial melange of immunities and resistances. Except the whole point of the exercise had been to avoid whatever Parsifal had seen as the failings of chaotically evolved humanity, so she'd cut and tweaked and played God. Idris tiptoed about under Parsifal's stern, recorded gaze, exchanged polite greetings with all the calm-mannered women around him, and knew that he was potentially working towards placing a terrible weapon in the hands of people whose inheritors could become monsters. Their society had lived its entire history on a knife edge, teetering over that abyss where they decided they were better, and therefore entitled to erase that which was worse. No Saint Xavienne had arisen within the ranks of the Parthenon to set them on their own intermediary programme, nor ever would one. Parsifal's god-playing meant they simply didn't have the genetic variation to throw up freaks of that nature, victims of their creator's success. It might be, sometimes Idris even hoped for it, that such a thing was entirely impossible, that the requisite seeds to permit the growth of an intermediary had been left on Dr. Parsifal's cutting-room floor when she had finished her creation, in which case he'd made himself the arch-traitor of the colonies for absolutely nothing, and it might be the better result. But if they found one instance of a Partheni whose brain reacted in a manner appropriate for a nascent int, then they'd have many. Each subject he took for a spin represented a specific germline, a particular combination of Partheni traits. If they found one who was viable and could turn that subject into a working intermediary, then he hoped they could do it with as many as they liked, without the murderous attrition of the colonial method. That was the plan, and why he'd done all of this, spending 6 months giving women nightmares and subjecting himself to the void. Monitor Felicity was waiting for him, as always. He suspected she set her clock, or the equivalent, 2 minutes ahead, because it would be bad form for the colonial to have to wait for her. Unsleeping as he was, Idris could have played her at her game until they ended up with neither of them ever leaving the lab. But that kind of elbow jostling wasn't in his makeup. Instead, he just greeted her politely and went to look at who they'd brought in today. The usual, was his first thought. 20 women who looked from 18 to 80, except the Parthenon had a habit of putting its useful servants on ice until needed. The youngest of these could have been born a decade before him. He knew they got a fairly stripped-down brief that didn't quite amount to an explanation, but they were all willing to do their bit for Mother. Or at least, they weren't willing to look unwilling. He had the impression a great deal of Partheni culture was about keeping the side up. Monitor Felicity dogged his footsteps, boot heels clicking neatly. She looked like the aunt or cousin of everyone currently lined up for inspection. Dr. Parsifal, whatever her true nature, had known what she liked in a face, picking features from a dozen ethnicities. It was an attractive face, round, narrow-eyed, dark hair cut regulation short. Right now, the examples he was seeing were also doing their best not to look fearful or antagonistic. These are not the volunteers, he reminded himself. Should they ever get that far, it wasn't these women going into the grinder. They were just more subjects, an exercise in data gathering. He halted, glancing back at the blandly polite smile on Felicity's face. Made to speak, stopped himself because the suggestion was ridiculous, except the hunch he'd just been landed with wasn't going anywhere. Monitor? A cocked eyebrow. No more. This woman, wasn't she here before? The object of his curiosity looked younger than him, her hair cut perhaps a little shorter than the others. Maybe it was the fact she seemed slightly smaller framed, more like a colonial starveling, like him. Except he hadn't picked her out of the lineup at any kind of distance. Only now, as he was about to walk past her. Identify yourself, child, Monitor Felicity said. Cognoscenti Grave, Bathory Sorority, Medusa Division. The woman got out, voice shaking only a little. She was. This is her second time around. What's going on? But Felicity was giving them their orders, sending them off to the carrier with a "Prêt à combattre? Prête, mother!" And they were on the march towards the airlock, needing Idris in there with them, or nothing was going to happen. Monitor, Idris began, but she gestured for him to follow. Just another round of recordings, Menhir Telemmier. The relentless colonial honorific made him feel smaller each time it was trotted out. After you return, all will be explained. How did you recognize her, though? Hair, frame, something. Don't know. But you can't start hiding things from me. That's not the deal. Felicity's face suggested she hadn't seen any reference to that in the small print of the deal, although, given that Chris had actually drafted that deal, Idris was willing to bet it wasn't there. For now, though, he went to put this new batch through their paces. The light carrier Hale was just a little gadabout to get a few squads of myrmidons where they needed to go, which meant it was armed with accelerators and could pull out some serious gravitic shielding. He had the candidates strapped into 2 rows of seats down the spine of the ship behind him. And if there was a part of this wretched job that he liked, it was that he got to fly Partheni vessels every day. Colonial ships prioritized robust redundancy, or at least the kind a spacer knew did. They didn't have an all-encompassing state to look after everything, for the same reason they didn't have one giving them orders every moment of the day. The Parthenon, with its entire militaristic society pointed in the same direction, was very hot on ship design. They'd had the best ships even before the First War, better than Earth and several of the alien species Earth had encountered. Perhaps only the Hegemony had better, and Hegemony tech was simply an order of magnitude beyond anything any human had dreamt up. To fly even a clumsy carrier like this was something of a joy, and he'd been given sharper toys to play with in the past, during the war and after it. And yes, Series Control was riding his ass, and could override him any moment it chose, if he decided to go buzz them. But still. Okay, we've been doing this. I've been doing this a while. I guess you probably know that, most of you. He spoke over his shoulder, hearing his own voice hitch and quaver with the awkwardness of it, imagining their massed stare at this colonial getting to sit in the pilot's seat. Some of them were pilots themselves, judging from the glimpse he'd had at their company badges. Others were various other strains of myrmidons, the Parthenon's famous fighting angels. And more, like this grave, were technicians or science types of some kind, the cognoscentes. Perhaps one was also a monitor administrator, which could mean anything from filing clerk to spy master. In a moment, we're going to jump to unspace, head out a ways into the deep void, surface, jump back. Basically, we're back and forwards. And he could hear a murmur of translation, an artificial female voice turning his jittery Colville language into something that hopefully sounded a whole lot more reassuring. You know what to expect, awake in unspace. You've heard. He was weirdly aware of cognoscente Graves' gaze, boring through the seat into the small of his back, which was, of course, impossible. Look, not going to lie to you, it's no fun. But you're supposed, they said, they told you that... There was a whole mental exercise the candidates were directed to go through while they were in unspace, and it was nonsense. It was just busy work to provide some baseline for the neurograph readings, and he should probably tell them none of it was real, that what they were about to sense, on the wrong side of the reality boundary, was just the way the sentient mind responded to unspace. Except he hadn't met a single int who'd believed that, not after a few trips. Certainly he didn't believe it himself. Anyway, he carried on wretchedly, I've got the clear from Ceres, so we're going in. Compris? Compris, mother, about half of them said, out of Partheni conditioning. Something's different this time. He didn't know what, nor how he knew. But his hands gave the orders, shut down the ship's higher systems, and spun the great ring of the gravitic drive so that it reached out in the impossible direction, touching the point where real things shouldn't go. They slid into unspace with barely a ripple. Chapter 3. Solace. Solace had expected a faceless contact, voice only, more go-betweens, a whole song and dance of politely difficult Hanilambra, each taking a cut. Instead, Kittering had negotiated a face-to-face meeting with the seller. There were no more layers to the onion than that. Ollie, of course, revelled in the opportunity to show how much more she knew about how things worked here. "Honeycombs," the drone specialist explained, as they wound down through 2 layers of living and working quarters, "like it all out in the open. So they set up an open field. Basically, you talk biz and anyone can listen in. It's like a big old marketplace. If you want secrecy, you have to find somewhere out of the way and physically meet up. Which works for Honey, because half their language is arm-waving." Kit paused and did just that, his shield arms flashing their bright adverts as he did so. "It is more complicated than that," the little crab-like alien's translator said primly. "And also a rival." He'd brought the 3 of them to a slant of metal steps heading into a darkened room. Theoretically, their cellar was down there. She'd rather have been here with an armed force of her fellow myrmidons, but that hadn't been an option, fraught as the political situation was. Instead, the Aspirat needed a team that could navigate a dive like Drill 17 without standing out. And there, the Parthenon's resources were limited. However, it just so happened that recent recruit Idris Telemmier had brought with him a shabby little ship and crew who were a perfect fit. Her mission here was a tricky piece of business, insofar as Solis's brief had explained. Nobody knew if these supposed colonial secrets were even real, but the Aspirat had decided they couldn't ignore the possibility. The Parthenon was also short of third-party operators who could be trusted, hence using the Vulture God crew. Enter Solis, their nominal handler. The steps were designed for Hani, meaning they were awkwardly small for a human. Ollie's Scorpion should have had real issues getting its bulk down them, but she didn't even hesitate, picking her way with the delicacy of a dancer on the frame's 4 metal legs. Halfway down, a voice issued from speakers set into the wall. "Far enough. Let me scan you," in tones as blandly pleasant as Kit's translator. "Scan what you like. We're armed to fuck," Ollie said cheerfully. There was a thoughtful pause from the speakers, and then, "Jesus saves. Is that an accelerator?" The words versus the tone of the artificial voice came through in a jarring clash. "You're dumb enough to cut deals with the pathos. You get what you pay for," Ollie replied. "Maybe let me do the talking when we're down there," Solis murmured. "You know, diplomacy." Ollie made a rude noise. "Okay, you can come on down," the voice informed them. "What?" Ollie demanded. "I mean, how many super weapons would we need before you told us to go away?" "Scan was for pathogens, not guns. Some of us have immune system concerns." As the Scorpion made the last few steps and lurched out into the open space below, a living woman's voice added,
"Hell, I thought I was doing badly. Where's the fucking rest of you?"
Solis grimaced, waiting for Ollie to take exception, but the specialist just said, "Fuck right back at you!" And then all 3 of them had made it down there, in a gloom her eyes adjusted rapidly to. The room was stacked with metal and plastic crates, the sort for small cargo, or that spacers used to carry their worldly goods from ship to ship. Some were open, some empty, others overflowing with a sort of old tech that never got thrown away out here on the edge of human reach. It was something that sparked contempt in a lot of Partheni, the hoarding pack-rat mentality of colonials. Except Solis had seen their technicians, and spacers were all technicians to one degree or another, make gold out of dross in situations a Partheni tech would have given over as impossible. Her people had no idea, honestly, just how much invention necessity could be mother of. In the centre of the room, sitting in a walker frame, was their host, or most of her. She was short 1 arm, 1 leg, and half a jaw. The cybernetic replacements were, to put it mildly, unlovely and far from new. But then new was like unicorns in places like this. Solis would have believed the injuries had been sustained during the evac from Nilotic, save that the skin around the jaw implant was knotted with aged scars, purple and veined from the living tissue's long-term attempts to reject its artificial neighbours. Immune system issues, right? "Ollie," said Ollie, gesturing to herself, then pointing out the others. "Kit, the Pathos Solace. She's the money. You happy talking to Pathos?" The cyborg's eyes flicked between them. She was old for a spacer, or for any human. Her organic hand had wrinkled skin hanging off its bird bones. Her face was creased and crisscrossed with lines. There was a cylinder stapled to her brow, a dispenser with 2 cannulae feeding drugs into her in sporadic doses, but her eyes were bright.
"Dreyfus."
She gestured with her plastic hand, which was coloured yellow-pink, lighter than her bronzy skin, and not matching the prosthetic jaw either.
"You get mauled by a castigar or something? I seen them carve someone's limbs clean off."
"Born," Ollie said shortly. "You?"
"Ship."
Dreyfus looked to Solace.
"You're who they sent, is it then? Was expecting a platoon of myrmidons, marching band, gun salute."
She mimed, playing a little trumpet. The little finger of her fake hand kept twitching in tiny spasms after she lowered it.
"But you got a spacer crew to bring you here. Sharp. Gives me hope we can do business."
"Depending on what you've actually got for sale," Solace noted.
"You know what?"
"Provenance of your manifest is lacking," Kit noted primly. "Contents noted as vague." Dreyfus relaxed back in her walker frame. Her artificial leg hadn't moved at all, and perhaps it didn't work anymore.
"Ah, well, as to that, only I thought your lot was straight, and I don't want to shock you."
"How about start with why deal with them? Us, I mean," Ollie put in, despite Solace's warning look. "I mean, the Parthenon, nobody's first choice for a quick hit of largesse, right?" Dreyfus snickered about her jaw implant.
"I fought in the war, kids. I was last out of the Lethbridge over Amraji. Not where I got these lovely souvenirs, by the way. That came later."
"Older than I thought." Solace said, "So did I. The war. Berlinhof, amongst others."
"The first time?"
"Well, both times, I suppose," Solace admitted.
"Fuck."
And a little respect in Dreyfus's voice that hadn't been there before.
"Well, right then. So just take it as read that I fought. I gave them the best of my youth, and then the war ended, and we didn't get the option to go on ice like you girls. I'd have taken that. Like King Arthur. You know what I mean?"
Solace had absolutely no idea what she meant, but just nodded.
"So you can probably guess my career got checkered after that."
"Give me a name," Ollie said, watching the woman with keen interest. A pause, without expression.
"Duma."
Ollie whistled. It didn't mean anything to Solace, but then Kit sidled closer, and his hushed-down translator murmured, "Pirate, much success, then destruction." And looking at Dreyfus, maybe it took half of her with it. Solace had never met a pirate, but the Partheni had run into their share. It wasn't a trade they romanticised. Too many colonial types had decided to try their luck with Partheni shipping. But this is what I do now. This is what added the executor to her rank, because sometimes a pirate had something you wanted. "This thing is something you pirated?"
"Not quite, but pirated, yes."
A little packet of information pinged up on Solace's slate, sent direct from Dreyfus's walker, without having to mesh with the Hanny's public network. Provenance, as Kit put it. This item had passed through a string of hands, starting with a Hugh courier who'd gone to indulge some bad habits and fallen in with the wrong crowd. His effects had included a cylinder of sealed data, and his vengeful creditors had been sharp enough to realise that keeping the seal intact and preserving the secrecy of the contents would boost the value. The only clue on the outside was that they were the minutes of some kind of deeply nested Hugh subcommittee. But if they were being physically carried from one colonial grandee to another, then surely they must contain something clandestine and valuable. Whereas, if the seal was broken, and they turned out to be nothing more than Magden farm yields, there went any chance of profit. After that, the cylinder had changed hands a few more times, likely as part of paying off debts, and sometimes not entirely voluntarily, until eventually coming to Dreyfus, who'd put the word around.
"You're not the only prospective buyer, obviously," the ex-pirate said. "I've even got Hugh types on station, queuing up to meet me. Nice to be so popular."
"They won't just arrest you?"
"No jurisdiction in the shadow border," Dreyfus said easily. "And they want what I've got, soldier. They'll be here with a sack of largesse and probably a pardon, if I even want one."
Solis nodded. "Let's be straight with each other then. I have some funds. I know, and you know, that if Hugh wants, it can likely outbid me. But we've been talking a while now, and I don't think you're someone who much enjoys wasting her own time." Another snicker.
"Where does the Parthenon even get funds? I mean, it's all from each according to her ability round your way, right?"
"We trade. There are goods we can sell, and services. Not so much direct to the colonies, because that might be problematic, but armed escorts to Hani and Castigar." And then she added, stony-faced, "Hunting pirates, you know?"
"Oh, I know."
A lopsided smile.
"I have a price, soldier, and I will take your largesse, don't mistake me. But you're right, you can always top you for pure money, but there's something I can get from you that they can't give, because I want to retire. I am so damn over the space of life. I don't know anyone who's even within 10 years of how old I am. I want to retire to the Parthenon and have each according to her needs. I'll even teach your girls some piracy, if that's the direction you want to take your grand experiment. You should think about it. You'd be good at it."
Solis blinked. She glanced at Ollie, but there was no help from that quarter. The specialist was as thrown as she was. "You want to defect?"
"I'm a wanted fugitive, a pirate, and a murderer,"
Dreyfus told her with some relish.
"I am not some nice lady citizen of Hugh who wants to light an ideological candle in your window, but I want to settle, and there's no damn place in all the colonies where I won't be forever watching my back. So that's my price."
Ollie. There was nothing for it but to get word back to the Parthenon. Ollie and Dreyfus both knew Solis was in no position to blithely make that kind of promise. She could just have sent via Drill 17's comms, but given the open Hani setup, some Hugh codebreaker could be sitting at the next booth and scribbling it all down. They needed to get back to the Vulture God and wait until a packet ship passed through to carry the word to the wider universe, and then wait some more for assurances from the Parthenon command that would convince Dreyfus. It seemed they were stuck on Hismin's moon for the duration. They left Dreyfus and wormed their way back through the Skagerrak, which was carefully situated by its enterprising proprietors to make it the hub of just about any path through the upper levels of the drill rig. And that's when things kicked off. Ollie had forgotten to be on guard. She remembered Solis warning her that spy stuff was very boring a great deal of the time, and let herself assume this was definitely going to be one of those times. Solace herself had her eyes open, though, so Ollie almost stomped over her when the Partheni stopped abruptly, lurching sideways instead and knocking 3 people over. Ollie was about to do her usual, "No, you ran into me," that she saved for particularly blameless collateral damage, when she saw these 3 weren't blameless after all. They were part of a mob of about a dozen who were here for Solace. They all had blue and white circle badges on, which meant Earth nativists, who looked on the Parthenon as worse even than the architects. There were dagger tattoos, one on a forearm, one particularly bold one on a face, artfully drawn with the hilt above the eye and the blade going down the man's cheek. Daggers in hands too, and a couple of percussion guns. They were standing in Solace's way, not quite fronting her, but shifting so she couldn't get past. 1 Partheni, a dozen nativists. Good odds for the bad guys. Kittering started backing away, very carefully. Hanny got underfoot easily when humans started fighting, and he wasn't in any way a brawler. Ollie watched him pick a table to crawl under, alongside a pair of crab-like gamblers who had the same idea. This was going to turn into a fight, barring a bunch of armed Hanalambra security breaking things up, in which case it would probably still be a fight, just somewhere else, and probably where the ships were. Ollie didn't want either these clowns or Solace putting holes in the Vulture. And there went Solace, just trying to push past. The first man to stop her, big for a spacer, found out Partheni paired being small with being solid. Solace had him instantly off balance and onto a stool, neat as you like and hardly violent at all. It didn't clear the way, though, and it put her right up amongst them. The knives were towards the back of the pack, but it wouldn't stay that way for long. Ollie sighed. "Always up to me to throw the first punch." And she revved one of the drill attachments on the Scorpion. "Pay well, does it, working for the traitor angels?" She craned sideways to look at the speaker, seeing a shaven-headed man lurking at her elbow, a spacer in crisp clothes that looked fresh printed. "You what?" "I see you, woman," he said. Solace was taking some abuse now, just words still. Ollie tried to keep an eye on everything at once, and felt a headache coming on. The Scorpion gave her a shot, and that was probably a bad thing, because her usual homebrew of painkillers tended to make her punchy as hell. "You don't see shit," and she angled away from him, while keeping a camera tilted in his direction in case he tried any hostile maintenance on the frame. His face, which could have been ugly as sin with hate, was surprisingly open and frank. "I see one of us who got a bad deal and made something of it, woman." "My name," she told him, "is not Woman." "Because that's what we do," he said, voice strong without needing to be loud, like some preachers she'd heard. "We build on the bad we're dealt, because there's precious little good comes to us. Because who gets the good? Not us. Fat men on hue committees, fat men in long red robes, patho women in expensive armour in expensive ships. But you take their money. You're too good to be with your own. You're going to shed your kin's blood for the traitor angels." "Listen, you have no idea who I am," she told him. "You know who that is?" He was abruptly pitching his voice to carry to the mob of a dozen who had somehow not plucked up the courage to throw the first punch at Solace. Ollie braced herself for whatever personal invective was to come, but it wasn't her he was about to introduce. "That's the patho who stole our int," the man said, and then just peaceably stepped back into the agog crowd. The first punch followed very shortly after. Hervea. Hervea was well aware he was going in second, that the Parthenon could already have closed the deal. It had taken bribes and too much finger talk to secure a meeting with the seller. Reams had half a dozen jobs under her belt that had involved working with the Hanny, and still it had all taken far too long to get through. The Vulture God crew had been and gone, and he'd practically run into them on their way back. Not that they'd noticed. Leaving Lombard above to keep an eye on them, he, Kenyon, and Reams had headed down. He could only hope the money would swing things his way. Contrary to the average spacer's accusations, the colonial government had the sort of budget you got if you stretched a shoestring across half the galaxy. But when it came down to something important, apparently there were hidden pots of largesse out there, like magic gold. And whatever this sealed data was, it was evidently important to someone who themselves was equally important. If this data turned out to be some Hugh Grandee's roster of mistresses, then he wasn't going to be amused. However, he was keenly aware that it could just as easily be their game plan for when the Parthenon came for them, or some new innovation in intermediary technology, something that would doom all the colonies if it fell into enemy hands. They still wouldn't tell him, so he had to assume it was that important. He didn't want to think about how things would go if the seal was broken, meaning the data had been accessed and 1 million copies were potentially already made and winging their way along the throughways. "Chief," Lombard's voice in his ear, meaning trouble. It was likely their encryption wasn't worth much in this den of talented villains. "Report." He quickened his pace. "Not now. We're almost there." Reams and Kenyon were looking at him, tense as wires. "Trouble. Kicking off with the Parthenon right now." Lombard's tones were tightly clamped down. Fear there. "Hold out," Hevea started, but there was a burst of static and noise that made him wince and dial down the volume. A moment later, there was audio, the sound of screaming, shots, a high whining like industrial machinery. "Require backup," Lombard hissed through it. "Holy shit, Chief, it's all kicking off here. Parthenon, here, now. Chief, I can't make it out." Hevea had stopped. Trouble here, now, meant the opposition wasn't playing nice anymore, and maybe it wasn't just Solace and the clowns from the Vulture. "Situation, Lombard. Report like a professional," he snapped. But the channel was down, just static and echoes. "My team. My risk. Kenyon, meet with the buyer. Close the deal. You know what we've got. Take Reams." "You'll need the backup more than me, Chief." "Take Reams. She can talk to Hanny better than you." Hevea was already 6 steps back the way they'd come. "I won't need that, Chief. The seller—" Kenyon bit down on the words. "Chief, you should—" "Just close the deal," Hevea shouted over his shoulder, and then he was running towards the Skagerrak and Lombard. Chapter 4. Chris. It was remarkable how a simple freight dispute could escalate. Kerestina Sulin Almier, Chris to her friends, stepped out onto the quad in front of the Ishmael commercial courts. Her formal advocate's robe, which she hadn't worn in the actual courtroom, flurried about her in the constant wind that dirged around the hollow torus of the station. She'd had to rent the robe, because it wasn't something she needed much, running legal defence for a shabby crew of spacers. A fistful of her precious largesse nest egg blown on pure show, because the only thing the robe was good for, in this highly ritualised business, was taking off. Across from her, Mortin Ballast, fellow advocate, tugged at the sleeves of his own robe to stop the wind running away with them. She reached into her capacious sleeve and drew out her knife, ceramic blade gleaming in the harsh artificial lighting. After a moment's pause, he did the same. Ah, shipping law. After years bailing Idris Telemmier out, Chris had some different clients now. The Parthenon. One of their trading concerns had a claim on goods that had been impounded from out of a smuggler's hold. But because the smuggler had for some reason not been upright over keeping good paperwork, 7 other parties, including a colonial cartel, had also lodged an identical claim. The court case had been a grand old funfair of depositions, affidavits, bills of lading, and all the jolly rigmarole. And there had been Mortin Ballast, scintilla-trained advocate for Espic Barrovingian, a Magdan landowner concern. EB had also paid for the same containers the Parthenon claimed, because the smuggler had run his business like that. Everyone basically looked like a fool, but it would be the last fool standing who got the goods. Chris had, over 4 days and about 1 million documents, beaten down Mortin and the other opposition so that the Parthenon could walk away with 3 containers of who knew what, and that was just how the game went. If she'd lost, she wouldn't have been happy about it, but she'd have bowed to Mortin and the one other scintilla graduate, nodded to the rest, and proceeded to explain just what had gone wrong to her clients. Except Mortin had not bowed. No more than a nod of the head. Bad form. The Inns wouldn't have approved. And then, outside the court chamber, and well within earshot of the other advocates, he'd said, "I hope whatever services you're receiving from them," with a nod to her clients, "makes up for betraying your own." Chris had gone quite still, and if it had been just the two of them, she'd have pretended not to hear. The other scintilla graduate was looking horribly awkward, a meek-seeming man who obviously didn't want anything to do with it. The problem was, she could have walked away. This was not a court thing anymore, it was a scintilla thing. She was a graduate of a particularly well-respected, and above all, very long-established college of law. Under normal circumstances, and had she not made one particular mistake back when she was training, she'd have been living a far more comfortable life. But you took what time gave you, as the saying went. Scintilla had its own ways, though, accreted about the legal codes like coral. There were things you did not say to another graduate. Mortin had obviously thought she was too long out of the college to rise to the bait, but the protracted trial had left Chris feeling punchy, and her clients, whom he'd just insulted, were right there. "I will accept your apology," she'd said crisply, and the room went quiet. Even those not up on scintilla etiquette would know the words from 100 legal drama media types. Mortin had raised an eyebrow. She'd given him a good space of time to reconsider, trying to hold his eye, but he was too busy smirking for the benefit of his own clients. The Magdans were core colonials. She'd had run-ins with their landowner class, the boyarin, before. They were arrogant SOBs and didn't take losing well. Mortin had been trying to soften defeat by scoring points off the opposition. She'd not been in the mood, however. This kind of spat was potentially her life for the next who knew how long, and if she got a reputation as someone who could be insulted to her face, that would make every new case that much harder to fight. So, "Then I cite the 97th and require satisfaction." He'd started to tell her not to be ridiculous, but finally caught her expression. For a moment, he'd been wavering, and he might have taken it all back and to hell with the Magdans, but he was bigger than she was, longer reach and a few years younger, and a sore loser to boot. When she returned to her clients, Monitor Sudden had asked her, "What is the 97th? "One passes no comment on whomsoever an advocate chooses to represent," Chris had quoted, already regretting the whole business, but too late now. "So, now you fight him?" "Yes," Chris had confirmed. And here they were, a day later. Monitor Sudden, as her second, stepped forward with perfect timing to take that ridiculous gown off her, leaving Chris wearing just a Spacer's short-sleeved tunic and calf-length leggings. Her sandals were kicked off for better footing, plus a violet scarf looped about her neck, with its ends tucked in, to deny Mortin any convenient handle on her. There was a jagged cicatrix beneath that scarf, the relic of a previous incident where Scintilla Honor had got her into trouble. She held the knife in her left hand. Her right forearm was wound with padded strips of cloth, printed out from the court's own facilities for the purpose. Mortin had shed his own robe, and they took their places on the lit circles the Kybernet had drawn on the floor for them. For a secretive scintilla tradition, this sort of duelling was certainly well known across the colonies, mostly from inaccurate media types. There was quite an audience out in the quad, bundled against the unceasing wind. The chance to see a real-life lawyer's duel didn't come around very often. "Please be successful now," Sutton told her, retreating to the encircling spectators. "Ah, yes, I hadn't thought of that. Such valuable advice." A clear chime sounded. She felt that even the Kybernet, the station's governing AI, was leaning forwards for a better view. Mortin began to advance, forwards, sidelong, forwards, sidelong, until she stepped in front of his progress with a few standard opening gambits, letting him sway back and make the expected counters and ripostes. Little more than a secret handshake, really, the two of them establishing their credentials as graduates. She expected a little invective from him, for all it would have been bad form, but he was concentrating. There was some sweat on his brow, despite the cold wind. That wind was a reminder of college for both of them. Scintilla was a world of snow and ice and monolithic stone architecture, high walls and walkways, shadow-haunted quads. Not like this tacky station, but the artificial wind was still a breath from their shared past. Mortin took the initiative then, very direct, much like his advocacy style. She gave ground, hyper-aware of the space she had to work with. She was grinning, she realised. Also bad form, but she couldn't help it. She hated duelling, right up until the moment she actually found herself doing it. She tried some blue window-style advances, all that circling of the hands, defence pressed into becoming offence. He didn't like that, but adapted, pushing back. Bare feet scuffed the plastic of the floor. His blade scored across the padding on her arm, but she'd taken the angle of his attack outside her guard, cutting in towards his ribs with little darts of her wrist, delicate, as if she was dining. He fell back, one step too far, out of distance, and they both closed with just the same suddenness. He tried to sweep her legs, but she stepped round the awkward move, blade feeling out the arcs of movement of his off hand, trying to get past like a wasp at a window. His own knife ducked in for a stab at her side, the opening she'd been inviting. She let it come, practically guiding it in with her right, stepping round the lunge, allowing the blade to nip past her belly. Then she was past his elbow without him bringing it into play, and the ceramic edge of her knife drew a line of blood across his shoulder. They broke immediately, eyes meeting. He was supposed to give, then, concede the match like a polite son of Scintilla. But his clients were watching, and his blood was up, and the nick she'd given him was deceptively slight. She waited, willing him to do the sensible thing. And waited. And he squared off again, off-hand out, blade held high, but she could see his anger yanking him about, ruining his form. He went for her before he'd even quite found his balance, trying to blind her with pure speed, and she gave him 3 strides of ground before stopping her retreat abruptly with a sidestep. The knife cut the air past her, helped by her cloth-wrapped hand, and then she had the point of her knee pressuring the outside of his, halfway to sundering the joint, and her blade was right at his throat. As much of a shock to her, it almost seemed, as to him. The sheer hunger in her hands horrified her. Very, very close to giving him exactly the sort of bloody necktie that she'd once received, the track of which had sat beneath her collection of scarves ever since. A frozen moment, in which she fought her own hands, thinking, no, not again. Then, just like that, they parted. After a strained moment, he bowed, grudgingly but acceptably. The crowd realised the show was over, and some of them clapped politely, but most of them looked a bit disappointed, a bit baffled. Monitor Sudden was in the second camp. "Aren't you going to kill him? Isn't that how this goes?" Chris's eyebrows went up, because that was quite bloodthirsty, even for the Partheni. First blood. Almost no duels end in death. And her personal memories of one that had. The direct cause of her checkered legal career out on the edges of the colonial sphere rose in her mind. "Oh," Sudden shrugged. "It's not like that in Scintilla My Lover, except when it's two long-time rivals." Chris hadn't pegged Sudden as a devotee of terrible legal drama, but apparently you never could tell. On the way back, she learned a lot about Sudden's passion for several different long-running series. The woman had been all reserve throughout the case, and Chris had taken that for her usual manner. Now she recast that as Sudden being terrified of losing the case and letting her sisters down. There was a lot of that in the Parthenon. Solidarity against a hostile universe seemed to be their major motivating factor. In the colonies, you cut your own course. That was the big difference. Nobody gave you free training, assessed you for aptitudes, and told you what you'd be doing for the greater good. She'd asked Solace once what happened when someone's job didn't need to be done anymore. Where did they pension off all the unnecessary Partheni exactly? Solace had given her a look that Chris had come to know all too well as seriously colonial. And Chris remembered that Solace, who looked about her age, had been born maybe 70 years ago, during the First Architect War, and had spent a fair amount of the intervening time in suspension, until she was needed again. That, and a rigorously controlled VAT birth system, ensured the Parthenon had exactly as many people as it needed. No surplus mouths, no shortages. And she'd wanted to ask, but what if you don't want to go on ice? And what if you don't want to do what your aptitudes say? And most of all, some of you go rogue, right? Just get out? But Solace's open, honest face had somehow made that impossible, and so the questions were still battering about in her head. Idris. On the far side of the imaginary line, in unspace, there was only Idris and the emptiness of their vessel, the hail. Even that was because of his own continued insistence on it, he always felt. Unspace was the volume distinct from real space. In real space, things really existed and regular physics applied. In unspace, not so much. You were alone in unspace, always. The illusion of being that a sentient mind transitioned into was utterly solitary. Every one of the Partheni candidates would be experiencing the same. The sisters at their elbows would be gone. The pilot chair would be empty. Alone in the cosmic undervoid, hurtling to unknowable oblivion. What could be worse? It was, of course, worse. There was a consensual hallucination that preyed on the mind, brought on by such exquisite isolation. It was the illusion that one was not, after all, alone. Everyone reported the same experience. Human, Hani, Castigar, even the cyborg intelligences of the hivers. The illusion was that you shared the vastness with something, that it became aware of you and came closer, from outside the ship to inside, from inside to lurking in the next room, from the next room to standing at your very shoulder. And the one key characteristic of this presence that everyone imagined was that it was intolerable. It represented the worst, absolutely unabidable thing for any given observer. When it finally caught up and was there, breathing on your neck, darkening the corner of your vision, when the choice was to turn and gaze upon it, or... The candidates were all strapped down, wrists and ankles, because exposure to unspace killed, and it killed by the hands of its victims. Idris had seen the bodies from lost ships that had fallen into unspace without suspension facilities and not managed to claw their way out quickly enough. Gouged eyes, rent throats, opened wrists, all preferable to facing the spectre that everyone experienced and that every psych paper and study knew was purely in the mind of the beholder. Except, in unspace, nothing was real. And so perhaps an imaginary killer had exactly as much existence as its terrified observer. Idris was one of the 3 most experienced unspace travellers available to the human race, one of the only survivors of that legendary first class of intermediaries. And he knew the science papers were wrong. He'd been hunted through unspace by an alien navigator, a feral animal mind that had known nothing but the chase and had somehow been able to carry its instincts for pursuit outside of real space, which meant the glorious and terrible isolation of unspace wasn't as inviolable as people thought. The other thing he knew, that any int new or old would swear to, was that the presence in unspace was absolutely real. Let the psychologists scoff. They didn't have to go there and feel it at their shoulders over and over again. There had been one time it had spoken to him, in the voices of colleagues lost and dead. But even Idris wouldn't swear to the reality of that. He'd been on the point of shunting into a life-threatening coma at the time. He felt the presence now, sniffing about the outside hull of the Hale. Repeated exposure didn't mean it was an old friend. One could not become at home in unspace. But your mind toughened and calloused over in ways the regular human never needed to. Most ints broke eventually, and the fact there were only 3 of the first class left wasn't just the result of wartime casualties. Perhaps it was just acceptance in the end, the very last stage of grief. You felt the presence looming, chuckling silently in your ear, and knew, this is my life now. All those commercial ints, out of the liaison board, out across the colonies, were facing this self-same thing without ever having chosen it. And how much worse must that be? And that was what he was trying to prevent by this mad alliance with the Parthenon. It was inside the ship now. The hairs on his neck prickled as it padded down the empty aisle between the vacant seats. He couldn't turn his head. He'd die if he laid eyes on it. He knew that with a burning, primal certainty. Same old, same old. The standard pressures of a working day. You know, the usual. And out. The Hale burst out into the reel, and abruptly his ears were full of the sounds of human company, a shipload of Partheni whose prior experience of unspace had been safely sedated in a suspension couch. Some of them were weeping. Some gasped. Others were talking too fast, trying to reassure themselves that it was over. And a few were silent. He checked the medical readouts. Nobody had died on these test flights yet. No seizures, no aneurysms, no coronaries. The Parthenon vats turned out robust hearts and minds. But it was always a possibility. He twisted around to see them, all those similar faces pulled in different directions by their solitary trauma. Grave was looking at him. She wasn't the only one, but it was her eyes he met. Some of the others had an accusing look, loathing the colonial who'd put them through that, accusing him mutely of enjoying it. Not Grave. She was one of the still ones. Her face was without expression. He threw up a view of their surroundings on the common screen, along with coordinates, letting that sink in. Every other unspace trip they'd taken would have been on a throughway, system to system, along paths set down by some unknown civilization that had vanished from the universe long before any of the current spacefaring cultures had evolved from single cells. A halfway competent navigator could set a ship bobbing on the current of a throughway and then retire prudently to their pod to sleep out the voyage. But here they were, having come into the real in the middle of nowhere. And the view was of the stars with not a planet to be seen, the deep void where nobody went. This was Idris's playground, and without a mind like his, no ship would ever find its way out of it. They were 100 light-years from anywhere. Even a distress call would take a lifetime to reach anyone.
10 minutes is all I can spare you. Then we're doing it again, he told them. I'm sorry. We need the data. I'm really sorry.
Some of them needed help to walk off when the hail finally returned to the series. He'd made 8 jumps before his nerve broke, and he'd had to take them back. He knew the pattern from past test flights. Partheni's stoicism had kicked in, the women clutching at each other's hands every time they returned to the real, but clamping down on their emotions more each time until they could give him, the foreigner, perfectly bland Partheni looks. He knew that they'd let it out when they were with their sisters, with their counsellors, but he'd made himself the enemy by then, and they understood how to face up to an enemy. Grave just stared at him, until it was him looking away. Back on the ship, he wanted to debrief them, talk to them, find something reassuring to say, but he was being hauled away to a meeting with Monitor Felicity. "Menhir Telemmier," she said, "we will be reporting a successful first stage shortly, but we wish to show our findings to you for comment before we did so." She brought up a wall full of displays, neurograph activity, which he could make nothing of. "This is yours," she explained, "from a previous flight, you understand, but consistent with readings from all flights."
What am I looking at? He frowned. There are gaps. Is this... The machine doesn't work properly in unspace. Is that right? So, doesn't that just mean all of this is junk data?
"There are gaps," Felicity agreed. "Here is the reading for candidate Myrmidon Clarity. No gaps, you see, from the same equipment. Much trauma, upset, psychological harm suffered, just as with them all, but a complete reading." Seeing his own trauma and harm recorded there, apparently no less extreme despite all the callousing, was less than inspiring.
You're saying there are holes in my head?
He'd meant it as a joke, but by the time the words were out, they didn't sound funny. "These are when you are in unspace." Felicity highlighted areas of the display, rotating the 3D depiction back and forth. "Holes, Menhir." He must have looked blank still, because Felicity's expression veered to the impatient, and she elaborated. "This is you interfacing with unspace, your mind ceasing to interact with the real. You go where we cannot measure, then come back. It's the first time we have ever observed this. We do not know if the colonials ever considered the possibility in their desperate scramble to produce you, but our cognoscentes hypothesized such a thing." She sounded very pleased about that. "Now, observe." She replaced the displays with another set, mostly indistinguishable.
You're going to have to help me here,
Idris said weakly. "Here." A highlight. "Here and here. Your graph here. But see this. The gaps. Less than yours, far less, but there are moments of unrecording, where the mind is out of contact with the real, with the instrument. You see?" He remembered where the name tag of Myrmidon Clarity had been, and squinted at this one. Cognoscenti Grave, Bathory Sorority, Medusa Division.
What does Medusa Division do?
He asked slowly. "Long-distance scan and threat detection," Felicity told him, and then in a different tone. "She was in an incident. The battery suffered damage. She suffered damage. Trauma. It was not believed she would recover, but she did, despite a period of lost brain activity. Idris digested this, feeling despair rising slowly in him.
Well then,
he stuttered out, but the enormity of the problem was choking him.
But that's useless then, because the whole point of this was to find a lineage of Partheni with an affinity for void work, so we could produce ints without murdering 90% of our candidates. And now you tell me the only reason she's reacting like this is some fluke head injury? That's no use. This isn't success.
He ended up shouting at her, top of his voice, the crazy colonial, or else the demented intermediary whose mind had been broken by too many jaunts into unspace. His puny fists were clenched, and he stood to the fullest extent of his 170 centimetres. She just stared him down, and he ended up feeling ashamed and hot, a child coming out of a tantrum. This is today's data, Felicity went on, as though none of it had been said. He saw another wall of impenetrable readings, save that he knew what to look for now. There were a handful of images with the telltale gaps. One was Graves. All of the same germline, she explained. Most are not encouraging, but you will see a handful. Graves' injury may have made her more receptive, but it reflects an underlying sympathy. It has led us to what we sought. So yes, Mynheer, this is a success. We will begin assigning candidates to the programme now. We have some data from the original intermediary process, gathered in over time, or even shared during its early years. A slight smile. Some of it mentions you and your classmates by name. Perhaps you would be interested in reading their reports on you.
No, Idris said promptly, and then, and you mean volunteers, yes? When you say assigning, volunteers, that was the deal. My first and foremost and most important condition. Because it's no use otherwise.
There was too long of an awkward pause before Felicity said, Every daughter of the Parthenon is proud to serve.
No, he told her again, that isn't... No, listen, it has to be volunteers. Firstly, because if you just conscript people like the liaison board does, then the architects won't listen to them. They know. They understand compulsion because they are compelled. I've told you this. So send a bunch of forced drafts out and you'll win nothing. And your conscripts will likely die. I mean, they'll likely die anyway from past experience. You've seen what they had to do to me to keep me alive. But, and secondly, drawing himself up again, for what little that ever achieved, I won't do it. I won't help you if you just order people. It's got to be volunteers who know the risks, that there's a good chance they'll just die before you can turn them into working ints, no matter what precautions we've taken. And if they become an int, it means doing what we did today over and over, the horror of it, over and over. That will be their life. They have to know that and have a free choice. They have to, or I won't do it.
A cool moment of Partheni disdain for the temperamental colonial, and then Felicity said, You are, of course, free to speak to every candidate advanced for the next stage of the programme. You may ask them if they consent to serve the Parthenon in this way. We are not the colonies, to deal in leash contracts and such things. He imagined the range of free and frank answers he, a colonial stranger, would receive from the solidarity of the Parthenon recruits. He had a wretched feeling in his gut that he had made a very poor decision and was in too deep to unmake it. A day later, Chris was back from Ishmael and a court dispute that seemed to have been unusually tumultuous. She, of all of them, seemed to have adapted to Partheni life well. She got on with the people, and Idris knew she'd enjoyed quite a few liaisons with sisters curious about certain aspects of colonial life. She came to see him, and they sat side by side on his bed, in the room he had all to himself, that odd luxury no native Partheni enjoyed. He just tumbled the words out, all that had happened, the success of the project, and where that was now leading. He knew Chris would set her mind to it, and if anyone could insert some fail-safes into the system, it would be her. But she would be up against the mechanized momentum of the Parthenon, and he wasn't sure even a keen legal mind could last long against that. Chapter 5. Ollie. After it was over, which came remarkably close to when it began, Ollie took stock. She reckoned the guy with the coxcomb of orange hair was probably not going to make it, unless he had some friends who could get him over to the Med Alhambra stall in double time. The woman with the serrated knife had a broken arm, and her friend with the big nose had a matching leg, plus the nose wasn't going to set straight, unless he got a really good medic to look at it. Those were her personal contributions to the fight. Solace had lamped quite a few of the others, and kicked one big man in the peripherals sufficiently hard that even Ollie had winced at it. Kit, playing to his strengths, had stayed hidden under the table. She hadn't actually killed anyone at least, though, as noted, Drill 17's medical facilities were in sudden high demand. She was proud of her restraint, frankly. She was also pissed off that it had come to this, because the shaven-headed man had got right under her skin with all that traitor talk. He then made himself scarce, apparently, as she didn't see him stretched out on the ground anywhere. Solace hadn't killed anyone either. Mr. Punch had spent the whole fight slung across her back. Everyone got a restraint award. She had the accelerator out now, though, because security had belatedly turned up. 3 armoured Hani were regarding the Partheni leerily, insofar as Ollie could decode their body language. Thankfully, Kit chose that moment to reappear, and began to clear things with them. Hanalambra tended to be hands-off when it came to aliens in their spaces, ignoring the problem if they possibly could. With the fight over, and the more numerous losing side absenting itself to go lick its wounds, they were plainly happy to forget any of it ever happened. They didn't like the look of Mr. Punch, however, mostly because of the structural damage the weapon could cause. Kit was trying to attract Solace's attention. "There is a need for us. Great urgency required," his translator snapped out. "We haven't got an answer yet. I need to send out to the next packet," Solace told the jittery Hani. "Dreyfus doesn't think I've got Partheni High Command back on the Vulture, does she?" "Called to the cellar, effective immediately," Kit told her flatly. "Single transmission, cut short, no further comms. Come on now." And he was already heading towards the maze of tunnels that led, inter alia, back to Dreyfus. "I don't understand." Solace was still dragging her feet a bit, perhaps scenting a trap, but Ollie got it. "Move," she said, and pushed forwards, double time, the Hani tapping along in her shadow and Solace running to keep up. "What is it?" the woman demanded. "Means Dreyfus is in a bad way." "Actually dead?" "Or close to. Maybe some other bidder didn't want to take no for an answer." They found the door to Dreyfus's compartment had been forced. Solace slowed as they approached it, Mr. Punch to her shoulder, nose wrinkling. Ollie sampled the air. The mix suggested she was smelling burnt flesh. Priority access to the armed and dangerous, Kit suggested prudently. Ollie let the scorpion muscle her forwards. She was by no means invulnerable in the frame. Indeed, one of the arms was broken at the elbow after the bar fight, and there was a list of other warnings, old and new. She'd need to sort these out when she had access to her tools and remotes back on the Vulture. It made her feel invulnerable, though. She was barely at the door when Solace barked out a challenge behind her, and she heard running feet. Someone had been keeping an eye on the door from one of the other corridors, and now they were off, with Solace after them. Ollie wheeled the scorpion, seeing Solace skid around a corner, and then throw herself right back as a handful of projectiles made a pepper-pot series of holes in the facing wall. The Partheni levelled Mr. Punch carefully, listening and calculating, and then fired, not around the corner, but into it. Ollie heard the eerie singing sound of the weapon's little projectiles, accelerated to ridiculous speeds, punching effortlessly through the walls, and then making a mess of the man on the far side. Solace remained very still for a few moments, and then cautiously peered round the corner. Ollie patched into Solace's helmet camera and recognised the sprawled body as the shaven-headed son of a bitch who'd called her out in the Skagerrak. Good, she decided vindictively. Go pick up the pieces with Kit. I'll check on Dreyfus. But Dreyfus was dead. Ollie felt a surprising pang at that. She'd barely met the woman, but she'd liked her, piracy or not, or perhaps because of the piracy. It was a hard thing to outlive your own legend, especially as a spacer. To end up dead in a hole like Hismin's moon, after all that life and time, seemed a bitter waste. She hadn't died easy. There were 6 other corpses to keep her company, and they were the source of all that savoury roast meat smell. Ollie could see the ports on Dreyfus's walker frame now, mostly because the weapons had melted their own mountings in their fury. Several of the crates and containers showed scorch marks, but they were all rated to withstand the vicissitudes of space travel with contents intact. And about half of them had been opened, presumably as many as the surviving attackers had needed to search before finding the thing they were after. The thing we were after too, damn sure. Most of the roasted dead guys had nativist badges, she saw with a sinking feeling. They looked of a piece, all crew of the same ship maybe, save for one, a woman lying curled around a handful of gunshot wounds by the door, out of the arc of fire. The old pirate had ended up on her side, half spilled from her frame. She'd been shot, like the woman by the door, but her body was riddled with multiple wounds. If she'd been burning up the room at the time, her opponents probably hadn't been given a chance for witty repartee or pinpoint sniping. Her dead face was set in an expression of bloody-minded belligerence, and Ollie liked that. Died as you lived, you old piece of leather. Kit had been following some procedure, apparently sent to him in the pirate's last communication, but he'd come up empty. It is my opinion that the requisite goods have been removed. This is my surprised face, Ollie said flatly. Guess these clowns didn't want to pay up. Although they'd paid, sure enough. Where's security in all this? Payments were made to them, Kit explained, and then clarified, from the account of Dreyfus, for non-interference. So she could cook who she wanted to if need be, Ollie considered. Guess she paid to shut off the fire alarms too, right? With a bit of pique, because, fast and loose as spaces were, there were corners you didn't want to cut when you were generating your own air bubble. Company, said Solace from outside the room, and Ollie spun the scorpion about, ready for another pack of bruisers to turn up asking for a beating. Instead, though, the Partheni was escorting a single man, not quite pointing Mr. Punch at him. His own gun, a nasty-looking little magnetic that would go invisibly into an inside pocket, was dangling at the end of his arm. He was tall, ill-dressed, a narrow, suspicious man with a narrow, suspicious face. It took her a moment to place him. "Oh, crap," she said. "You're the spook. Man Thursday, or whatever you said your name was." "Havea Mundi, Intervention Board. Hello, Madame Timo. A delight to see you too. What the fuck have you done here?"
"All culpability is entirely elsewhere. Authorizations have been duly filed," Kittering declared, sounding quite offended.
"Well, we knew Hugh was here. They send you because of us?" Solis asked.
Mundy shrugged. "You think they tell me anything?"
He looked from one to the other of them, maybe trying to work out just where they stood. He'd had them all up for questioning before, that one time when the vulture god had been caught by a mordant house vessel. And then there'd been Berlenhof, when he'd broken rules to get Idris back to their ship so he could go save the planet. Presumably, as the planet had actually ended up saved, Mundy hadn't got his ass fired or his head shot for that.
"I should just follow you clowns around," Mundy remarked, without acrimony. "Find all the trouble in the galaxy that way."
His voice tailed off, and a moment later he lunged forwards, pushing past Ollie incautiously, enough that she could have snipped a limb off him with the scorpion's tail pincer. He ended up kneeling beside the shot woman, and his face lost its casual expression.
"One of yours," Solis commented, and not a question.
Ollie reckoned the Partheni had seen this play out enough before to know it.
Mundy stood up, taking in the bodies, the badges. She saw his lips move, sub-vocalizing.
The Hanny open net showed a transmission, coded but interceptable. She wasn't a spook, and it wasn't her business, though. Most likely he was touching base with the rest of his team. Then he looked at the sprawled body of Dreyfus.
"This was the cellar? I expected a Hanny."
And Ollie actually caught the moment when something clicked inside his head. Then he was squeezing past her again, trying for brisk, but just a little too shaken to hide it entirely.
"I need to file some paperwork," he told them. "Probably you do too. And don't let them kid you that rig security won't be here. They're just letting their contractual cooling-off period elapse. I wouldn't be here when they do make a showing. 7 dead bodies, even human bodies. He's going to set some feet tapping."
8, Solis corrected automatically, and then visibly remembered she was an intelligence agent for the Parthenon now, and shouldn't just volunteer information to the nominal enemy. The 8th was the man who'd shot at Solis. He didn't have any nativist insignia on him, just another skinny guy in shipboard clothes.
Mundy stared down at the body for a few moments and then simply said, "Paperwork," in a tight voice.
He looked at them once more, a government man well aware that he and his opposite numbers were outside their jurisdictions and any rule of law.
"Be seeing you, no doubt,"
he put in, and strode away, long-legged, just close enough to hurrying that Ollie reckoned he'd break into a run the moment he got round the corner. Havea Mundy broke into a run. He was already signalling the Griper, sending the codes that would lock the ship down so that nothing short of a dedicated hacking specialist could get it moving again, which Kenyon wasn't. Lombard could have done it, but he had apparently got himself into a shooting war with the Parthenon, because that was his body Solis had shown him, torn up by her accelerator rounds. Havea had been juggling all sorts of theories right about then. The nativists had Kenyon and had killed Reams. The Vulture God crew had Kenyon and had killed Reams. Reams had been with the nativists, and the cyborg had killed her. Except the weapons tech maths only went one way, when he was given a moment to catch his breath and consider it. The nativists had burned. Poor Reams had died gut-shot from regular percussive weapons. Solis carried that damned accelerator because she was a Partheni and didn't understand things like subtlety or concealable guns. And if Timo and her warframe had got involved, then the evidence would have been clear enough, painted all over the room. Conclusion: the nativists had shot Reams. There were certainly various factions and blocks within the colonies who could whip up a gang of thugs with badges and dagger tattoos to go do their dirty work. Given he had no idea what was in the stolen data, it was easy to see that any number of individuals and cliques might have an interest in it, which left Kenyon maybe captured or maybe lying somewhere else, dead but out of sight. Except Hervea had sent Reams off with Kenyon, while he went back to help out Lombard in the bar fight, where he'd found a bunch of crunched nativists and the Vulture God crew, brutally victorious, already out the door, and heading back down here. More to the point, Lombard was nowhere to be seen, and not answering hails. Kenyon had not really wanted Reams along, despite her expertise in dealing with the Hanny, and Hervea had skated over that, because a lot had been going on at the time. What was it the man had said, or got part way through saying? "I won't need that, Chief," referring to Reams's expertise. And why not? Because the seller wasn't a Hanny, but a human, or most of a human, plus a bunch of mismatched metal parts. That hadn't been in anybody's brief to Hervea. He'd gone ahead on the likelihood of a Hanalambra dealer, here on this Hanny station, at the edge of Hanny space. Natural baseline assumption. Kenyon had known, though. Hervea's second had been given a brief more expansive than his own, and he was not now lying gutshot next to Reams. So, Hervea locked down their ship, the Griper, and for a yawning second thought he was too late, and it had gone. But apparently either Kenyon wasn't that quick, or it wasn't his plan. The ship confirmed his instructions. It wasn't going anywhere without him. He tried Kenyon after that. All innocent, just checking in, have you seen Lombard? No response. Kenyon wasn't dumb, and he was obviously treating his current adventures as entirely off-book. He and those crispy roasties back in the cyborg's parlour had probably been in on it together, and Kenyon had let them take the heat, literally, after they'd shot up Reams for him. And then Kenyon, along with whoever he had left, had grabbed the goods and ran. Or else they hadn't, and Hervea had been played, and left Solace and the Parthenon in possession of it. But barring a marked increase in their tradecraft, he'd heard their candid bafflement as he came in. He was running entirely on gut instinct now. Kenyon had it. Kenyon was still on the moon, still at Drill 17. And Hervea was running for the docks. All those nativists would have a ship, or ships. Most likely Kenyon's plan had always been to bug out and hitch a ride with his allies, back to whoever had suborned him. And of course, he was way ahead of Hervea, and would be off-planet before his erstwhile boss could intercept him. But Hervea still ran, because running was what you did in these circumstances. He had his slate out as he hustled along, paying for camera access at the docking bay, passing the view across the messy slew of ships. Maybe he'd even see his treacherous subordinate boarding. He could at least put out the alert on Mordaunt House channels, assuming those weren't compromised too. But something was going on at the docks. There was a fair-sized freighter there, the sort that could be carrying quite a large crew of mercenary nativists, and quite a large number of mercenary nativists were currently standing outside it, disarmed and angry, and with their empty hands held clearly visible. Ringing them were a full score of Hanny, armoured and armed. Drill 17's security had kicked into action, and Hervea could only assume the local Kybernet had seen exactly what had gone down in the cyborg's lair, and identified the culprits and their ship faster than anybody had anticipated. Right now, nobody was going anywhere in that hulk, not until somebody coughed up reparations, which meant, as Kenyon wasn't amongst the angry faces he could see, he was still in residence, and without a ride. Havea threw some more of the departmental budget at the Kybernet, buying more surveillance. One eye showed him the Vulture God crew on their way back up behind him, looking disgruntled enough that he knew they didn't have the goods. A handful of viewpoints scanned the Skagerrak, as well as other public places such as the market. He stared, looking for one face amongst many, for a man dressed like a spacer, but not quite carrying himself like one. At last, there, amongst the pop-up stalls, beside the Med Alhambra kiosk, he found Kenyon, haggling with an unsympathetic-looking crewman. He saw them reach agreement on Kenyon's passage off-moon for what had obviously been more largesse than he'd wanted to part with. "And don't think you're claiming that on expenses." He tried to query the crewman's identity, but that was apparently not something the Kybernet was willing to give him. It was easy enough to track Kenyon between the market and the dock, though. "How much for absolution?" he sent to the Kybernet. A large sum, but not quite the value he'd have assigned to a human life. Another hand dipped into the department's pocket, and he was going to have a fun old time filing the relevant accounts. Item: station authorization to gun down my subordinate. He stretched his legs, picking up speed, and was able to get to the field just narrowly ahead of Kenyon. He felt his internal dispenser give him a calming dose. He was not the sort of agent particularly happy with casual violence, unlike Kenyon, apparently. He hoped he gave the impression he'd been waiting there for a while, utterly in control of the situation. More likely he looked too dishevelled and was breathing too heavily for it. The look on Kenyon's face was short on surprise. "Right then," the man said. Havea had his gun out, just to establish what sort of team meeting this was going to be. Kenyon didn't, because he hadn't realised he was going to that kind of meeting, but he was very obviously within a hair of going for it. "You reach in and pluck it out very carefully, and then kick it somewhere. We're going back to the Griper," Havea said. "Right now I've got 2 members of the team dead, and I'm going to need some input from you to explain that for my report." Kenyon nodded, and Havea could see instantly that there was no cooperation in the man. His reaching for the gun was textbook careful, and Havea even had the time to tell him twice just how serious he was. But then, he'd never shot a fellow agent, and maybe Kenyon knew that. The reaching was slow and steady enough, in fact, for a half-dozen Hanny to bustle out onto the field, scurrying between them without noticing the human tension going on. Kenyon took his chance, hooked his gun out, and tried to get it pointed at Havea. If the interruption had come from their own species, and therefore height, maybe it would have worked. Instead, Havea shot him over the eye-crowns of the startled Hanny, aiming for a shoulder, an arm, but instead ploughing 2 magnetically launched projectiles into his chest. Kenyon was punched off his feet, and Havea waded through the scattering Hanny to get to him, already reaching for the emergency kit on his spacer tool belt. He got the stabilizer shot into Kenyon's chest, then fumbled for the coagulant and anti-shock, until he realized the man was already dead. He knelt there a long while, as the Kybernet confirmed its authorization for the death, and that security had been stood down. It was hard work, hauling the corpse over to the Griper, now reactivated and with its systems powering up. When he had Kenyon inside, though, a search of him revealed a data cylinder, all its coded seals intact, the data within untouched. It wasn't much to set against the betrayal and the loss of his entire team, but he could go back to Larry with at least a vestige of professional pride. Chapter 6. Ollie. "That," Ollie declared, with the authority of someone with long experience, was a clusterfuck. Solace nodded unhappily. They were in the Skagerrak again, post-mortem time, and the only bonus being it wasn't any of their mortems. An exhaustive search of Dreyfus's room had confirmed the sealed data was very definitely not kept there anymore. Whoever had done for the old pirate had got away with it. Some colonial faction, though apparently not Mordaunt House, just some group of randoms who happened to have nativist sympathies. It was an easy creed to sink into, if you didn't want to have to think about it much. Albeit still a minority amongst the spacers, who tended to deal with non-colonials and indeed non-humans every day, and who often ran multi-species crews. Nativism was rooted in the heartlands of settled colonies, where the throughways led only to other human-dominated worlds, and if you saw a Hanny, or some hegemony alien on planet, it was a notable event. Later on, after they'd done a lot of fruitless running around, word reached them that someone who sounded a lot like Agent Mundy had gunned down some spacer type on the docking field, an event that had become mixed up in a security action against a human-crewed ship. They'd tried to piece the bits together and come up with something short of a whole egg, but it seemed possible that Mundy now had the goods. He'd also quit the rig, and nobody much fancied trying to jump a Mordaunt House agent inside the colonies. More failure, therefore. It probably wouldn't have come off anyway, Solace decided. Sound commercial transaction, however, Kit offered, and Ollie nodded along. We don't take retirees, the Partheni said, or like pirates, either. Her tone suggested she had liked this one, maybe a little bit. We can't just support a bunch of people who want to immigrate in their old age. The Parthenon works because every part of it fits. I think my superiors would have said no. After all, there's no guarantee this data is even worth it, for all it was sung about as something special. I don't recall you giving us that spiel when Idris offered to come and help you out, Ollie observed. But you're not trying to just live off us. Solace's hands made abortive gestures, trying to describe the difference. You're not us. Because if you live in our fleet, as a permanent fixture, you have to be us. Some colonials have done it, those who preferred our ethos. But it's not a free ride, and a few have bounced right back when they realise that we work. We don't welcome some defecting academic with flower garlands and chocolate. It's... She shook her head with a slight smile. I remember one of them I heard protesting. It's amazing how someone can support your culture and ways absolutely up until the point you ask her to actually live by them. But that's not you. You're your own people. We have an arrangement. Kit there and Chris, they made sure of that. Indubitably, Kit agreed. Still screwed if there's a war. Can't just waltz back to the colonies then, Ollie pointed out. There won't be a war. The architects are back. We'll be allies again, like we were over Berlenhof both times, Solace insisted, fielding the drinks an aging rotary drone piloted over. She was drinking caffeinado, the hegemony relaxant. Ollie had the proverbial spacer moonshine, of which the Skagerrak brewed its own particularly eye-watering brand. Kit chose Migo, something like a bowl of purplish sand that his mouthparts sifted contemplatively. War breaking out, a return to regular habits would be appropriate, he explained, his shield arms waving magnanimously. Arms running, smuggling, the shadow markets all greatly increase in such times. But I am captain in those circumstances. Since the death of its previous owner, Rollo Rostand, the captaincy of the Vulture God had been something of a movable feast, with Ollie currently wearing the nominal hat. Heard worse ideas, she considered. Left to her own devices, she would have signed on under a Hanny before the goddamned Parthenon, but it had been that or abandon Idris, and Idris was the one with irreplaceable talents. A large group of angry people turned up then, shadowed by Hanny security, and most of them with blue and white badges on show. The crew of the freighter that had been embargoed was now free to roam, so presumably indemnities had been paid. They'd obviously all taken a hit out of their personal pay packets, and Ollie reckoned the odds were good that they would drink their way straight into another fine-inducing infraction. "Reckon we should make a move," she suggested, and added, as Solace nodded, "Don't envy you the report you have to file." Then the Partheni's glum expression made her feel mean for needling, which was ridiculous, given the woman was a representative of a military superpower poised to obliterate the colony's way of life any moment. But she seemed so weirdly clueless half the time. The other half, of course, she was punching or shooting someone. Speaking of clueless, be good to catch up with the others again. Bet you're looking forward to seeing Idris again. She actually meant it halfway kindly this time, not a word of a lie. But Solace flushed and scowled, and plainly took it for more bitch talk, and Ollie wasn't going to get all touchy-feely and disabuse her. Ollie couldn't even work out just how much of an item the pair of them were. Maybe a random liaison with some colony's man was within tolerance for a Partheni out on the town, but it had probably got awkward now Idris was a fixture at home. Ollie, who preferred to keep her liaisons to the commercial or the casual, couldn't really imagine how much the Partheni rumour mill was turning right about now. They crossed to the docking field just as the planet was coming into view. A veiny gas giant, like an infected testicle, crawling up the horizon of Hismin's moon, and leaving precious little of the sky free of its malign radiance. "Ah, yes," Ollie thought, "the space is life. See the wonders of the cosmos." On that subject, they boarded their own spectacularly unlovely ship and plotted the throughways that would take them back to Partheni-controlled space. Havea. By that time, Havea was indeed not only off Hismin's moon, but out of the system entirely, in suspension, after dropping into the yawning void of unspace and confirming his course. The throughways would carry the Griper from nexus to nexus like currents in a sea, until he washed up in the real in-regions more securely controlled by colonial humanity. At Berlenhof, in fact, where he would have one hell of an awkward report to file. For a handful of lost hours, his mind was sedated beyond the reach of the unspace bugbears that drove people mad. Since running into Telemmier, he'd often wondered how it must be for the Ints, who didn't get that luxury. Maddening, presumably. Certainly Telemmier himself had always seemed on a knife edge, either shrinking away or exploding if you pressed him. Still, a decent man, by Havea's assessment. He'd done the right thing, saved a lot of lives, both in the First War and now. But a good man on a knife edge could end up doing a lot of bad things. He took in the Berlenhof comms babble before announcing his presence, an old and robust habit. No war with the Parthenon, plenty of public reassurances about working towards opposing the architects together. But the back-channel chat suggested to Havea things weren't as rosy between the two power blocks as the medio-type faces were making out. More than a few hegemony types were brought in as talking points, robed men and women trying to interpret the intentions of their alien god overlords in much the same way as people had once tried to divine the future from the flight of birds. After all, the hegemony was part of this conflict too now, though they were being slow to actually liaise or cooperate with anyone. Once he felt confident there were no surprises in the news, he sent the appropriate codes through to Mordaunt House, or at least the orbiting offices that still carried that nickname, even though the department had moved out of the groundside building long ago. The Intervention Board, in formal speech, a big, shady umbrella for everything from police investigations to the dirtiest of dirty tricks. He received a comms request almost immediately, and went through the usual dance of code and countercode before accepting it, bracing himself for the skin and skull face of Chief Larry, never the most pleasant sight straight out of unspace. Except it wasn't her face. There was a man, square-jawed, grey short hair, a thick neck. Havea blinked at him for a moment before placing him. "Mynheer Bilardi, good to see you," with a tonal qualifier to indicate that it was also a surprise. This was Larry's direct line, after all. "Agent Mundy." Havea knew Bilardi from the internals sub-department, keeping tabs mostly on hegemonic influence, as the cult tried to chisel off-worlds for the greater glory of their masters. A man who was decidedly senior to Havea himself, but a step below Larry, except that... He double-checked the credentials, feeling a nebulous sinking sensation. Hard to exactly put a finger on what he didn't like, save that he didn't like it. "My apologies, Chief Bilardi," he noted. "My congratulations. Might I ask, though?" "I'd think you should be thanking your lucky stars, Havea," Bilardi said jovially. "We've all felt the lash of old Larry from time to time. You didn't have to sit in on the budgetary meetings with her. She's been reassigned. Something a bit more backseat, given her long service. I'm still getting up to speed myself, but I look forward to your report." "If you had any inkling about it, then you wouldn't," Havea thought sourly. But he nodded. "Be on your desk shortly, Chief." The report and desk would both be entirely virtual, but the old sayings died hard. "Did you get the goods?" Bilardi asked, "just so I can plan around it." "Yes," his mind flicking to the still-sealed cylinder. His eyes, however, were on the incoming messages, still the babble of news types and regular departmental chatter. And one other thing. "No, Chief, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The whole thing was a bust. I'll get the report in and you will, of course, take whatever action you feel appropriate." Bilardi nodded philosophically. "Right now you could have shot your whole crew and we'd still have a fresh assignment for you. All hands to the pumps." Either Havea masked the wince or Bilardi missed it. "I'm sending your next mission briefs through now. Final confirmation and need-to-know details to follow shortly. You've dealt with hegemonics before." "Not my favourite people." He'd been on the wrong end of one of their crime syndicates not long ago. Not exactly on the torture rack, but that was maybe because it had already been occupied by someone getting their skin pulled off. Literally. "Well, right now, we've got a business involving some people you've had contact with before, so you're a shoo-in for it. Local knowledge, right?" Havea moistened his suddenly dry lips. Obviously, that description covered hundreds of reprobates, intelligences, and general space-going scum, not to mention a small number of actual upright citizens. "So, why does the goddamned vulture god leap to my bloody mind exactly?" When the contact with Bilardi had closed, and his dispenser had given his heart another soothing dose, he opened the message from Larry. It had come in over an old private channel, a wartime leftover only Larry still used. Everyone else who'd had a hand in its creation had died of time or violence. The message had come in with the label Code Blank, which meant deep cover. It meant carry on being the person they think you are, but from that moment, make it an act. It meant believe nothing they tell you. Havea stared at it for a long time before decrypting and reading the contents. He knew he had no tools to work out whether this was a real threat to the colonies that it was his duty to resist, or whether it was Larry playing departmental games after being ousted and taking Havea down with her. The contents were simple. Play along. Do what they say. I know you have it. Open and analyze. Find out why it's important. I will contact. Secure in the silence of space, Hervé yelled out, "Fuck!" at the inside of the Griper, because he hated this side of the business. He still didn't know if Larry was on the level, but this at least wasn't a naked power grab in sheep's clothing. And he did want to know what the hell was in the cylinder. He set to composing his report for Bellardi, in which he wouldn't be able to obscure the deaths of the entirety of his team. At the back of his mind, the buried data in the cylinder burned like an ember, demanding his attention. Solace. The series didn't have a foreigner's quarter. There weren't enough foreigners for that on a Partheni garden ship. It was something Solace had never thought about, not when growing up surrounded by her sisters, not when fighting in the First War, not until she'd fallen in with the Vulture God crew and spacers in general. If someone had come to her back then and complained about her people being xenophobic, she'd have scoffed. Later, she'd have pointed at that blue and white nativist badge and turned the accusation right back around. But the thing about the nativists was that they stood out because the main run of colonial humanity, certainly the spacer end of it, was so generally accepting of just about anyone. And if a Partheni raised eyebrows, that was because they didn't get out into the galaxy much. They kept to themselves in their fleet-born societies, as self-sufficient as they could be, and conducting their business with other cultures at a polite arm's length. There was a lounge, basically, in the series. It was close to the specific hangar assigned for non-local use, and had a handful of dorms off it. There was only one bottleneck of a door leading from there to the rest of the ship, because visitors weren't encouraged to wander. The Solace of before wouldn't have spared the arrangement a second thought, just the natural way things were done. The Solace of now looked at it and saw a long-term problem. Unless the whole Parthenon took itself away into the universe with its newfound ints, assuming that was even a thing, they would always end up being the outsiders to everyone else, the less favoured trade partners, the people you stared at and spread rumours about, and maybe bilked if you felt daring. And because their isolation came with a heavy dose of military power, the people you were scared of. We need to open up, she thought. Then she considered the delicate balance of Partheni society as constructed by Dr. Parsifal and refined by succeeding generations. Where their relationship to other societies, the colonies in particular, was one of a valiant protector who couldn't quite understand why the gratitude didn't keep flowing in once the war was over. Could that survive a greater interchange of trade and people, and most especially of ideas? She thought about the way people like Ollie lived, which to a Partheni eye was inconceivably venal, grubbing about for profit at every turn, while at the same time desperately poor because there was no overarching society to provide even the most basic needs. Despite all that, it was attractive. There had been a moment, after Idris's defection, when it looked like Solace would be off the Vulture God and assigned to int wrangling, and she'd realised how much she'd miss pretending to be a spacer. One with the safety net of Partheni citizenship, admittedly, but still. How many of her sisters would feel the same way? How many of her sisters would it take to go native in the shadow boundary between the Parthenon and the colonial sphere, or the Hani, or the hegemony even, before the whole of the Parthenon started to grate on its bearings for want of maintenance? How much of a hothouse flower are we? There was no way of knowing until the blooms started to wither. You, Chris poked her in the arm, have said precisely 2 words since you got in. They were in that lounge by the hangar. Drinks and food were provided, for free, all part of the arrangement that had the gods seconded to the Partheni intelligence effort. Ollie, tactful enough to turn out in her walker frame for once and not the Scorpion, had a technician sat down and was outlining an outrageous list of upgrades and repairs she wanted done to the ship, most of which fell outside of what they were strictly due under their contract, most of which Solace would push to get done anyway, whilst at the same time being aware that in giving away free stuff, she was somehow not playing the game properly. A foot in both worlds. All very well until ship and shore start parting company. Kittering was crouched on a stool, printed out for Hanny convenience, playing some sort of game on a virtual screen projected from one shield arm. It was a Partheni standard, developed, weren't they all, from an educational tool, very good for logical training and quick decision-making. Kit was taking on 3 opponents across the ship and beating at least 2 of them hollow. Hanny had a cultural bias towards non-violent dominance solutions, and Kittering, in particular, was mad for games. Solace knew that his user ID had become notorious amongst the ferociously keen gaming cliques across the series' sororities, almost none of whom knew he wasn't a Partheni. "I'm sorry." She leant into Chris briefly, shoulder to shoulder, like she would have done with a sister off duty, surprised to find the woman had picked up the mannerism and pushed back. "Ollie said you're in trouble." "Probably. The mission didn't go well. None of the bodies were ours, but there were a lot of bodies. Some fight between colonial factions, probably." Solace gave herself an inward kick. "I should know Idris, then?" She was still feeling shy about asking, which was ridiculous. "He's, well, I was going to say sleeping, but we all know that's not true." Chris grimaced. "He's on his bunk, staring at the ceiling, probably. He's not doing so well." "No success with the INT program?" "Huh. Too much success." Chris glanced around. "I don't know where we stand with you. I mean, with you as an individual on this. But I'm just going to come out and say he's worried your people will be forced into the INT process, which, I'll remind you, isn't just attending some lectures and passing an exam. It's invasive therapy and brain surgery, where the best-case scenario is coming out a screw-up like Idris, with your head in pieces." She said it fondly, but they all knew it was true. Ints weren't stable at the start, and then they got to stare the void in the face for as long as they could bear it until they snapped. He's suddenly realised that the concept of volunteers might mean something different in a military dictatorship. Sorry, okay, not the right term, but... Solace waved away the words. "I don't know what I can say to help, Chris. I mean, we're all glad to serve. That's the line, right? If someone came to me and said, 'We want you to serve by getting your head shuffled, and the Parthenon really, really needs you to agree to this,' I don't know how they're going to deal with it." "Is there anything comparable from the war?" Chris asked her. "Suicide missions or the like, that they wanted volunteers for? I mean, I've met enough of you people to know you're not like ants. You're, real people, individuals, underneath the cultural conditioning, not all falling over each other to throw yourself into the meat grinder." She regarded Solace doubtfully. In the war, there wasn't an option. The original fight over Berlenhof occurred to her, when she'd lost her ship and most of her sisters. The Heaven's Sword had died when they'd gone up against the Architect, even though the Architect had died too. She'd only escaped because she was nursemaiding Idris the Int, and it had been her duty to evacuate him. At no point in the whole process had she ever thought, "Can't someone else do this?" Because literally everyone she knew was risking their lives in just the same way. There had been half a century of peace since, even though she'd been on ice for much of it. Maybe today's Partheni wouldn't have quite the same willingness to lay down their lives. Or maybe opposition to the insidious influence of Hugh had replaced the Architects as the motor for the patriotic mill. Not a good thing, if so. She sighed.
I can talk to my superiors. They will probably tell me it's not within my remit. But if I say it's crucial to maintaining Idris's cooperation, then maybe I can get some clarity for him, and not just the flat assurances they're probably giving him. But if people are being lent on, the future of the Parthenon, defense of humanity, architect threat. She looked mournfully at Chris. You ever consider that it's actually true? Whether they really want to volunteer or not? The Parthenon needs ints, yes. And right now the rest of the universe needs us to have ints. Because who else will beat the architects if not us? Hegemony, maybe? Chris shrugged. I mean, I take your point, but Idris won't. He came here because he wanted a cleaner program. If they could find a genetic lineage that was ready-made int-suitable, which they might just have done, by the way. But for him, part and parcel of that is that they've got to be willing, genuinely willing, or you'll lose him. She didn't go on with an and then. Solace didn't know what the and then would be. The Parthenon had Idris now, and his cooperation. If he withdrew that, would they let him just walk away? She hadn't realised Ollie was listening, but the specialist now chimed in. Maybe we take the whole circus elsewhere. Loud enough to prick the ears of every Partheni tech or ship crew in the room. Kit, how about it? The Hanny want to develop an int program. Kittering looked up from the display. I am mistaken as a spokesman for an entire species, very non-cosmopolitan. His translator managed to give him a suitably cranky tone, and Chris guessed one of his gaming opponents had him on the ropes. Idris, Chris said, and Solace nodded. Idris, I know, she agreed. Chris, I'll do what I can. No, Idris. He's over there. Chris nodded across the room to where the man stood in the doorway, looking just the same, really. Back in shabby spacer clothes and sandals, inward turned to the shoulders, as though he was continually in mid-flinch. His cavernous eyes sought Solace out across the room, and he mustered a scrap of a smile. Not killed you yet, then? Ollie greeted him. Pull up a stool. Other than kits, the Partheni tended to go for couches. They didn't have the colonial finicking about casual body contact, which Solace reckoned was a weird holdover from being crammed into the ships of the Polyaspora, fleeing their lost planets and constantly living in each other's armpits. Idris slouched over, but didn't sit, jittering from foot to foot. Trine's here, too, he said. Solace blinked. Right now? I haven't had a message from them. She and Idris were the only acquaintances that the Hiver scholar might conceivably be calling on. They'd both known Trine in the war, when the cyborg hive mind was serving as secretary and data analyst to the colony's research drive into the Originator ruins, because those ruins held some warding power over the architects, and at that stage in the war, such research had seemed humanity's only chance. They just pinged me. Expect an invitation. Ollie smirked. Maybe it's a formal do. Best clothes and best manners. Spoken with the relish of someone who had neither and didn't care. They're still pulling that ambassador scam. It's not a scam, Solace said primly. Some fairly arcane point of Hiver colonial treaty meant that high-status Hiver instances qualified as official emissaries from the embassy at need, which didn't mean Trine hadn't exploited that point shamelessly for their collective benefit more than once. Then her own comms flagged an incoming message. Trine, grab your coat, and on the heels of that, formal orders. Gather your crew, report for briefing. Trine had been Trine for a long time. Individual hivers tended to instantiate and then return to the assembly when their task was done, becoming part of the greater whole and sharing what they'd learned. Trine's task was the study of the originators, though, and that wasn't going to be done any time soon. Just like Idris and Solace, they were a relic of the war years. There probably wasn't another hiver anywhere that had been themselves for as long as Trine had been Trine, which led to a certain accumulation of eccentricities. As with all hivers, inside the barrel body of Trine's frame was a factory for bugs. They would have long replaced the units they'd donated to keep Idris's heart going. Their consciousness, the thing that considered itself Trine, was something constructed by and held between the totality of their many individual pieces.
"You are cordially invited," the hiver announced to them all, "to a holiday on Arc Palator. Holiday destination, very desirable. There is a pool and probably a casino or some similar low dive. And for Madame Timo, there will be alien things she can complain about."
Trine presented as a bipedal frame, bird-jointed legs with prehensile feet, supporting a torso that sported a rack of various-sized limbs sprouting from the centre of their chest. Their head was a bowl with a projected human face, an avuncular human male amongst colonials, but on the series they'd gone for what Solace mentally catalogued as maiden aunt. Their voice matched their visage, as richly human as speech software could make them. Solace queried the series' library, but Kittering was ahead of her. "Your intention, delegate. It's situated within the hegemony."
"Indeed. Exciting, isn't it?" "You want the god to take you somewhere?" Ollie asked blankly. "Why?" "To correct your misapprehension," Trine told them, waving various limbs. "I require the Parthenon to take me somewhere within the hegemony, with as much military pomp as the divine Essiel will allow, the most meagre part of which pomp is to be your own vessel, for reasons that shall become clear, but which mostly orbit around the talents of your regular navigator, as you might imagine. An invitation not to be missed has been extended to yours truly, but one I would rather take up equipped with a suitably armed retinue. Allow me to introduce you, therefore, to sunny Arc Palator, jewel of the hegemony, a place I, for one, have long salivated over visiting, or would have done had I the appropriate glands. Alas, colonial hegemonic relations have always been difficult, and such an opportunity has been denied me. But rejoice, for now the very Essiel have deigned to extend me an invitation to visit this glorious scholar's paradise."
"Cut the crap," Ollie broke in, and though Solace still winced, she somewhat agreed with the sentiment.
"You mean originator nonsense?" "More such nonsense, my dear Mesdames, than you can even comprehend. The single largest originator site anyone has ever discovered, a veritable lost city, subsequently recolonized by hegemonic citizens. They actually live in it. Imagine a dig site with all the comforts of civilization, and requiring urgent and immediate study by the universe's greatest minds and specialists, of which ours truly is, of course, amongst the most preeminent." "Because they lost a world to the architects, and their originator stuff doesn't protect them anymore," Ollie filled in. "So suddenly they're all up for anyone else to explain why their entire space empire is screwed." "Indirectly, yes, of course," Trine agreed cheerily. "Directly, however, well, if you would observe the image—" It was a view of a planet, presumably Arc Palator. Not groundside with the fabled originator ruins, but taken from past orbit, as though from a ship approaching, or, as seemed more likely, fleeing. Arc Palator had gained a moon. A crystalline moon, blindingly bright where the system's sun struck it. Its hemisphere that was turned towards the planet was a jagged forest of crystal spines, hundreds of kilometres long, reaching their sharp points towards the surface below. An architect, caught in the moment of murdering a world. "I think we're going to be too late to visit," said Chris, in the resulting hush.
"We understand your misapprehension, old former and future shipmate," Trine agreed, ebullient tones jarring in the face of what they were seeing. "However, this state of affairs remains current as of last transmission, and has been the case for 23 days, Earth standard."
"Because of the ruins," Idris said. His eyes were fixed on the image, on the architect. "They want to reshape the planet, but they need to remove the Originator presence before they can. A city, you say?"
"Architect constructs are currently dismantling and removing the site," Trine confirmed. "Hegemonic estimates are that the effort will take months, Earth standard. And in the interim—"
"There's an architect, just sitting there," Idris broke in. "Not attacking, not being fought. Just there."
"Thus amenable to study, as is the relationship between it and the Originator artifacts. As we discovered on Jericho, intermediaries have a unique insight into that. You have a unique insight, and you are the only int I can call on."
Trine made an expansive gesture with some of their arms.
"So, Cousin Telemmier and friends, I cordially invite you to become guests of the hegemony."
Part 2. Arc Palator. Chapter 7. Idris. It wasn't as simple as that, of course. Whatever Trine felt they were entitled to swan in and demand, the Parthenon were initially unwilling to just conjure up a warship to place at the Hiver's disposal. Moreover, they were even less willing to simply hand over Idris to the Enterprise. Idris himself got to sit in on a surprising amount of the argument. It was, he felt, something of a test case for the theoretical time when he himself would try to take his leave. Certainly, Monitor Felicity, his handler, was strenuously opposed to him heading off into hegemonic space, where anything might happen to him. Especially sharing a system with a colonial team and its own escort, not to mention whatever horrors the hegemony itself might suddenly conjure up. If it had just been Trine on their own, that would likely have been it. But Idris worked out soon enough that the archaeologist obviously brought some real diplomatic credentials to the table this time. The Hiver Assembly in aggregate, the cumulative repository of minds not currently separated out into individual bodies, was behind the venture, and that counted for a lot. The Parthenon and the Hivers went way back as political allies. Still, it seemed that nobody was going anywhere, even with some Partheni taking Trine's side, until one day Idris turned up for another wrangling match and found a single woman waiting for him. He knew her. Monitor Superior Tact, Solis's direct supervisor in the Aspirate, the Parthenon's intelligence service. "Mynheer Telemmier," she said. "Take a seat." She was a neat, compact woman, hard lines of experience on the stock Partheni features. She was, he guessed, about to lay down the law. Sitting with her, he couldn't escape the certainty that he'd been discovered doing something wrong, even though he hadn't. If she'd suddenly demanded he confess, he'd have invented some crime just to get her off his back. "Monitor Felicity is concerned about the INT program. Understandably so," she said, regarding him doubtfully, as though she couldn't quite bring herself to believe he was worth all the fuss, despite having sent Solis to recruit him. He fully understood, even agreed with her, and yet here they were. "It is the case that, now you have aided us in identifying a viable germline,
there is a certain amount of work that could go on in your absence, Mynheer, she observed. We have sufficient material from the original colonial research to begin work on our own first class of subjects. And before he could even make the objection, of volunteers, making clear Solace had reported his ongoing qualms to her. Tell me about Jericho, she said, leaning forwards intently, and he blinked. Jericho had been a nasty jungle world, with a big originator site, big meaning only a fraction of what Ark Palator apparently held. Visiting Trine there, Idris's eyes had been opened to the interaction between those ruins and unspace, detectable to his modified intermediary brain. It had been a revelation. Even on that brief visit, with a remarkable number of distractions, he'd learned so much. Tact listened to all of this, and he could imagine her shunting pieces of plan around in her head like puzzle blocks. He had become a source of potential intelligence against the architects, ergo very much within the aspirate's aegis, and he felt his future on a knife edge. Would Felicity succeed in keeping him here, whether he wanted it or not? Would Tact end up dispatching him on Trine's team, whether he wanted that or not? Which Partheni faction would prevail? Instead, at last, she just said, "And you, Mynheer?" He stared at her. "We have an opportunity here to win credit with the hegemony, to have a seat at a table otherwise only available to my opposite numbers in hue, to find a crack in the armour of the architects, if one exists. We could just give Delegate Trine their escort and trust to their mundane means, but right now we have something different. We have you, an intermediary who will speak to us here in the Parthenon and give us the weapons we need to defend our species from the enemy. But unless you are willing to do the job, there's no point risking you. And it will be a risk. While we now have the possibility of an intermediary program here, even without your continued assistance, my colleague Felicity would vastly prefer your return to aid in the refinement of that process and the training of her wards, or that you never leave in the first place. So it comes down to this, Mynheer. What do you want?" His stare intensified. "You're giving me the choice." "Let us say we are at least allowing your preference to influence our decision." He hadn't properly asked himself what he would prefer to do. The idea that it would be relevant had never occurred to him. When he opened his mouth, he genuinely wasn't sure what words might come out. "I want to go. With Trine," he said, and then had to stop and consider that, to work out why. It would take him away from the uncertainties of Felicity's INT program, of course. It would put some layers of distance between him and that source of guilt. But that wasn't it. He remembered Jericho. Mostly he remembered running for his life and being terrified of everything. Then he remembered that contact. Mind to world. Mind to biosphere. Mind to the echo of the originators. "I want to learn," he said. Tact regarded him, waiting for the rest of the words. "I don't want to learn," he corrected himself. "I mean, if I could just be blissfully ignorant about the whole business, then that would be, would be grand. But it's too late for that. And the more I learn, the more... There's something I can find out that will end the war. There's something behind the architects. It doesn't have to be this way, with them killing us and us killing us to make weapons to fight them. And maybe Ark Palator will be..." Wrestling for what he meant, his eyes begged Tact to understand. Menhir, I know, she told him frankly. With the way things stand between us and Hugh, the return of the architects couldn't have come at a worse time. That hadn't been what he meant, but it worked for her. I'll give you all the protection the hegemony will allow us to send into their space, Tact told him. I'll also ensure that Felicity has everything she needs to continue the work in your, hopefully brief, absence. But go find the architect's weak point, Menhir. Find out what strings there are that their masters pull. It was a short step from there to loading up the Vulture God with everything Ollie could scrounge from the series. There might well be a Parthenon warship accompanying them, but they were damned if it wouldn't have a beat-up old salvage craft in its belly for emergencies. Idris had expected an audience with Felicity any moment, to try and change his mind, and in truth, there was a fair chunk of his mind that would prefer to be changed. He didn't want to go to Arc Palator. He didn't want to share a system with an architect, or go before the alien Essiel that ruled the hegemony. He had none of Trine's ebullience about the whole business. It felt exactly like back when he'd been little more than a kid, putting his name down for the intermediary program. Back in the First War, when the architects had been twisting human worlds one at a time, with a lazy indifference to how many millions were still on them. Back when nobody had any hope, and every mad plan was worth a try. Idris had already heard that they were wrecking people's brains in an attempt to replicate whatever it was that made St. Xavien special. He hadn't wanted to have his own mind destroyed, of course he hadn't. But he'd signed up because you had to do that thing sometimes that was bigger than what you wanted. He didn't want to be the centre of the universe's attention. He wanted it to all be over. And maybe Arc Palator held the key to that. This was enough to tip the scales and get him on board. Oi! Ollie's shout broke him from his reverie. Visitor for you! Who is it? He looked around, expecting Felicity, or perhaps just a squad of myrmidons, to march him off somewhere. Who can tell? They all look the fucking same. Olian Timo, not winning any prizes for diplomacy. And there she was, just one young Partheni in a cognoscentes uniform. She flinched back from the loud colonial sitting in her walker with a fleet of drones flying around her. From Kittering, arguing over the manifest with Chris. From everything, really. He recognised that, even if it took him a moment to recognise her. He flinched like that too. Grave, he named her. The top of the class int candidate, the one whose brush with death had opened her mind up. The woman, he considered glumly, who might have condemned all her germline sisters to agony and torment. Menhir? She was wringing her hands, leaning away from the ugly bulk of the Vulture God as though the ship was about to fall on them. I wanted to... They said I could speak to you. I'm here. I'm not doing anything. That's fucking true, you slacker, Ollie shouted at him, because her drones had good audio receptors. He turned his back on her. I was talking to Myrmidon Executor Solace, Grave said, as though Idris's friend was a godlike figure, and such speech was borderline blasphemy. She said I should tell you that I said yes. He frowned. Grave looked so alone there, so small and damaged, that he wanted to reach out to her. Yet he was smaller and more damaged still. What could he do? Yes, to what? To the programme. And Solace said I should tell you, so you know I had the chance. He regarded her bleakly. You want to become an int, after we put you through unspace all those times? She nodded, too quickly, too forcefully, and he could see her eyes saying, no. But despite this, he believed her, because that duality was familiar to him. No, we never want to go, but we do it anyway.
He'd wanted to make sure this was her decision, no matter how conflicted, rather than a Partheni order. Maybe she would live. Maybe she would learn to see the universe like he did. And God help her if so. "Thank you," he said. And then Chris was calling for him to get aboard. Idris waking from suspension should have been a welcome relief. Another journey when he wasn't required to man the helm through the long torture of unspace. Except the general screwedness of his brain extended to his reaction to being put on ice as well. In his mind was the sense that he'd been lying helplessly awake in some vast silver place, denied movement or senses, in another kind of void. "Yes, yes," he told himself irritably, and then, quoting an old spacer song half the colonial sphere knew the words to, "We're all acquainted with the tragedy of being you." At least the couches in the Grendel's Mother were more comfortable than those of the vulture god. He sat up, just as a Partheni dashed in, calling, "Delegate Trine, you are needed at command." Around Idris, the rest of the vulture crew were grumpily sitting up too. Ollie tilted the angle of her bed, so she could wriggle into her walker frame, scowling at the indignity. Trine was not in a suspension pod. Instead, they had protocols to shut down their higher functioning while in unspace. Idris had a nasty turn when he saw the hiver had decided to do so, hanging from the room's top rail by their prehensile toes, like a huge metal bat. That was Trine's sense of humour, though, and an example of why individual hiver instances weren't generally allowed to run as long as they had. Trine's face appeared in the bowl of their head, right way up for their interlocutor, meaning upside down relative to their actual body. "Why is my self-bootstrapping being hurried, may I ask?" "Delegate, the hegemonic authorities in system will only speak to you." "Ah." Trine reached down with one leg, an improbable feat of gymnastics, and then dropped, balancing with a wobble. "Take me to your leader, Myrmidon." They stalked out of the room, the Myrmidon following. Chris propped herself on one elbow and yawned sleepily. "That bug farm needs an off switch," Ollie grumbled. "Would you not?" Chris asked her plaintively. "Quite aside from the entire bad taste aspect, we are literally here on their ticket." "And why? I never wanted to go to the hegemony." Ollie saw the eye roll that passed between Idris and Chris. "All right. Maybe I did want to see the hegemony a little. So long as that hook razor bastard isn't around. I mean, he's an outlaw, a criminal, right? Not likely he'll be hanging about where the cops actually are." "It's..." Chris started. "Yeah, complicated, I know." Because, just as with everything else, the divine Esiel's attitude to crime was opaque and not immediately comprehensible to humans. Kittering, emerging from a custom spherical pod, bolted awkwardly into the corner of the room, waved his mouthparts at them. "Look out the window," his translator suggested. Of course, there was no window, but Ollie patched into the Partheni system and showed them the world they were approaching. Arc Palator looked unfriendly. It was yellow and red, mostly, with no seas or bodies of water of any kind. The variegation of its surface was topological, plateaus and vast dry basins. It was an old world, Idris felt, and looked as though it was dying. The little scroll of Parsef alongside the image was the usual survey data, and he did his best to disentangle it. Chris had done better with the language over the last months, though, and she swore. Population of 3 billion, it says. Estimated. That prompted a thoughtful silence. Then, "Where's the thing?" from Ollie. "Patience," Kittering told her. He was crouched at the rim of his pod, 5 amber eyes fixed on the screen. There was an odd tension to him, readable to human eyes because Hanny body language tended to be writ large. They didn't do religion, Idris thought, but Kit seemed almost reverent or frightened. Awestruck was perhaps the best compromise term. Then it appeared. Their angled approach to the planet slung them around just enough, and the architect came about the edge of Archpalator like a moon. It fell into the harsh white light of the system's sun, and in that moment, a million rainbows shattered from its jagged crystal face. A miser's hoard of jewels, a murderous dragon that was its own treasure. "Oh," Chris said. Just that one word, as though she'd somehow forgotten why they had come. "Fuck," Ollie agreed. Kit was silent, still, staring. "I don't know if I can," Chris went on quietly. "I think this was a mistake." "Always," Ollie agreed again, all the punch gone out of her voice. "Twice I've been in the same system with one. 2 times too many." Idris, the veteran, forbore to comment. They couldn't not watch the approach, the angle of their view tilting until they were viewing the architect side on. The faceted curve of its back became clear, like a compound eye where each lens was 10 kilometers across, while its front was a forest of translucent mountains directed at the planet it intended to destroy. Or not destroy, even. That would have been more comprehensible. Rework, transfigure into a shape more acceptable to its exacting alien mind, or to the minds that directed its actions, Idris reminded himself. The one piece of information he'd carried away from Berlenhof. It wasn't exactly useful, right at this moment, but it was the only crowbar he had to prise open the question of why. "Where's the fleet?" Chris asked quietly. She'd been making her own inquiries of the Grendel's mother, borrowing its sensor data. "What fleet? The Hegemony are fighting?" Ollie wanted to know. "The evacuation fleet," Chris said quietly. "For the 3 billion people, or whatever actually lives on Palator. The fleet. To get them off." Idris queried for the same data. There were, of course, ships in orbit, docked at stations or just on their own recognizance. Quite a lot of ships in the Esiel's radially symmetrical geometry, plus a variety of other designs. Not what you'd need to evacuate billions, though. "Maybe they already did it," he suggested wanly. "It's been here a while already, they said." Ollie brought up another view, the mother's readings of heat and power and comms across the planet's surface. It was hard to read, given hegemonic tech remained a baffling mystery to outsiders, but clear in one particular. "If everyone's gone, they left all the lights on." "It's the Hegemony," Chris said slowly. "They aren't just going to abandon their people." "Nobody knows what they'll do, because they've not been in this position before," Idris said hollowly. "They were always safe, they thought." "And the fucking Esiel, I mean. Who knows what they think?" Ollie pointed out. "Maybe this is fate to them. Maybe it's just a done deal, as far as they care." Then Solace appeared in the doorway, in crisp uniform. She'd gone into suspension with her sisters, rather than her crewmates, and Idris had tried not to feel slighted. "You're needed," she announced, and then corrected it to, "We're needed." "You could just send orders over the comms," Ollie said sourly. "Didn't have to actually put your face around the door." "Who would you have to complain to, then?" Solace shot back, matching her tone for tone. Ollie tapped forwards on the walker's plastic feet. "Careful! You're sounding like one of us. Don't let your sisters hear." Idris hadn't wanted to be part of a diplomatic reception,
But Trine seemed to think that their hosts required it. Or at least, the human cultists interpreting for their hosts did, because so far the Essiel themselves hadn't put in an appearance. Possibly he was about to see one. Trine was rattling on about how it was an honour and their hosts wanted to meet with them, until Exemplar Keen just about told them to shut up right to their face. The commander of the Grendel's mother was wound tight right then. She didn't want to be part of a diplomatic reception either, or even off her ship. The hegemony had technology that could put the mother out like a candle, and without warning. Then there was the handful of colonial ships also in orbit around Arc-Palator. With this sort of tension as a baseline, the only thing keeping Idris in his right wits was the presence of Chris, who had a hand on his arm as they left the Partheni shuttle, radiating sanity through the touch of her fingers. The hegemonic orbital was like an abstract piece of origami, made of opal. At its heart was a spindle-shaped chamber, where the gravity was down, no matter what part of the wall you were standing on. In the centre, the up for every varied down, was a single ball of light, shifting through a bruise-coloured spectrum of purple, red, and blue-grey. It also moved into a seemingly flat and dead state, yet somehow still gave out radiance at a frequency the human eye could not perceive. The floor, which was like mother of pearl, took all these colours and subtly changed them, before refracting them sideways across the room. Idris's head hurt. Around him, the Partheni delegation were doing their level best to appear entirely unconcerned, while Trine was apparently genuinely unconcerned, making delighted remarks about how splendidly everything was going. No divine Essiel made an appearance. Every so often, a robed human crossed eye-twistingly from one part of the room to another, and then exited, on occult cult business. Then the colonials arrived. They looked slightly dishevelled and hurried, which told an eloquent tale of how recently they had docked, and then been told the Partheni were already here. There was a fair number of diplomatic staff, all wearing the sort of elegant, cloth-heavy suits one saw in the upper echelons of the core-settled worlds, lots of folds and drapes that an honest spacer would boggle at. To be fair, Chris was wearing something of the same in Partheni grey, given she loved to dress up on the rare occasions the life permitted it. There were a couple of service officers in blue as well, giving the Partheni the side-eye. And there was an elegant silver-haired man, old without being elderly, wearing a loose-sleeved copper shirt with a long strip of decorations trailing from his chest. Idris didn't know him, but something was familiar there. He glanced at Chris and saw her attention fixed on the same man, then looking down to a little slate she'd palmed. Trine had gone very still. This was plainly a meeting neither group had looked for, and Idris could only guess how the hegemonic invitation had been badly mangled by the human minds and mouths it had passed through. Nobody was meeting their host, they were only meeting each other. For a long moment, everyone just stared. Then a pair of cultists turned up, wearing about 200 weight of red velvet and gold ornaments apiece. They played a little flourish of cymbals and bells and crystal chimes, all with monstrously straight faces. And waited. Everyone might have continued to stand there until the architect actually ate the planet below them, except Exemplar Keen's perfect Partheni impassivity twitched, despite all her resolve. The musical interlude was slightly too much for her. Taking that as a hopeful cue, a trio of the colonials carefully stepped forwards around the planes of the floor. The first was a tall, severe man with a shock of white hair, followed by a very old man with an explosion of wiry grey beard. The last was the owner of the heavily decorated copper shirt, and Idris already had a bad feeling about him.
"You must be Exemplar Keen and Delegate Trine," the lead diplomat said. "I'm Carl Manick,
Diplomatic Corps. This is Professor Tiber Storkwell, heading our research team, and this is Mozarin Raven Okosh Oscaro. The Magdan with the fancy shirt tapped his heels together and gave a stiff little bow that made Chris twitch. It is an honor, of course. The words fooled nobody. You could have cut the hostility in the room with a knife. The Vulture God crew had had some recent run-ins with that particular branch of the Magdan nobility, mostly in the fields of nativist violence and an attempt to forcibly conscript Idris's intermediary talents into their service. This wasn't the same man, but Magdan families were clannish as hell. Piss off one member, and you collected the set as enemies. Manek's eyes strayed briefly to Idris, and then snapped back to Keen. The Mozarin has provided a whole study team to gather data here at our host's invitation. We are all, of course, very grateful for their munificence. Trine had an artificial voice, which shouldn't really have been able to express so many complex shades of snark, but they'd also had many decades to work on it. Idris guessed that the Oscaro study team were the new class of ints, the criminals who had survived the board's brutal process, held under leash contracts that made them little more than property. We note your own contribution, Ravin Oscaro added, after a pointed pause, looking through Idris as though he wasn't even there. No doubt, we will compare what data our tools generate, even as our academics liaise with the delegate. And he mostly looked through Trine, too, speaking to the human face of Keen. Ravin, Idris suspected, was an old-school boyarin. The old man, Storkwell, made a sound. It was hard to characterize, save that there was a lot of contempt in it. His eyes were fixed on Trine, and Trine's artificial gaze returned the favour for a moment, with utterly cold loathing, his whole avuncular expression reworked for the occasion. Idris, expecting to be the most despised person in the room, looked from one to the other, mystified. Karl Manek coughed ostentatiously and did his diplomatic best to reanimate some semblance of polite talk. Still more colonial staff were turning up, now seriously outnumbering the Partheni, all straightening their formal clothes and trying to look at their ease. Somehow nobody was pointing at Idris and screaming, "Traitor!" And perhaps he was going to get away with nothing more than a headache. Then he saw her.
I need to get out of here, he told Chris. Never should have come. Not a diplomat.
I think we're stuck here for the duration. Then she glanced at him and saw how rigid he was. Across from them, just joining the colonial delegation, was a woman, low down in a walker frame, more delicate and less jury-rigged than Ollie's. She was old now, but nowhere near as old as she should have been. A touch of Idris's own condition that had shrugged off all the years since he emerged alive from the intermediary process. Her flesh sat heavy on her, and her hands, resting on the frame, trembled. Her name was Demi Ulo, and he hadn't seen her for decades, nor had ever expected to again. She'd gone out with the cartography corps just as he had, but she'd stuck with it, vanishing again and again into the deep void to look for new worlds and new throughways. For ints, that usually only ended one way. One trip or another, the void took its due, and they didn't come back. Except here she was, another war veteran, another int of the first class, his comrade and contemporary. And she was over there with the colonials, where she was supposed to be. He, on the other hand, was with the Partheni, and was suddenly horrified at himself, unwilling to be seen by those old, familiar eyes. "Get me out of here," he hissed to Chris, and she nodded immediately. Then she murmured to Keen, explaining that he was ill, had to go lie down. Intermediaries, temperamental, don't you know, so if you could just... And even as they ducked out, he knew it was too late. Those eyes had lit on him. He felt it through his skin, with no need to turn around. For a moment, he was going to slip from Chris's hand. Just go over there, in front of all those Hugh magnets, in front of Ravin Oscaro and his medals and his stable of tame ints. Go unload it all onto poor Demiulo, explain why he'd done what he'd done, decry the liaison board and their bloody-handed methods, fuck over colonial Partheni diplomacy for the next generation. But all it would have taken was one word, one look from her to shut him up and shut him down. I stayed loyal, the very presence of Ulo would have said to him. I could handle it. Why not you? And so he went back on board the Grendel's mother and burrowed deeper inside to go aboard the Vulture God. There he sat on his hard, unused bed in the barren little nook that was his cabin and thought about all the mistakes he'd made. Chapter 8. Idris. On the world of Jericho, where they'd picked up Trine, the crew of the Vulture God had seen what Idris had privately filed away as an Originator city. Not large compared to a human city, certainly, but the Originator relics were vanishingly rare. On many planets, they amounted to little more than a few broken shards, fragments of incomprehensible material, with no known purpose. Regalia, they were called, these lost tools of a lost civilization. And on a very few planets, there were sites, actual constructions, again shorn of purpose or point, just there, despite the ages that had passed. But on Jericho, there'd been a proper ruin, concentric walls radiating out, avoided by the planet's voracious life, and much more buried beneath. A team of colonial archaeologists had been studying them for years, led by Trine, until he'd evacuated with the Vulture's crew. Idris's experience there had given him the first inkling that his sense for unspace was a sense for the Originators too. The ruins had been dead, but something had still been alive about them. Something had been plucking at his mind, telling him things he couldn't understand. But that had been nothing, because here on Ark Palator, there was an Originator city. The Hiver was beside themselves, complaining bitterly all the way down from Grendel's mother that the hegemony was so damned laissez-faire about research permits for visiting academics.
They've had this underfoot for however long, and not even looked at it, they moaned. They've just been living on it, with people. The waste!
They were circling down in the Vulture God itself, Idris letting the ship slide towards the beacon of the newly designated Partheni embassy. Trine and Keen were making a parallel descent in a sleek little gunboat called Nereid, but Ollie had insisted that they should have their own way off-planet, and Idris had heartily agreed. There was, he'd pointed out to the Exemplar, an architect in orbit above them, directly above, in fact, because the thing's attention was entirely fixed on the Originator ruins. They couldn't have too many ships on the ground. The Originator site on Ark Palator covered around 20 square kilometres, and had probably been larger once. It completely filled a plateau of high ground, with arches and crumbling beams of it projecting out into space on all sides, showing where untold reaches of it had fallen into the broad chasms stitched across the planet's face. And it probably hadn't been a city in its original use, but it was certainly a city now. About 100,000 people, Chris confirmed. I mean, not much for a city, but a lot for a ruin.
People like what?
Came Ollie's voice over the ship comms. She was taking the descent in the drone bay, sitting in her pod.
Human people, Chris explained. Cultists. That's what they were telling me at the thing last night. Because she'd gone back, after getting Idris away. Chris didn't get many chances to be a socialite. This is just the sort of thing they say, straight out, right? The originators are sacred to the SEO, they say. And so the cultists go make homes where the originators have walked. And if they don't live there, they pilgrimage there. Right now, about a third of the people below are visitors. God tourists. They're mad, Idris croaked. The thought made his bowels twist. There's an architect overhead, and they're coming to pick up souvenirs. One last chance to see, Ollie snickered. Many questions arise concerning long-term planning, Kit chipped in. No vessels bringing this bounty have remained to remove it. They say the Essiel will provide for their faithful, Chris explained sourly. The Essiel don't even understand that they have faithful. And anyway, what about the 3 billion? Wasn't that the population of the whole planet? Ollie pushed, as Idris dropped the vulture lower. Can't all be cultists. Well, there are no actual evolved natives. Chris's voice swooped a little as a crosswind poured at the ship, and Idris fought to compensate. The Essiel settled the place an age ago with something called Athamir, some species from their stable of happy-clappy subjects, which Athamir are probably feeling hard done by right about now, I'd guess. I'm beginning to think signing on with the Essiel is a piss-poor idea, Ollie remarked, and then, fuck me, Idris, will you keep your mind on it? Take over, he told her shortly, and sat back from the controls. In his head, a grid of fiery lines had appeared, like red-hot cheese wire, and he felt his brain was being forced through it. Just as with Jericho, the weight of Originator building down below was warping his perceptions, speaking to him in a dead language. He'd like to say, "Take me back, I'm not going to be much use." But this was exactly the use he was supposed to be. He was the canary in the mine, and you always brought the canary. Nobody cared that the canary didn't much enjoy its job, and would maybe like to be doing something else. It's going to be a tough haul. Talk to me, Chris invited, but he shook his head. He didn't have the words yet, which was a shame because Trine and the Partheni would be wanting his opinion soon enough. What is it, though? What am I getting from it? In the decades since humanity had produced the Intermediaries, it still hadn't manufactured a language to describe just what they did, or how it worked. Because nobody quite understood how it worked, and because Ints themselves were notoriously uncooperative, or just flat-out unable to say. Idris was going to have to invent his own vocabulary. It's like the ruins are resting on unspace somehow, putting pressure on it, and I can feel the shadow, dent. But that wasn't right either. The gaps require attention, Kit noted, and flagged up a shotgun pattern across the city where the ruins just weren't. There was bare rock, scarred and ragged, and it was only those omissions that allowed the human observer to understand that there was a coherent pattern to the rest of the whole. You couldn't appreciate the intent behind the Originator street plan until it was removed. That, Chris said, is where the architect's been. The Originators, whatever unthinkable alien presence they had actually been, had not designed their city-sized installation so that, 10 million years later, humans could use it as convenient housing. So it was that the domicile of 100,000 hegemonic cultists looked like a vast tent city, with clans and sects and families claiming a section of stone and putting up lean-tos and shacks and awnings at every possible angle. It helped that Ark Palator was short on weather and long on sunlight most of the time, and when the hot winds came, once every 6 Earth count years or so, Everyone apparently just hunkered down and replaced whatever blew away. Stepping out of the vulture god was a shock to the system, but they were all used to having to acclimatise to a new world. The gravity was slightly high for comfort, but it was the steamingly humid air that instantly had their ship clothes sticking to their skins. This was one world where spacer sandals were entirely appropriate shore leave wear. The sky was a red-orange, hazy enough that the sun was little more than a blur. There were people everywhere. Ruins were, Idris felt, meant to be creepy and silent and solemn. But humans had obviously been living here for a while, a couple of generations at least, adding layer after layer of convenience to the ancient stubs of walls and structures. There were pipes and conduits, solar collectors and generators, water tanks, all of it as ramshackle and random as a spacer could have felt at home with. And there was a whole community here. Not just a bunch of old monks venerating the ages, but families, children. Everyone had some nod to the cult in their dress, and he saw plenty of hanging icons and wind chimes and dreamcatcher-looking nonsense, but overall the impression was of people just living here. A woman in cult robes hurried over, then gave them the chance to gasp a bit and loosen their collars. Ollie, with the Scorpion's cooling system whining dangerously, loomed over her. "What are you for?" She smiled up at the menacing frame without a moment's hesitation, speaking Kolval with an accent Idris couldn't place. "My name is Ismaya, and I'm assigned to your embassy." "You are Delegate Trine?" "Fuck no," Ollie told her. "They're over there, getting out of the ship with the nicer paint job." The Partheni were taking no chances, Idris saw. Trine was their usual harmless-looking self, and Keen was in regular uniform, but the rest of the delegation had come in full armour, with their accelerators clasped in their suits' secondary limbs. One of those would be Solace, he knew, but at this distance he couldn't tell which. He felt a sudden stab of separation that caught him off guard. He hadn't seen much of her recently. She'd been doing her job. "Apparently, I look like a hiver," Ollie complained to the city at large. "New neighbours," Kit announced. But Idris already knew because of the way the Partheni had shifted stance. Not hostile, not pointing their guns at anyone, but most definitely ready to do so. There weren't really streets in the Originator city, because it wasn't really a city. There were walls, though, and gaps in walls, holes at various heights, trenches. Enough divisions that Idris could say, confident of being understood, that the colonial deputation had been put right across the street from the Partheni. "Oi! Ishmael!" Ollie called to their cultist. "That your lot's idea of a joke, is it?" Ismaya frowned at her, uncertainly. "I'm sorry?" Ollie used a saw-blade arm to indicate the two groups. There were a lot of colonials turning up to colonise the cloth-hung assembly of walls there. While most of them were in various iterations of civilian dress, it still left them with more uniforms and guns than the entire Partheni delegation. Not to mention the bottle green of the Magdan Voyeni that must be Old Man Oscaro's personal houseguard. The layout of the ruins here put 12 metres of clear ground between the two embassies, but that wasn't exactly much to an accelerator round that could clip the horizon. "Well, naturally, you'll want to collaborate on your findings," Ismaya explained brightly. "You don't think," Ollie suggested, "that everyone's just going to end up shooting everyone else until everyone's been shot?" Ismaya's face was absolutely blank. "Oh, no," she explained. "The divine Esiel would not want that." Ollie's mouth opened, and Idris had a horrible feeling she was about to suggest just precisely what the divine Esiel could do with it, when the Partheni troops abruptly set in motion, mostly heading right back into the Nereid, but one of them pounded over, power-assisted strides making nothing of the arduous gravity. Only when she was close did Idris recognise Solace. "Back in the ship," Her voice came over the comms as well as from her suit speakers. "We're under attack! Back in the ship!" He glanced wildly at the colonials, but they were in a similar state of emergency, some of them taking what cover there was, others running back towards their own slew of vessels, far more of them, and suddenly those numbers were only a hindrance. Then Solace had his arm and was yanking him towards the vulture god. Too late. He didn't quite see the flash of movement as the missiles came down. He only registered it after the fact, his eyes and mind catching up. Then he was on his knees, hard-won spacer reflexes leaving him down, but balanced, hands spread against the grit of the uneven ground. Solace crouched over him to let her armor take the brunt of whatever was coming. The vulture god groaned nearby, one of its landing struts buckling visibly as the shockwave passed through. In the aftermath, the ruins were very quiet. All the people staring away in one direction, seeing a rising cloud of dust. There were no explosions, though. Missiles with no warheads. Solace pulled a film from the forearm of her suit and snapped it into a rigid screen. The images she played there must have been from Grendel's mother, tracking bright, dart-shaped objects as they fell from the vast, spiny face of the architect towards the planet below. Ismaya was obviously receiving comms from somewhere closer to the scene, and Chris asked her, "How many hurt?"
"Oh, none at all, obviously."
The woman found a smile from somewhere.
"The divine Essiel always warn us, but there will be an evacuation now, probably to the new temple. Everyone will help, obviously. Many hands."
There was just the slightest tightness to her face that gave the lie to her blithe tone. Idris wondered how many things were getting written off as obvious these days, and at what point the faithful of Ark Palator would come to question their god overlords. When he'd been on a ship, undergoing this treatment from an architect, he hadn't actually witnessed it. The crystal spines piercing the hull, and then changing, shifting into other shapes, to get to work removing the Originator taint so that the vessel could be safely attacked. He'd only seen the bloody result of it all. He wondered how many people had just lost their homes this time, and how large an area of the city the architect would clear in one go. There goes the neighborhood. The Partheni were reassembling now, and their support staff were coming out of the Nereid with cases and crates, ready to get the tech side of the embassy up and working. There were plenty of hard looks being sent back and forth between them and their opposite numbers, but right then, nobody felt like stoking the flames. They'd just had a solid reminder of the common enemy after all. So, of course, they had to go and look. The Partheni had brought down a handful of sleek, wasp-like Agrav bikes. Solace took Idris on the back of one, somewhat against his misgivings, and Trine ended up perched on another, with the rest going to an armed escort. The Colonials brought a sturdy, no-nonsense truck out of their transport, almost got it wedged between two invulnerable Originator walls, then loaded it up with a delegation of military and researchers. When Solace took off for the crash site, Idris saw them unloading a 5-fingered handwalker patrol vehicle too. He had the impression they'd just grabbed up everything they could get at short notice. There was still a pall of dust drifting from the afflicted part of the city, but the walls were a maze, reaching higher every turn Solace took. And then they were gone, the bike skidding perilously over nothing at all, and its grav motor making some warning pings. The hull went down at least 100 meters in places, and with a queasy feeling, Idris realized this was somewhere the architect had already dealt with, the sort of footprint it was leaving all over the city. Not a city. And yet people lived here now, and so it was, whatever the Originator's baffling purposes had been. Solace paused, and then had to scoot quickly because the colonial truck was grumbling up behind them, having suffered the same navigation issues. There was an awkward standoff then, because the Partheni were refusing to back down on principle, despite the fact there wasn't really any actual disagreement going on. At last, a junior member of the colonial team apparently drew the short straw and got sent over to talk to them.
"Look," she said, "do you have a map to the site? Only our orbital imaging's screwed."
In the general embarrassed pause, Idris said, "I know the way." He didn't want to know it, or draw attention to the fact he had this knowledge. He could feel the walls stretching out around him, though, and he could feel the architect's drop point, as though it was a feverish wound. Deep breath. "Solis, I'll guide you, and everyone else follows. Cooperation, right? All friends here, right?" The colonial glanced back at her fellows, and then shrugged.
"Works for me."
When Solis moved off again, the truck was on her heels, and she kept her speed down so as not to lose it. "Maybe it's going to be okay," Idris tried in his head, and then imagined how Ollie would laugh him to scorn if he actually said the words to her. And then they were there, coasting up a ramp he hadn't been expecting, ending up 10 meters above a complex knot of broken walls. They were too convoluted to have served any occupied purpose, unless the originators had been very small. Time had worn them down, though, or else the local dust had risen to bury them, and over their stubby outlines a whole clan of cultists had built shacks and hovels and ramshackle 2-story houses, all draped with colourful streamers and banners. The largest intact wall bore a cracked mural, where earnest but inexpert hands had depicted a crowd of round, happy people holding hands beneath a many-armed androgynous figure rising from a clamshell, a representation of the SEL Idris hadn't seen before. Everyone there was gathering their possessions, as much as they could carry, and moving out. They weren't panicking, or even particularly hurried. They weren't happy about it, though. Some of the children were crying, adults too. From the look of their worn homes, these weren't just jobbing pilgrims, but had likely all been born here. And now a new landlord had served them with an eviction notice. A dozen crystal shards had lanced down from the architect, but by the time the motorcade pulled up, they weren't just shards anymore. They'd already got to work, their substance shifting like thick liquid, until they were mobile, stalking or slithering or scuttling. Each was remade into a different shape of faceted translucent stone in imitation, Idris guessed, of some living thing. A few of them vaguely recalled creatures he'd actually seen, but he was coldly sure that these shapes belonged to no extant species. They were, he firmly believed, the last memories of races made extinct by the architects. One day, perhaps, there would be human forms labouring amongst them. They had gone to work swiftly, and the ground was flurrying aside wherever they walked, exposing more and more of the wall's foundations. Solis, visor still up, was frowning. "Are they looking for something?" she asked. Behind them, the colonials were piling off their truck, watched by the other bike's worth of Partheni. There was plenty of side-eye, but their journey together had broken the ice, and nobody was fingering a trigger.
"We hadn't thought you'd get the chance to see our problem this soon,"
said a bright voice, as though all this was the best thing ever. Ismaya was being helped down from the truck. Apparently, the colonials had thought to bring the hegemony's liaison. "These things dangerous." The colonial junior eyed the nearest crystal form, something like a pot-bellied toad with tentacles for a head.
"Looks like the sort of thing my aunt would have on her shelf," she added.
Idris guessed her aunt didn't have high standards in ornaments.
"As long as you don't try to stop them, they should ignore you," Ismaya announced. "You can get quite close to take your readings and do your science."
Another big smile. "But what are they doing?" one of the other Partheni asked.
"They're excavating this district," Ismaya told them all. "It'll take them several days, and then they'll remove it.
Idris saw a muscle tick in her jaw.
That's what they do now, when they come to a planet with originator traces, and obviously that's been a problem when it was just regalia, but here we have a whole city for them to work with. So you have all the time you could possibly need for study.
The shake in her voice was getting worse, for all she tried to hide it.
Obviously, we're all really interested in what you find out. The link between the architect and our ruins, our city, before they take it all away. The divine Ethiel are watching with great interest.
She bit down on any more words, because she was plainly struggling to maintain that stable, cheery tone of voice. It was Solace who went up to her and put a hand on her shoulder, telling her that they could take it from here, and they were all keen to find out what they could. Idris only had eyes for the crystal forms, as their mere presence eroded away the dry rock and soil, sending it skyward in great drifting plumes, to be caught by the higher air and cast away towards the haze of the sun. "Tell your people," one of the colonials spoke up, one of their soldiers in blue armour that wasn't quite a match for Partheni plate, "to get their gear over here to the truck. We'll unload, and then we'll help ferry for them." Ismaya blinked at him and stretched her smile across her face. She was about to say there was no need, Idris knew. She was about to say that the divine Ethiel would provide. But then some gear of her faith skipped a few teeth, and she just nodded, calling someone over from the Exodus and passing on the offer. "Where will they go? How far's the landing site from here?" Solace asked her.
Ismaya's face was blank. "They'll go to the new temple."
"The new... That's a euphemism? For a landing site, maybe?" That was surely what Solace wanted to say.
"The divine Ethiel have decreed the construction of a great new temple, where all may go who are unhoused by developments, by what's going on here. The hieroglyphs tell us this is a test of our faith."
Solace nodded slowly, then just turned and put some distance between her and the woman, as though religious mania was contagious. She leant in to Idris and murmured, "You remember Berlenhof? The scramble when the architect came?" He nodded. "They've had enough time here to evacuate this whole place and make a solid start on the rest of the planet, whatever that looks like. What are they even doing?" "Having faith," he replied hoarsely. The colonials had unloaded now, and the first of the evacuees were lifting their possessions and their children up into the back of the truck. Chapter 9. Idris. 3 people died on the first day. The first was one of the Hugh soldiers, who'd simply not been looking where he was going. He'd been keeping an eye on their team as they set out their instruments, and ended up in the way of one of the crystal forms, which made disturbingly little sound as they went about their business. One long stride of its spidery legs, and it had carved a slice off the man, armour and all, sending him screaming to the ground. A Partheni Myrmidon, seeing this, had opened fire on it, the accelerator rounds stabbing a series of crazed impact holes across its body. The crystal form had rocked back, and then erupted in a shower of jagged slivers that had just about cut the woman in half. Everything and everyone had stopped, waiting to see what the thing would do next. All weapons turned on it. The accelerator impact wounds it sustained had healed up, and the damage reshaped into non-existence, using whatever process allowed it to move. Then the crystal form was on its way again, patiently excavating a length of wall, with 2 corpses in its wake. The third death had come quite soon after. One of the colonial ints had simply stepped in front of the same crystal form, and even as her fellows were shouting at her, let it tear her apart. Her arms had been wide open, as though greeting a lover. Idris would probably have used these events, all of which he saw firsthand, as an excuse for why he was on and off site, constantly pleading fatigue, sickness, trauma. He was getting plenty of the Parthenis' backs up, because they wouldn't let him set a foot outside the ships without an armed escort. Solis had tried to talk to him, but he felt himself clam up the moment the topic was raised. "I am ashamed," wasn't something he could say to her or any of her sisters. The colonial eyes on him, accusing. Demiulo, out there on site. He was constantly aware of her presence, shifting his own place so that they never crossed paths. And the other Ints. The leash contract Ints brought by Oscaro and watched over by his houseguards, plus the others Hugh had scared up. They had about 15 in total, which was a lot of Ints to have in one place. It wasn't as though they were being dragged around in manacles, being whipped by overseers, but Idris knew that they carried chains in their mind, and perhaps something equivalent as a physical presence in their brains. He'd heard all sorts of stories about how the liaison board kept its new class of Ints in line. He could see the scars on them, where the surgery hadn't been gentle, where the hair hadn't grown back. And there were other overt signs, not deliberately inflicted, but just the side effects of turning a regular human being into something that could perceive and wrestle with unspace. Twitches and tics, an eye gone white or dark, a man walking with the aid of an exoskeleton frame that bulked out his clothes, a woman whose right hand was constantly flapping as though trying to tear free of the wrist. It was exactly what he wanted to spare his own students, the Partheni theoretically suitable for conversion to Ints. "There's something the colonials have picked up over there." Solis's voice jolted him out of his thoughts. "That's the spike," he confirmed vaguely. "You're doing it again, aren't you?" she accused him. "Just like on Jericho." Idris nodded. He couldn't help it. The intermediary in him was an eye he couldn't close. Sensory data was cramming into him with every step, every breath, and his body's instinct was to fight it, reject it utterly. And yet, he forced the response away, like swallowing down vomit. "This is what I came here for." All that complex information, the way the ruins spoke to his mind, the way he felt it speaking to the architect above. Yet it was all through a glass darkly. Where was that clarion voice he needed to tell him how all this could be made use of? "Trine's in another fight?" Solis nodded grimly. "Him and that Professor Storkwell." Idris's overall impression of Storkwell had been of a responsible and level-headed man, that rare academic mix of someone both good at their discipline and good at managing others. Except he and Trine could barely exchange 4 words, or stand within 3 meters of each other without it turning into an argument. Over some footling piece of scholarly pedantry, as far as Idris could see, and it had taken him too long to work out exactly what was going on. Solis had to explain to him in the end. This was on the 2nd morning, after the deaths, when he was trying to refuse to return to the site at all. Trine, she said, needed his support. "You do understand that Hugh's top man here, this Storkwell, was Trine's owner?" Idris frowned at her, slow and out of sorts. "Trine's a delegate. He's free." "Oh, now he's free." Trine had been around since the war, and for a lot of their history, Hivers had been property. Their recognition as self-willed independent intelligences had been a hard-fought battle, and was still resented in many quarters. Storkwell was Hugh's premier originator expert, and Trine was, as far as Trine was concerned, the universe's premier originator expert.
but he'd got there from a starting point of being a research tool for human scholars. Storkwell had owned him, as one might own a slate or one of the seismic scanners, and finding that out, Idris had listened to the subtext between them, not the words. He didn't even think Storkwell was trying to antagonize his opposite number, but the man remembered when Trine was just his thing, not even an assistant or subordinate, but a piece of equipment. It came out in every word. And Trine wasn't the sort of politic and deferential hiver new instanced out of the assembly who could take that and live with it. The main positive Idris could bring from the whole business, once they'd quit the site after darkness fell, was that there was definitely a point to him being there. Mass casts a shadow into unspace, he told Trine and the Partheni, as the Nereid's galley printer served out trays of the heavily spiced broth he'd acquired a taste for by now.
But that's all it is. A shadow. Makes navigation tricky, so we usually move away from planets, even other ships, before we jump. But these ruins, and the ones on Jericho, they exert an actual pressure. They deform unspace. I can feel it. And nobody's noticed before, because you don't go into unspace from planet side.
Trine's simulated face was watching him shrewdly, but Keen made an impatient gesture. Where does this get us, though? Ollie had described her as a bit punchy for a Partheni senior officer, which coming from Ollie was quite something. Certainly she gave the impression she'd rather be fighting someone than nursemaiding researchers.
Well, I mean, it's interesting in itself, because unspace doesn't work like the real. So, finding something that can deform it is a clue to how the throughways might have been made. Most people think the originators made the throughways, right? Though, I guess there's never been any solid evidence of that. But more than that,
Idris added hurriedly, seeing her roll her eyes,
it gives us a new hypothesis to link originators with architects.
He remembered the colonials discussing this very excitedly, once he talked them through what he sensed.
People always assumed it was some relic of a clash between the two long ago, that the architects were fearful or reverential or something, and wouldn't desecrate anywhere the originators had been. Except, what if it's a real practical limitation with what they do? Because one thing we absolutely do know is that the architects have a huge unspace presence and can obviously navigate it without difficulty. I can also absolutely confirm they displace unspace disproportionately once they're out in the real. It's almost as if what we see up there,
a wave towards the bristling moon, hanging permanently overhead,
is just the iceberg's tip.
Chris had to chip in then, to explain icebergs to the ship-borne Partheni, after Idris realised that he too was a little hazy on what the figure of speech actually meant. Usefully for them, Scintilla, where Chris had trained, was a world of ice, snow, and generally miserable weather.
Anyway, Idris summarised, the thing is, what if the unspace pressure exerted by these ruins, perhaps by any dog end of the originators, genuinely screws with the architects? Maybe they literally can't do their thing until it's cleared, which opens the door to
using it against them, Keen finished. Manufacturing an unspace distortion like the ruins and regalia do, because it interferes with the architect's ability to architect. If we could replicate it, Keen added, which we can't yet, but we can see here that it can be done.
We're still gathering data as to just how it is being done right here all around us,
Idris agreed, at which point Kittering skittered in and announced that
The annoying cult human was here with an urgent message. This meant Ismaya, who was annoying because she had taken Kit for a considerable sum at Landstep. This turned out not to be such an unknown game in the hegemony as she had perhaps let on. Idris let Chris take his elbow and guide him out to where Ollie and a handful of Partheni were already waiting for the liaison's words of wisdom.
Delegate, exemplar, menhir intermediary, the woman said brightly. You are invited to a banquet at midnight.
Her tone suggested it was the best thing in the world. Keen, who had only just mopped the last of the broth off her chin, looked sidelong at her fellows and said, Well, this is an honour, and we're all properly grateful, but perhaps a little more warning next time, and we could accept. She was short of patience with Ismaya, mostly because the woman was a figurehead for all the ways of doing things the hegemony apparently demanded, and which Keen didn't have time for. Ismaya's face went blank for a moment, and then her smile reasserted itself.
Ah, no, you don't understand. You are invited.
Yes, something that, traditionally, can be politely declined, Keen said slowly, as if to an idiot. The liaison's smile twitched at the corners.
Forgive my poor Parsef. You are invited.
Wait, Chris broke in, and then switched to Kolval to confer with the woman. Keen and the rest could understand enough of it that their stance changed entirely, and the exemplar confirmed that they would of course attend. The invitation was not from Ismaya or the cult, but from the radiant Sortil, the provident and the prescient. One of the divine Essiel was to grace them with its presence, and apparently it wanted an audience of the great and the good. Idris didn't feel like either, but apparently he was on the guest list. Keen quickly picked out a handful of myrmidons to act as escort and retinue, with Solace assigned as Idris's guardian. Kit and Chris got on the list for the fair reason that they actually enjoyed this sort of nonsense, whereas everyone else only suffered it. Ollie? Idris asked.
No chance,
the specialist answered derisively. Some of the battle ladies want to go do some planetary surveying. Vulture's got way better instruments than their tub for that kind of work. I thought you didn't like working with the Partheni, he said in a desperate whisper. He wanted her sour griping there to ground himself. There was surely a limit to how weird the hegemonics could get, with Ollie there to puncture their self-regard.
Like it better than going to some dumbass alien clambake, was Ollie's response,
and sufficiently tactless that he had to admit it was probably a good thing she wasn't coming. There were twice as many colonials at the event, what with Manek and his diplomatic staff, plus Mozarin Uscaro and his bottle green Voyeni houseguards. No demi-ulo, Idris was glad to see. No ints of any kind among them, in fact. He was glad, too, that the cultists had arranged for the two delegations to arrive via separate routes from their close-set embassies. Otherwise the journey, on foot, as per some obscure but adamant tradition, would have been appallingly awkward. Yet when they arrived, formality was apparently given over for what could charitably be described as rustic simplicity. There was a big rug on the ground, and some cushions, and overhead, nothing more than an awning stretched between stakes, everything else open to the sky. Admittedly, Arc Palator was hot at the best of times, even with the sun below the horizon, but it still seemed a little meagre for a formal function. The scene was inadequately lit by a score of lanterns of various vintages and designs. Everyone stood and eyeballed everyone else until Ismaya and a handful of her fellows started pointing out the cushions. There were a lot of cultists now, and many of them in robes more splendid and less dusty than those of the locals. These were from the orbitals, or maybe they'd arrived in the Esiel's own retinue. They were the smooth, urbane ambassadors of the cult Idris was used to from contact outside the hegemony. The actual dust-sandaled squatters like Ismaiah had been a bit of a shock. In the back of his mind, he'd always seen the cult as shysters trying to sell something, specifically a way of life under the alleged protection of the Esiel. He'd never spared much thought for those who'd bought into that way of life. But here they were, skulking about in the ruins of a long-dead race, praising the star gods who could no longer save them. He sat down and discovered that he was 2 seats away from the Morzarin Ravinoscaro, with only Solis between them. Solis was in her full armour, admittedly, only her helmet removed as a nod to diplomacy. He would have to hope that was shield enough. "What are those?" Keen, off to his right, demanded. The cultists were shifting in some pyramidal objects, taller than a human, and hovering off the ground on their own agrav. The exemplar was tense, ready to leap to her feet at the first sign of ulterior motives. Ambassador Manek leant in from across the rug. "These are, we just call them mechanisms, which I admit isn't terribly useful, but it's as precise as we can get. They're a mainstay of hegemonic technology, sort of jack-of-all tools, just big tanks, really." He sounded relaxed, but Idris detected an edge to him too, because who really knew with the hegemony? "That is their liquid tech," Keen clarified. It was something of a holy grail for lesser engineers, but so far nobody had duplicated the way the Esiel did things. Forming components at need out of liquids and magnetic fields was about as far as Idris understood it. Meaning, if you tried to take it apart for reverse engineering, you ended up with an empty box and wet feet. Everything suddenly turned on. That was the only way he could describe it later. The change in light left him seeing nothing more than a white flare for several blinking seconds, and after that, it had all changed. They were somewhere else, though. Or no, he could feel the grit of the floor, the coarse weave of the rug. A vision of geometrical perfection in white and gold and iridescent rainbow sheens surrounded them, though. They were within a roofless, tessellated enclosure, lit by its own radiance, and which seemed to expand in ever further iterations beyond them, to the very limit of vision. Looking straight up, Idris felt a bowel-clutching fear that he would just fall into the sky and be lost. In the centre of the newly defined space, also shining with its own sourceless light, was the Esiel. It was supported by the most delicate agrav platform he had ever seen, something like a snowflake, 5 meters across from corner to corner, a lacy, fractal pattern that was almost 2-dimensional. Curled about the platform's intricate spines was the Esiel's holdfast, a long, wrinkled thing like an elephant's trunk, and projecting straight up from that was a bivalved shell twice the height of a man. At its upper end, where the shell halves parted, a spray of combs and arms and eye stalks waved, the visible part of the radiant sortile, the provident and the prescient. The cultists were all abasing themselves, faces to the dirt. Keen just sat straight, head slightly bowed, and after a moment the colonial dignitaries followed her lead. Idris squirmed, thoroughly out of his depth. The Esiel rumbled at them, and its arms shifted through a medley of patterns. The last Esiel the Vulture God's crew encountered had kept a Hiver translator on hand. Here there were only the cultists, humans, with a human's limited ability to receive alien communication. Still, one of the grander cult hierograves was making a speech now, purporting to translate what the creature was saying. Idris was struck by just how tenuous it all seemed. The Esiel obviously intended to communicate something, just as the Esiel as a species obviously wanted other species to be part of their hegemony. The precise spin the cult gave it, though, the way they translated SEO names into human concepts, their rituals and worship, every aspect of their lifestyle and belief, was something that could be grasped by humans. Ergo, even at best, only a wild approximation of what the SEO actually meant. Then there were little scurrying things at everyone's elbow. One of the SEO's subject races, Timery, he recalled. They brought food, holding little bowls in the limbs they weren't actually walking on. There were also various projections built into their armoured suits that could easily have been weapons. He had no idea if they were properly sentient or just well-trained animals. They weren't adding to the discourse anyway.
I confess to having acquired quite a taste for hegemonic cuisine, Manik announced, putting a decent face on the whole business. Please extend all appropriate thanks to the Radiant, and should your duties take you to the Berlenhof orbital complex, let me take you to... He named what Idris assumed was a high-class hegemonic kitchen somewhere near his own offices, and the Hierograve nodded complacently, and everyone started eating. The Partheni were leery of the food, which was varied and baffling, but Idris found eating the easiest part of diplomacy. Spacers didn't turn down a free lunch. Then Oscaro was speaking to him, and that was his appetite ruined. I've heard of you from my nephew Peter, the old man said pleasantly. I understand you're an acquaintance of his.
He tried to make me his slave. Idris forced his face into what was probably only approximately a smile, managed a nod. Solis was very still, and he was aware that Chris was trying to listen in, too far away to help. Obviously, Oscaro wasn't going to go there, except he carried on with,
You came close to joining the family, he mentioned. A shame. We could have used you, especially in this venture.
And still, with that wonderfully paternal plumminess to his voice, as though they were old friends remembering better days. I am sharing my findings with your researchers, Idris got out, staring down at his half-full bowl. He would have said team, except that might have indicated the leashed ints Oscaro had brought as well, and Idris had been avoiding any and all other intermediaries.
Oh, we're all rationing out what we find,
Oscaro said, nodding as though this was agreement rather than flat contradiction.
A shame, though, nonetheless. Peter speaks very fondly of you.
Did, Solis said, then stopped and stared furiously at the gleaming pearlescent floor that had overlain the rug. A Timery appeared at her elbow, and she waved it away irritably. Idris put a hand on her armoured forearm, feeling Oscaro's eyes track the movement.
I see, the old man said quietly. How very romantic. I'm sure I can't blame you. Dr. Parsifal made her copies very well.
Idris tried to shrink into himself further. It was a post-war nativist slur that the Partheni weren't quite human, just an artificial mimicry. Idris was ransacking his brain for some rejoinder that would get under the man's skin while still seeming perfectly polite. The SEL was right there, after all. They could hardly start brawling in front of it. He felt as though just being there he was letting the side down, a gaping hole in the otherwise perfect Partheni facade. But then Solis found her words again. I remember your nephew, Mozarin. We met on Jericho. Her face was tight with anger, and she was speaking loud enough to be heard across the gathering, including by Sortil, if the SEL could register human speech. Some of his staff made a visit to Delegate Trine there, she continued implacably, despite glaring looks from Exemplar Keen. Then it became worse, because this invited Trine to the conversation, and they were never short of something undiplomatic to say.
In fact,
the hiver announced airily. "They were bringing a gift to my dig site. Very anxious to deliver it to me personally. But then the boyarin are all about those direct relationships. You know, lord and vassal, owner and property." He shot a venomous look at Storkwell to drag him into the discussion as well, even though he'd been nothing to do with the nativists trying to kill Trine on Jericho. All other conversation around the rug had died a death by now.
"Your dig site?"
Storkwell asked icily, and he was plainly stoked up with a full load of fuel to discharge upon Trine.
"As if any of the Jericho research was genuinely yours."
Then a strange look came to him, and he abruptly clamped down on the words, his eyes straying past the floating Essiel, up past the darkened horizon. One by one, people turned to see what it was that had hooked his attention, what light had touched his face from that quarter. As though a moon had risen, of course. Except Arc Palator had no moons. Not naturally. The planet's rotation had brought it round until the system's sun touched a scintillating resplendence of refracted light from the world's executioner in waiting. They heard a strange composite sound radiating out away from them, a city full of people whose faith in their alien gods was not quite enough for them to look on that sign of the end times with equanimity. The silence after that was grotesque. Everyone waited for the glowing form of the Essiel to issue some dread proclamation or to signal its disapproval. And it did nothing, arms continuing to wave and flurry. Idris reckoned it hadn't even noticed that the lesser beings had been squabbling beneath it.
"As I was saying,"
Trine said loudly, and everyone tensed. They were just carrying on with whatever line of scientific patter they'd been indulging in, though, and any other accusations they had went unsaid. There was something that followed. The cultists themselves seemed to believe it was a kind of religious rite. The locals and pilgrims chanted, and a couple actually had some kind of rapture, falling over and babbling, eyes wide in ecstasy. The hierograves in better robes, those who had come as part of the Radiant's entourage, took it more in their stride. Idris even felt they were a little embarrassed at the behaviour of their country cousins. Yet, whatever it was, the Essiel was a part of it. Its sourceless lights changed hue and intensity to a rhythm that Idris couldn't anticipate, but which was inarguably rhythmic. The arrangements of its many arms passed through sequences that seemed pregnant with meaning just beyond his grasp. Its basso profundo groans and rasps fell into patterns that might have been poetry or song or just some art or oratory humanity had never devised a word for. With the faithful on all sides trying desperately to be a part of something that de facto excluded them, it should have been ridiculous or pathetic. Yet it transcended human judgment. Just as there really was something awe-inspiring about the Essiel, their mere presence, so this performance touched a part of the soul. Idris tried to cling to his sense of self, to insist there was nothing in this absurd alien malarkey, and he was left shaken, a party to something he could neither describe nor deny. Then everyone was getting up, the projected walls fading into the dark of night, leaving only the shabby awning above and the patchwork of lanterns to show the way out. The radiant sortiel dimmed and went out, becoming a dark, impossible shape floating there, revolving slowly, but its limbs still. The audience was over.
"Spurious mummery,"
Exemplar Keen murmured, levering herself up and giving the rug and the Essiel a very wide berth, as she went to prize Trine away from a couple of colonial scholars. Chris was talking with one of Manek's staff, with enough animation that Idris sensed she was just getting started. He felt utterly worn out, as though he had been fighting the Esiel's presence every minute of the meal. He lurched to his feet and almost fell over a timery, which vented a metallic growl at his shins. He'd had enough. He needed to get clear of all these people. Solis had his elbow, already helping him through a cordon of cultists and back towards the landing site. The Originator city at night was suddenly an unwelcoming place. They pushed on through the crooked streets that weren't streets at all, but just convolutions of an ancient alien structure, now lined with the shacks and shanties of the faithful. Come here to what they think their gods worship. Come here to watch it being taken away by the universe's demons.
I don't know how much longer I can do this, he said.
Whining again, he knew. It was just that he was tired and couldn't ever sleep, and Ascaro had rattled him. There's nobody else, Solis said, short on sympathy for once, and he couldn't blame her.
Let them get the Castigar to do it. Let their own Ogdru. They have ints?
They don't. Idris shook his head.
They do. One of them hunted us through bloody unspace. You were there.
They have navigators. Solis was on edge, peering into the dark, her helmet back on now for the extra senses it lent her. Not ints. Castigar Seercast are senile, is what I hear, and the Ogdru navs are some kind of throwback, not sentient. It's just you, Idris. Human ints can sense unspace and come back to talk about what they found. No others that I ever heard of, just... They turned a corner, and someone rammed into them, big enough that he struck them both. Idris went straight over, and Solis staggered back, reaching for balance. The nearest lamp cast a reddish glare over the man, but Idris recognized the Voyeni uniform.
"Clumsy Bethel bitch!"
the man exclaimed, but almost as a formality, with barely any real venom, just establishing a reason for a spontaneous fight he'd plainly been planning since the meal. He went for Solis without further preamble, no matter that she was armoured and he wasn't. And he was big. The foot that stomped down close to Idris's head was twice the size of his own. Quick, too. He had his hands on Solis before she could recover her balance, and then he'd picked her up bodily, holding her above his head before throwing her at the nearest ancient wall. Idris hit him. To his own surprise, he punched the Voyeni with, for what little it actually meant, the entirety of his strength. He struck the man in what he'd imagined were the kidneys, but turned out to be his underjacket armour plating, feeling the material go solid under his blow at just about the same time as he felt the bones of his hand break. That represented his offensive contribution to the fight. Solis was on her feet again. Perhaps he could claim he'd bought her time for it. His world had become a blur of pain, but he saw the Voyeni hulk over her, and the gleam of a pistol in the lamplight pointed at his gut. Perhaps the shot wouldn't make it through the man's armour, but the Partheni built good guns.
"Don't!"
he got out, more a scream than anything so civilized as conversation. Solis hesitated, and if he'd been wrong, the Voyeni would likely have got past the threatening barrel and had another go at cracking her shell. He waited, though, and Idris knew he'd been right. With that, he gave in to the pain. It wasn't as though he'd lived a suffering-free life, what with a cyborg heart and the autopsy scar and the well-documented history of brain embolisms. But when those little inconveniences had been happening, he'd generally been focused elsewhere. Right now, he had nowhere else to go, and his cracked hand was agony. Solis tried to edge towards him, and the Voyeni made a quick decision to get in her way, backing until he was standing over Idris, eyes locked with hers. Slowly, he reached down. "I will shoot you, diplomacy be damned," Solis warned. Idris tried to shuffle sideways, but the jag of agony stopped him, and then the man's thick fingers had bunched in his hair. Solis had the pistol levelled at the Voyenni's face now, right between the eyes, her hand utterly steady. "Just go," she said. "My suit camera is recording this. What do you hope to prove?"
"Everyone knows," the man said thickly, "how clever you witches are. Who will believe?"
Then he leapt 2 meters in the air in a shower of sparks. Idris screamed, hauled halfway standing, his head whacking into the wall and a fistful of hair torn from his scalp. The Voyenni ended up well out of reach of him, jittering about as though dancing. "Diplomacy averted," announced an enthusiastic artificial voice, Kittering's familiar translator. The Hanalambra put himself between the huge man and Idris, brandishing a smoking rod in his mouthparts. The odds didn't seem to favour him, but then Chris was there with her knife, and he could hear plenty of others headed their way. Idris supposed that was the result of his screaming, and was faintly glad he'd contributed to proceedings in some meaningful way. The Voyenni stepped back and waited, muscles still shuddering and twitching across his body. When Solis made her immediate report, Exemplar Keen looked almost happy about it, ready to demand all manner of reparations and concessions, possibly at gunpoint. For his part, Ambassador Manek could plainly not believe how fast his position had been undermined. It was Ravin Oscaro himself who stepped forwards to take the heat.
"It is obvious that this, my servant, has reacted untowardly," he said, not remotely apologetic. "The Partheni will understand when I say our house staff are warriors, born and bred, proud people. On Magda, the people know not to jostle a Voyenni in the street. After such a night, he forgets he is not on Magda. He shall be punished, of course."
Keen looked from him to Solis, plainly weighing up just how much of this she was supposed to swallow. "I will leave it in your hands, then," she got out through gritted teeth. "I trust you will properly brief and control your more spirited followers."
"Oh, no,"
Oscaro said, looking shocked.
"I insist he is punished here and now before all, so that there are no misunderstandings. I will make an example of him."
His smile was crisp and sharp enough to shave with.
"Nothing behind closed doors, Exemplar. You will see how we discipline our errant servants. Bayon, down to your skin."
The man shrugged out of his jacket, then the shirt beneath, then his armoured vest and its padding. There was still a prodigious amount of man left, even after all those layers had been removed. Solis would barely make 40% of him by weight.
"Kneel,"
Oscaro told him, and he did so, palms flat on the ground, staring at Solis. Oscaro had brought out a little cylinder, small enough that Idris thought it was an old-fashioned comm unit. A flourish of the wrist had it telescoped out into a segmented metal baton, flexible and with a weighted head.
20 will be sufficient, Exemplar? Perhaps you would like to do the honors."
Oscaro proffered her the truncheon. Keen just stared at him, genuinely thrown.
"Well then,"
Oscaro said, not displeased,
"my hands are the most fitting."
And he brought the rod whipping across the Voyenni's back. Bayon grunted, nothing more. A second time. A third. Another grunt. Oscaro was sparing nothing, very obviously putting his whole back and arm into every blow, and if he couldn't give as much force as Keen might, it was plainly not for want of trying. By the 5th strike, with Bayon's back running with blood, Manek tried to intervene, but the Magdan urbanely told him that it was a boyarin's right to caution his staff, a point of colonial law, in fact.
Magda had fought hard to earn its privileges, and surely the ambassador would not think of infringing on them. And he laid on again, with a will. Idris found himself counting the strokes, despite what had happened, and his own pain, desperate for them to be done. Everyone was staring, the colonials as much as the locals, or Keen's people. And all the way through it, Bayon's grim and hungry glower was only for solace. There was a promise there, held back for a later hour, and when the 20th stroke was laid down, his lips parted in a grin. Chapter 10. Havea. Havea Mundi wasn't the type to get invited to diplomatic soirees. As Mordaunt House's man assigned to the Archpalator mission, the first he heard of events was at his breakfast with the ambassador and Professor Storkwell the next morning. "I didn't know where to put myself," Karl Manek confessed. His hands shook slightly around his cup of café, although Havea wasn't entirely sure the movement wasn't an affectation put on to demonstrate just how mortifying the business had been. Just whipped the man, in front of everyone. "Is the Morzarin not under your authority?" he asked, sipping at his own. The ambassador had admirable galley printers, and Havea was happy to put off hegemonic food for as long as possible. Making a sullen inward turn third, Professor Storkwell slurped his cup dry and waved an irritable hand at Manek's assistant. Manek grimaced. "Nominally, but it's a big noise back on Berlenhof. The whole Oscaro clan are. Almost half our presence here is his retinue, including armed forces, and the Ints are his, of course. Nobody else has a team of them used to working together. Given the short notice, we had to let him set a lot of the terms of his presence here." Havea frowned, something about that sticking in his mind. His train of thought was derailed by Storkwell's loud mutter of, "Unacceptable, the oaf." Havea had the impression the academic was not against disproportionate influence per se, reserving his opposition for when such power wasn't under his own control. "So?" he prompted. "So," Manek agreed. "Possibly the Partheni are now suitably cowed by how very strong and tough Ravin's people are, which was very much the intent. My guess is they don't cow that easily, though, and now they're going to be extra twitchy, which will lead to further incidents. It's not as though they're actual angels themselves, despite the nickname. Plenty of hot tempers on their side of the line, too. Given what you've got floating above you, it seems a bad time for sabre-rattling." "Well, yes, I know, which was why I was hoping the intervention of Mordaunt House might—" "Hold on," Havea frowned. "Why does he have a team of Ints used to working together?" "I'm sorry?" "The whole point of being an Int is solitary. Everyone's alone in unspace. It's just about the only thing anyone off any world could tell you about it. You can't coordinate your Ints unless they're all on one ship, in which case, what's the point?" Manek went through a mummery of eye-rolling and shrugs to indicate who knew why the Magdans did anything. "It has been of considerable value here, though I agree they could hardly have had this scenario in mind back during the training. So, where are we, Professor?" Finally deigning to let Storkwell into the conversation. Tiber Storkwell was a Berlenhof man, old enough that he'd lived out his childhood in the shadow of the architects. He'd given his life to the study of the Originators, very much with an eye to their relationship with the world destroyers. At his seniority, he seldom saw the inside of a dig site anymore, but this was a special case, a unique opportunity. "The information we are getting," Storkwell said ponderously, "is very good." He had a silvery beard which he tugged at as a kind of personal punctuation.
His clothes were expensive Berlenhof casual, but the body underneath them had the narrow shoulders and hollow chest of wartime shortages, for all his waistband had filled out a bit since.
"But we're not getting all the information. I'm having to work with half the pieces missing. The Magdens are cheese paring, picking over everything behind closed doors before passing it on. And what the Partheni brought, I was not told I would have to work alongside that."
Hevea had done his reading on Storkwell. It is what it is, he tried, but he was a fresh audience as far as the professor was concerned, someone to vent to.
"It walks in here and contests my analyses and my conclusions at every turn," Storkwell bemoaned, "a thing that built its scrap-heap career off my leavings. Everything it is, it owes to me, and now it has the temerity to argue."
"Professor, our hosts extended the invitation," Manek said, with the weary air of someone who had been butting at that wall for a while.
"Many a Monday," Storkwell said hotly, "I bought that unit from the War Office. It was nothing but a repository of data, and for years it was my assistant. It did not complain. It did not demand its rights. It was a tool, a machine. That's what they are. Except, owing to some catastrophic misjudging on the part of your people," a finger jabbed at Manek, "someone decided the things were people, and it waltzed off with decades of my research, and now has the gall to claim itself an equal."
His beard actually bristled, visibly.
"And it was only with the help of those women that the things broke away, just before they abandoned us themselves. We're supposed to just accept that—"
"Yes, Professor, I'm well aware," Hevea broke in, "just as you are aware that, right now, cooperation with Delegate Trine and their Partheni allies is in all our best interests."
"I would have thought," the academic replied sourly, "that Mordaunt House, of all institutions, would be more patriotic."
Hevea fixed the man with an exceptionally cold look, until Storkwell found something of interest in his cafe. Hevea sighed. "The intervention board's stance on all these things is fluid at the moment," he admitted to Manek. "Certainly I can pass on your request for censure, but it seems unlikely they'll take any action against the Oscaros, given the liaison board's primary in-training facility is on a Magdan orbital, and right now we need all the ints we can get as a matter of vital planetary security. Although, his traitor mind pointed out, according to Telemmier it won't matter, because leashed ints can't help us against the architects." The liaison board were bearing that in mind, he'd heard, with their new class, but that new class wouldn't be ready for a while. Given the rate of architect attack, dozens of worlds didn't have that long. Manek gave him a bright smile and said he knew Mynheer Mundy would do what he could, and welcome to Ark Palator, all of that. Then Hevea went to sweep his new quarters for bugs and to patch in the standard Mordaunt hacks and tweaks that would ensure his privacy. There was a packet ship in orbit, just waiting for his word. He included Manek's request and his own brief first impressions, including that the vulture god was here like a bad penny, not unexpected, given Telemmier was more than half of what the Partheni were contributing to the research effort. He requested orders, and he had a bad feeling he wouldn't like them when they came. Then he turned to what the packet vessel had brought him. Not Agent Hevea Mundy of the Intervention Board, but him as a private citizen. He had a parcel. Mail order. Special delivery. It unpacked itself when he gave it the codes. Or rather, they did. They wore a small frame, a cylindrical can on 4 props that were incongruously moulded like eagles' legs, including the clawed feet. The top of their body came a little past Havea's waist, with any arms invisibly retracted. No head, but a panel tilted up from their top edge, revealing a cluster of lenses and lights for him to focus on. "Asset Kulvari 88205? He addressed them.
"Asset Kulvari 88205, instanced out of Peace Hive 7 in 118 after, provided under a short-term leash contract to Menhir Havea Mundi," they confirmed, setting out precisely when and where this particular individual had been separated from the Hiver assembly. Their voice was as plain as their body, and the boilerplate terms of their contract. Only those unlikely legs suggested a colourful history. Accredited for data analysis? There was no point going further, if he'd been sent someone actually new from the factory. "Previous instantiation history is available," Kulvari told him. "We proffer our wartime logistical work and subsequent intelligence analysis for Mordant House, although we note that you are employing us in your personal capacity whilst retaining us under the usual non-disclosure clauses."
Havea sat on his bunk, staring at the Hiver, on the edge of changing his mind and not trusting the work to it. But Hivers were discreet. Mordant House used them, and so did plenty of private interests, and he'd never heard of a Hiver or a Hive assembly breaking a contract or disclosing secrets, and he had a lot of data. The sealed stick he'd practically pulled from Kenyon's dead fingers had not had some piece of incriminating scandal sitting on a plain field, ready for inquiring eyes. Instead, it contained hours and hours of memos, meeting transcripts, reports, and specifications. Havea only had so much time to wade through it, because he wasn't supposed to have it, hadn't told his bosses he'd recovered it, and had an actual job to do here on Ark Palator. In circumstances like these, an agent called in specialist help. He could have just run the contents through a computer, but even Kybernet-level AIs weren't good at picking out human-level significance from that kind of morass. A Hiver was the best of both worlds. A computer's speed and ability to fine-grind the details, a sentient mind's eye for what actually mattered. "I'm going to be vague, to start with," he told Kulvari. "I don't know what I'm looking for. I just know there's something in this data set that is severely incriminating, so much so that all manner of people want to get their hands on it. Unless there isn't, and everyone just heard everyone else wanted it and assumed." But he couldn't go ahead on that basis. He had to fall into the same assumption, and hope he didn't look like an ass at the end of it. "I want you to tell me what's in here, and who it compromises. Standard terms. You self-edit before you return to the assembly, unless I instruct you otherwise. That's not a problem?" A Hiver could indeed delete parts of its own memories, but these days they at least had to consent to it. And there were more than a few Mordant House operatives who muttered that they never did, that the assemblies had the galaxy's greatest trove of sensitive data stored somewhere, and one day they'd flex their espionage muscles and use it. But even those operatives still hired the semi-machines, because they were just so good at the job.
"That is agreeable,"
Kulvari said blandly. Havea looked at those ornate legs and wondered just what stories they might have told about previous instantiations. War stories, spy stories, escapades and danger. Except the entity reciting them would be doing no more than that. They would have the memories, but only as if they had read them in a report. Since returning to the assembly and then instancing out again, the underlying personality wouldn't be the same. The memories weren't theirs. He handed over the data, the physical stick taken from his fingers by a handful of segmented tendrils that seethed out from beneath the hiver's eyes.
"The only copy?"
they asked, and he confirmed it was. Not something he felt confident duplicating, given he had to keep it secure from his own people.
"Working then. We'll update you many a Monday."
And that, for the moment, would be that. Time for him to go for a stroll and see just how tight the tensions were wound on site. Ollie. Ollie made no secret of her general dislike of the Parthenon, but she disliked going stir-crazy even more. When Myrmidon Lightly came to her to ask for a loan of the vulture, an outing had seemed better than sitting amongst the flower children cultists, listening to them explain how the star god Esiel would always take care of them. The Partheni had made a lot of fuss about the vulture's superior sensor suite, and for survey work, that was probably true. What was truer was that they didn't want to leave their sisters lacking the Nereid's speed and guns if things went sour. Lightly was partnered up with a non-fighting Partheni, Cognoscenti Dill. This turned out to be short for diligent, the first time Ollie had come across a nickname or abbreviation amongst any of them. The pair of them looked almost identical in the face, Lightly in combat armour like Solis's, Dill in just a plain grey uniform. Ollie was about to make some jibe about Dill's mother saddling her with a name nobody could be bothered to say properly, then remembered that the only mother the woman would have known would be the formal title they gave their superior officers. Poured out of a vat, just like all of them. And that was usually just one of the things she'd have griped about, regarding the unnatural warrior angels. Except, listening to the pair of them chatter, let off the leash for a bit of a jolly around the planet, the thought came out reflective and a bit sad. She supposed they hadn't asked to be not born, so to speak, and they were fangirling about some mediotype she'd never heard of, that seemed to have 1,000 different characters, each of which had a constantly shifting relationship with all of the others. They were, Ollie realised, very young. Solis had worked really hard to talk her round on the subject of the Parthenon. First, because it was her duty, then because she needed Idris, and Ollie came as part of the package. Finally, it was maybe because Solis ended up thinking of her as a comrade in arms, after they'd fought that Tothiat together, and thus craved her good opinion, which she sure as hell wasn't getting, but Ollie had just about been worked around to a neutral opinion, and that was as far as she got with most people. Solis had been big on how the Parthenon had faced its demons and turned away from the sort of genocidal path the nativists accused them of. There had been a big covert showdown within the Parthenon, she'd said, and those who wanted a war of superior genetics had been shouted down, or in some cases, quietly murdered, all without ever letting up on the outer show of unity they gave to the rest of the universe. Ollie had, quite reasonably, pointed out that no genocide today didn't preclude genocide tomorrow, and Solis hadn't had much to say to that. Still, it meant she could pilot the vulture god for these two vat kids and not want to dump them in a volcanic fault, which was something Ark Palator was abundantly supplied with. That was the morning's work, cruising over a web of lowlands and canyons, all of it hot and caustic enough to make a more personal visit a fatal error. This was also where Ark Palator's native biology lurked, in yellowish crusts and frothy red scum on chemical pools. Ollie couldn't really spare a tear for it, but Dill wanted to know if the hegemonics were preserving any of it, because it was a whole planetary ecosystem, and the architects would kill it off just as easily as the people. Then they went to look at the people. Ollie was sick of the cultists around the Originator city, who were basically living lives of virtuous squalor, all smiles and clapping. She was vaguely aware they didn't constitute the majority of hegemonic subjects on the planet. Apparently, part of Dill and Lightly's brief was to go scout the others out. It took them a long time of cruising through low atmosphere over the forests before Ollie, and Lightly for that matter, realised they weren't seeing the wood for the trees. It took Dill to remind them that the local biology had never colonised the highlands of the world. The forests were imported life. More than that, they were the hegemonics.
They're called something like athamirs, the cognoscenti explained. Plenty of them in the hegemony, SEO subjects since anyone can remember. Given the SEO don't really keep histories, and seem to think they can just declare forever at a moment's notice, favourable colonists for harsh planets, given they adapt to their environment.
I still don't know what I'm looking at, Lightly complained. Can you just hover us over them? The ship's movement's messing with my eyes. The pair of them were in the Vulture's control pod, while Ollie was at her usual station in the drone bay, keeping an eye on them through the internal cameras and letting the ship's haptics replace her own limited sense of her body. She let the vessel slew into something approximating geostationary, jockeying the gravity drives to stave off the ground. Below them, some of the things that had looked like plants seemed to notice them. And maybe they were plants, or maybe that distinction didn't make much odds for the product of an alien world. The Athamir were mostly giant puffball brains to Ollie's eyes, bone-coloured and propped on a host of spindly white legs. Many of them seemed rooted in the ground, while others stilted about on incomprehensible errands. They were clustered around larger plants, which looked like distressingly phallic mushrooms 10 metres tall and up. Sometimes there were several of these, leaning together, merged at the tips to form a kind of building. Lightly explained she'd seen them grown. They weren't plants, apparently, but inorganic. Athamir tech was based on violent, instant chemical reactions. The creatures secreted some compounds and then put them together and stood back. The towers grew within seconds, made of aerated fibres that weighed almost nothing, but were remarkably strong. The process had been incorporated in hegemonic architecture and shipbuilding, apparently.
But what do they do? Ollie demanded. I mean, I don't see a bar down there, or any damn thing. They're just sitting around in the dirt like butt-naked mushrooms. OK, so the human cultists were dull as shit too, but at least they had fancy clothes.
They do Athamir things, Dill said uncertainly. I mean, there are billions of them, literally, on this world. They do... This is what they do. What you see. They have a culture not based on material creation.
Maybe they're telling each other stories, Lightly suggested doubtfully. Not long ones, hopefully, Ollie said sourly, as the ship's cameras tracked to the gleaming crystal moon clipping the horizon. Then, the Vulture's systems nagged her with an alarm, and she noted, "Got another ship, near surface, about 300 clicks."
"Let's go see," Lightly decided. The hegemonic vessel was a jagged rose, hanging like art over the dry landscape. It had left quite a trail behind it. By the time the Vulture god drew near, Ollie and the two Partheni had gone very quiet. A swarm of lesser craft, smaller than a human being, was shuttling back and forth between ship and surface. Lightly identified them as Timery in single-occupant flight suits. They were... Ollie felt ill. Even though it was an interaction between two groups of aliens she could barely recognize as sentient creatures. They were harvesting. The swathe left by the ship was one of their dead. They saw thousands of Athamir, still standing straight, on their twig-thin legs, but their brains or fruiting bodies or mushroom caps
exploded open, hollowed out. The Timery swarmed down on them, and they went very still. Some signal or chemical or suicidal ideation reached them, and then they began venting something. A smoke, brownish, heavy, that the Timery dived through and vacuumed up, though most of it was still lost to the atmosphere. Ollie thought about the constant hot haze of the air, and wondered how much of it wasn't just water vapour and volcanic fug, but the last breaths of dead Athemir. By that time, Dill had linked with the Grendel's mother for planet-wide data. Now they had a basis for comparison, and the ship's main surveys showed whole stretches of the planet with the telltale shift in colour, from Athemir habitation to Athemir graveyard. A subtle shading from yellowish to orangish, but it was there once you knew to look. Dill's scratch calculation suggested that the planet's population of 3 billion was down by at least a third already, and there were thousands of Timery harvesting operations ongoing. "They're not waiting for the architect," Lightly said. "They're doing it themselves. The Essiel are committing genocide on their own subjects." Ollie found she wasn't even remotely tempted to throw out a barb about the Parthenon. Yes, the Athemir were strange, daft-looking mushroom creatures that looked closer to a pot plant than a person, but she realised she did care, despite that, and there was nothing any of them could do about it, here in the heart of the hegemony, aside from making recordings and carry the truth out to Hugh and the Parthenon. "Maybe this will put a few people off joining the cult," she said. "You think they know you can't harvest humans like this?" Dill asked. After that cheery thought, they had to go look at the temple. Or the two Partheni did. Ollie felt she'd seen enough shit for one day. But then the abiding lesson of the universe was that there was always more shit. She clawed back into orbit to hop across the planet, over to where the Originator city was. The temple was on a neighbouring piece of high ground, across one of the steaming chasms. The bridge linking the two was gleaming, pearlescent, made in one piece without seams. The people trudging across it, hordes of them, in a steady, uncomplaining stream, were dusty and pushing handcarts, or else carrying their lives on their backs. Ollie decided that she just didn't get the hegemony, and maybe it wasn't humanly possible. Maybe every detail of this was the exacting plan of the divine Essiel, and it just wouldn't ever be comprehensible to poor Olean Timo of the vulture god. The temple was a vast, cleared space, ringed with pillars of what looked like lead. There was no roof, and the refugees had set up camp all over it, by whatever means they had. They all seemed well fed, and plenty had set up little kitchens to pool their resources. They all seemed happy that the Essiel had provided this patch of bare ground for them to live on, now the architect had torn up their homes. The temple was new, of course. Before, there had just been a handful of blocky buildings and a landing site. For a moment, they took the activity there for an actual evacuation effort, even a small one. As they watched, a transport ship touched down, the sort of robust, ugly model that was familiar throughout the colonies. People were getting off it, though. There was no great rush shipward from the temple. Ollie looked at the newcomers, seeing the flash of their fancy robes, seeing the luggage gliding after them as they headed for the buildings. "Pilgrims," she identified, and then, with more venom, "Tourists, here to see it before it's all gone. Fuck me." "This," Dill said quietly, "this is depressing. This isn't what I imagined. I mean, the hegemony. I thought..." Ollie's attention was elsewhere, though. Because where there were tourists, there were things for tourists to spend their money on, and the hegemony might be a great alien state, but the cultists were humans.
and she was willing to bet they couldn't all be as devout as all that. "I have a personal survey to do," she told the Partheni. "Specifically, I want to survey if there's a bar in that hotel, or whatever it is over there." Idris. Ollie's discovery of a bar was possibly the best thing to happen to Idris all day. The confrontation of the previous evening meant that, when the sun had finally dragged its bulk over the horizon, everyone had turned up to work with a gun. Or not everyone, but the colonials had brought twice the usual number of both Voyeni and soldiers, all with accelerators. Not to be outdone, the smaller complement of Partheni were all in full armour, and just as nastily armed. The ints and researchers crept about their business, worried that dropping a slate or kicking a loose stone would see the whole area erupt into a cross-borders slaughter of twitchy trigger fingers. It was all a solid dose of mental stress to add to the distant throb of his healing hand. Partheni medicine was good, but their painkillers never banished the pain, simply transmuted it to something more bearable, so the patient never forgot about the injury so much as to exacerbate it. Admirable medical thinking, but the sensation of knitting bones and bruises was like sandpaper quietly rubbing away at the back of Idris's brain. The blazing row that erupted between Trine and Storkwell a few hours later looked, on that basis, like a deliberate attempt to get everyone killed. Idris couldn't even say what started it, but both of them had been spoiling for a fight since the beginning, and it was about time they got it out of their systems. Only, if they'd done it the day before, when it wasn't 5 minutes to midnight on the firefight clock, that might have been preferable. Some trifling difference of opinion on interpretation turned into accusations, on both sides, of not disclosing data, and thence to personal observations, claims of stolen research going back decades, and straight-up abuse. Trine's artificial voice just got louder and louder, matching sarcasm to volume. Storkwell, for his part, ended up shrieking, "Nothing you have is yours! I owned you!" far too loud, in an awkward gap in Trine's own diatribe. After that, the pair of them took a few steps back from each other and came to the understanding that the guns of both sides were directed at their opposite numbers, and the pair of them were right in the middle. Work stopped around then, or at least any pretense of a coordinated effort, leaving him frustrated, the hooks of the sight still tugging at his mind. Idris understood that Keane and Manek were trying to draw up a partitioned plan of the site, so both teams could continue working separately. Neither Trine nor Storkwell would agree to any proposed division, though. So right now, the only entity actually getting on with things was the architect above. This nearly got everyone shot again, because, after another 2 twitchy hours of nobody getting on with things, and the guns not really wavering, 3 new salvos of spines lanced down from the crystal moon into fresh parts of the city. The seismic tremble of impact set dust sifting from everywhere, and one of the Partheni sent an accelerator round into a wall not 100 miles away from Professor Storkwell. The diplomatic world held its breath, but the clock had been wound back far enough that it wasn't war just yet. After the initial shock, the architect's intervention actually mended some fences. Everyone was suddenly reminded why they were there and what the real enemy was. There were now 3 separate groups of crystalline servitors tearing up the ruins, and that hadn't happened before. Everyone's estimate of how much time they had went up in smoke. Idris was called over and asked to go back to work. The colonial ints were being marched out by their Voyeni handlers. He saw Demiulo out there, her walker making heavy going of the uneven ground. It was time for everyone to throw open their minds and sense the alien, feel out the geometry of the originator structures that extended beneath them,
and how that stub of a ruin interacted with the architect above. He chose a part of the ruin as far from her as possible. He ended up working alongside one of the crystal forms, which did little to assuage the nerves of his own escort. It was a four-legged thing, no arms, but horns, or possibly mouthparts, like a great arching pair of tongs. He couldn't quite imagine the living original. Had it even been intelligent? How had it built or done anything Idris might associate with civilization? Now it was nothing but a template within the mind of an architect. And yet all the Ints had reported that their impressions and data came most readily where the crystal forms were working, rather than in quieter parts of the city. There was a channel to the entity above that they could tap into. In that moment of reflection, in that company, his awareness of the universe slipped past the walls and barriers of the real, and he had one of those moments of perfect clarity, usually such a pain, but right now, what he was being employed for. The boundary of unspace was beneath him, like the skin of a balloon his feet didn't even dent. He could feel it deform under the pressure of the architect's attention, though. His understanding was that the crystal forms weren't independent entities. They weren't even remotes, like Ollie's drones. They were literally blocks of inorganic matter, reshaped and puppeteered around by the architect's complete mastery of gravitational force, applied with the same pinpoint accuracy with which it would reshape Arc Palator. Except there was something more. There was a knot of resonance within the form that seemed to persist, moment to moment. At first, he took it for a separate mind, and wondered if, in replicating the shape of its long-dead prey, the architect had somehow conjured its consciousness. Then he understood. It wasn't separate, but separated by real space. Not a knot, but a window, an opening, connecting the crystal form to the heart of the architect, so that its unimaginable intellect was present within every one of its servants, to look out and exert precise control. Perhaps a link that could be used against it. Idris had no idea. But the next moment, the crystal entity had stopped whatever it was doing. He'd say it turned to look at him, but it had no eyes, and it didn't even turn, exactly. Its faceted shape simply flowed and remoulded itself until the arching prongs were directed towards him. The Partheni shouted at him to get back from it, levelling accelerators that would do precisely nothing to the thing's malleable shape. Idris was frozen. It could have leant in and clipped his head off neatly, with very little effort. He was staring into the heart of it, looking the architect in the eye, while it was trying to work out what he was and why he'd snagged its colossal attention. Then it was back about its work again, and he had the fleeting sense of a weariness as great as the universe, of work that went on forever and must be done, unsleeping, unwilling, unable to stop. And it was tearing up the planet 3 times as fast, of course, so overall a bad time to feel sympathy for it, but he found he could empathise nonetheless. By the time Ollie arrived, there had been enough gun-pointing and false alarms and general workplace stress that Idris was more than ready for her to declare that the Vulture God crew was going on a bender at the local spaceport dive, and the Partheni could stay or come along as they pleased. Chapter 11. Havea. Towards the end of the day, Havea was pinged by Kolvari, the Hiver asset, seeking directions.
Havea had been watching the escalating mess on site as per instructions, enough that he'd be able to file a convincing report, but his mind hadn't entirely been on it. There had been no word from Larry, either official or covert. It was as though the whole of Mordaunt House was trying to forget her name. And his current assignment here was surely still important, irrespective of departmental infighting, but he felt as though a face he'd known for a long time had been peeled back. The intervention board had turned against itself, for reasons and in ways he couldn't understand yet. He didn't know what he could have faith in. In fact, Arch Palator had given him a particularly unpleasant analogy. He didn't want to end up as the espionage version of those poor mooks in the temple, putting their boundless trust in something that quite possibly didn't really think about them at all, save as expendable. He found a quiet corner and worked through the encryption protocols he'd agreed with the Hiver, passing through 3 separate systems until he was sure he was in contact with Kolvari, and any eavesdroppers were hopefully properly confused. It wasn't a standard Mordaunt House series, but something left field he'd cooked up himself. It would have to be enough.
I have completed my initial survey of the data, the Hiver reported. In order to feed back to you in any useful way, I require filters.
Havea had expected that. The Hiver would have inventoried the stick's contents as a dataset, which was something any dumb AI could have done. To actually give him a human-level accounting, without simply regurgitating the contents entire to nobody's benefit, required a bit of direction, which meant he had to start taking potshots and seeing what he scared out of cover. It was possible there was nothing, of course. That was the whole problem. Everyone could have been blind bidding on nothing more controversial than a set of over-enthusiastically secure meeting transcripts. The late pirate might have been playing everyone, though if so, it had certainly backfired on her. He had to go with what he knew, though, that something hidden in that vast morass of humdrum data was worth sending a Mordaunt House team to recover, worth the Partheni investing at least something to try and acquire it, worth a group of renegade operatives and their nativist goons killing for it. There had been a rumour, he strongly suspected. Someone had told a tale about tradecraft cities of gold, and that had drawn all the usual suspects out of the woodwork to go find them. But that last element, the traitors within his own team, was the clincher. Because if it had just been Hugh and the Parthenon chasing each other's tails, he could have written the whole business off. Someone, some hidden player, knew. Most likely, he reckoned, they knew because the secrets being sold were theirs, and they were very keen to get them back. "Let's try foreign affairs," he told Kolvari. "Outgoing plans from within Hugh regarding some major player. You know what I mean by that?"
Hegemony, Parthenon, assemblies, major Hanalambra cartels, Castigar world chain, Council of Human Interest strategies directed at any of the above, Kolvari summarized briskly. Likely enough to be getting on with. Secondary filters?
He was about to tell them to just get on with that for now, but if things kicked off on sight, he might not get another chance to give instructions, and he didn't want them sitting on their retractable hands at his expense. "Architects," he said, because the lowering globe up above was a constant pressure on his thoughts. "Strategy relating to the architects, I suppose. And after that we're down to things like tech, R&D, ship and weapon innovation, that kind of thing." But that didn't sound right, not with the elusive third-party interest. Nativists surely indicated this was something to do with Hugh's diplomatic relations with some other group. Int development, in fact. Bump that one up the list. He considered what the Hiver had said. "Question for you, while we're having this chat."
Ready.
"I appreciate I'm practically begging to be lied to here, But what happens if you uncover some move against the assemblies? I don't recall any exception for that in your leash contract. Kolvari was quiet for a couple of seconds.
That is an interesting line of speculation, Mania Mundi. Do you think it's likely?
Do you? From your initial cataloguing?
No, but if the subject was dealt with in veiled terms, it may not have been flagged appropriately on my first pass.
And your answer to my question?
The penalties for my breaching the terms of the leash contract are severe, and the assemblies regard such obligations as absolute. We maintain our value through our clients being able to rely on our discretion, even in extreme circumstances.
That's not an answer. Havea found that he was grinning. The conversation had gone from interrogating a tool to wrangling an agent, and that at least was something he was used to.
The answer can only be situational, Kolvari reflected. Does any entity really know what it would risk oblivion for until the moment has arrived?
Oblivion, because a potential consequence of breach was the hiver not being permitted to reintegrate with the assemblies, and hence its store of knowledge since it was last instantiated, being lost. That was, Havea supposed, the best he was going to get, and he couldn't really expect any more.
May I make an observation, Mania Mundi?
Go for it.
You're not anticipating this data revealing something adverse to the assemblies as a whole, or you would not have contracted with one such as us for this work. My assessment of you is that you are not predisposed against my kind, though such cannot be said for all who contract with us. Should this turn up material adverse to the assemblies, I only note that I am open to a frank discussion of how that might be furthered, potentially a renegotiation of contract.
It's within the realms of possibility, he agreed. Let's see what you turn up, though. After that, it was late in the day, and Oli Antimo had returned to her fellows with some sort of news. Planet-threatening news? Given the woman's general bloody-minded temperament, that was certainly possible. Ollie had found a bar, and the Vulture crew were going on a bender. His official orders included instructions to make tentative contact with them, although mostly because his new superiors vastly overestimated how malleable any of the band of reprobates were. Some tacky tourist drinking hole was probably his best bet for it, though, and right now his life was short of familiar faces he didn't suspect of working against him. At least any animosity he might get from Timo and the rest would be no more than they reserved for most of the universe. Solace. Of course, nobody was letting Idris Telemmier and Delegate Trine just slope off on their own, or even just with Ollie, Kit and Chris as wingmen. After their clash with the Voyeni, Solace decided that she wasn't feeling in the mood for subtlety, and went in full armour, Mr. Punch clasped in her suit's secondary limbs. If the hegemonic tourist felt this was untoward, she could point out of the window at what was overhead. The end times were coming for Ark Palator on an accelerated schedule, and she wasn't going to face them without a big gun. To her surprise, 2 of her sisters were in the god as well. Myrmidon Lightly and Cognoscenti Diligent, Grendel's mother sorority Sphinx division. They greeted her a little warily, in the timeless manner of juniors caught doing something only mission approximate, and not sure if they were about to be in trouble. "They're along for the ride," Ollie's voice came over the ship comms. "After what we've seen today, we all need a drink." As Trine and Idris stepped aboard, Solace cocked a look at the nearest internal camera. "And I thought you didn't like us. Or is it just me? Don't flatter yourself. I don't like plenty of your people. These 2 clowns are harmless enough, though." Which made Lightly and Diligent squirm even more, of course, just as Ollie might have guessed. They'd already picked up Kit and Chris, so the whole crew was back together. The pair of them had dressed up, probably more so than their destination could ever warrant. The Hanny's arm and back screens were showing a complex geometry of gold, red, and purple, which was presumably some hegemonic thing he'd found somewhere. Chris had a grey-green flowing poncho on, with a teal scarf hiding her scarred neck. After finding out about that scar, Solace had assumed its continued presence was down to poor colonial medical care. Later, she recognised Chris kept it because the mark was part of her past, and her nature. The Scintilla lawyers were serious about their traditions. Idris slumped down in the pilot's seat, even though Ollie would be flying the ship remotely from the drone bay. He looked worn down and grey, or more so than usual. Quietly, she took the seat beside him and squeezed his good arm. "You need your painkillers topped up?" she asked. He shook his head, then reached up and dug at his scalp until he'd pulled a silvery net of sensors out of his hair. There was a team up on Grendel's mother analysing his brain functions while he was on site, collecting data to take back to the fledgling INT program back on the Ceres. They all felt the familiar shudder of the Vulture's gravitic drives as the ship parted company with the planet's surface, a subtle mix of complaining structures and systems that would tell an expert like Ollie precisely which parts of the vessel were going to fail next. She took them low over the ruins, firing the reaction drives a couple of times, purely to annoy anyone with ears below them, as far as Solace could tell. "Talk to me, Idris," she said. "It's fine." "It's not, though, is it? We really are learning a lot. I'm learning. I sometimes feel it's so close, as though I just need to look under the right rock to find the universe's user manual. But it's a ruin. It's dead. Even as informative as it is, it's just echoes we're hearing. We can't shock whatever it is back to life. And if we could..." He balled his fists impotently. "We can't. It's not speaking to us like I need it to. It won't help me understand." "Like you say, it's a ruin. There is no it," Solace pointed out. "But there is. Because the shape of what was here remains. Between the walls. In the cracks. And I think if somehow we could... If one of us could do something big enough, in just the right way, we could understand it all and... Oh, damn words! There aren't the words, Solace. I can't tell you." "How about the other ints?" She instantly saw the question shut him down. "You don't like working with them? The leash contracts?" "Oh, that. I'm bloody delighted. It means they're not being forced into unspace against their will. This is practically a holiday for them." She wouldn't let him wriggle off the hook that easily. "You're avoiding your friend, the old int. You're being judged. Am I close?" He stared down at the net of the neurograph mesh. "They didn't tell me this thing was that good." She had a whole talk ready, about the virtue of the Parthenon, and how she would fight tooth and nail before it became anything that would make him a traitor to his people. None of it came out, though. All too trite, all too flags and drums. She felt a spike of affection for him, angsty little spacer that he was. "Berlenhof," she said. "Just remember Berlenhof." And either time would do, First War or Second. The moments when the architect threat had meant everyone was on the same side, that Demi Ulo's presence needn't be a problem. At last, he looked at her, and there was just a bit of a smile there. But anything he might have said got trampled in the general movement as the ship touched down and the hatch opened. Across the landing field, Neatly set out with a variety of hegemony and human-built ships, the ugly square buildings beckoned. Arc Palator's one and only nightlife highlight. Like many of the ships, the structure was definitely human-built. The emergency grav-scaffolded poured concrete look was familiar from just about every world the Polyaspera had fetched up on. Inside, though, the industrious faithful had done their best to create something more in keeping with their new master's aesthetic. Drapes were strung up everywhere to give the blocky interior space angles and shadows. There was no actual bar, and Solis's comms didn't find any kind of ordering interface. Instead, a lean man in a plain white robe bustled over as the Vulture crew muscled into a triangular space, evicting a couple of offended-looking cult tourists by sheer force of having accelerators and power armor. She got Idris settled, and by then Ollie had decided what everyone was drinking. Whether that meant she was paying from her own pocket was another matter, and Kittering was already trying to open negotiations about just what was deductible as ship's expenses. Then he spotted a trio of cultists across the room, playing landstep, with a set of worn plastic tiles that looked like they'd been printed just after Earth got architected, and he was off to Gibbets without another word. The drinks arrived in company, with a colonial junior scientist Solis recognised dropping down next to Ollie's walker. The woman had actually decided of her own volition not to come in her scorpion frame, and Solis wondered whether she was going soft.
"You finally found this place, delegate," the colonial noted, her ebullient manner suggesting she'd already sunk a few of whatever she was having. Her name was something like Palez, as far as Solis could recall, and she and Trine had worked together a couple of years ago. "Congratulations on not having murdered the professor yet," she was saying. "You're not the only one holding it in." "My dear former colleague, you have no idea," Trine agreed. "Menhir Storkwell doesn't know how many limbs I have that could be whetted to an edge." Drinks arrived, leaving everyone, including Trine, holding a plastic cup of something red and thick. Palez waggled her eyebrows. "You're on the good stuff now." Trine's holographic features peered down at the cup. "Well, I suppose I could pour it away and then pretend to act erratically and pick fights," they suggested. "As if anyone would notice." Ollie snatched the cup from them with one of the walker's manipulators, even as she necked the entirety of her own. "You try to be nice to someone." "Why?" Trine asked her. "Are you unwell?" And that, as far as Solis was concerned, was entirely business as usual. Ollie sparring with someone was always a spectator sport, so long as it wasn't with her. Dill and Lightly were leaning in, shoulder to armoured shoulder, holding hands but both staring at Ollie in a weirdly adoring fashion. It made her feel oddly left out that this pair had somehow bonded so quickly with the woman. Her suit proximity alarm triggered, so that when Chris flicked at Solis's pauldron, she swayed out of the way, combat reflexes spiking, and then getting put back in the box without any outward sign. She asked. "Time for a word?" the lawyer asked her, looking grave. "Idris, you're good?" The Int looked up and gave them both a wan smile. He had Ollie on one side, Trine on the other, and the other two Partheni well placed to watch over him. "And he's an adult human being and isn't going to go off and do something stupid," Solis tried to convince herself. She let Chris lead her to another angled corner where they could keep an eye on their friends. From across the room there was a bright flash of non-hegemonic colours as Kittering lifted his shield arms in triumph, having obviously won something from somebody. "I'm listening." She sipped at the drink Ollie had chosen, finding it harsh and tasting of medicine, almost certainly something colonial. At the back of her mind was the salacious thought that although she was very fond of Idris, she was also a red-blooded Partheni
who had always found Kerestina Almier exceptionally attractive, as had a lot of her sisters back on the series for that matter. Maybe this was the moment Chris would propose some polyamory. But no, the woman's face was far too serious for that. "Old friend coming over," she said, and then a rangy figure appeared in their alcove. "May I join you, Mesdames, Myrmidon Executor?" asked Agent Hevea Mundy. Solis stared at him for a moment, then Chris made a stiff gesture at the cushions, and he folded his angular frame down. "Collared me at the bar," Chris explained. "Asked for a reintroduction, and I didn't want to bother Idris. You're a bit out of your jurisdiction, Menia Mundi." "Again," Solis added, though arguably the last time he had been just at the very edge of it. "Is this your assignment now? Trailing the vulture god about the galaxy?" He smiled at that, naturally enough that the three of them shared a moment of trying to work out just where they all were. "You didn't get court-martialed, then?" Chris observed. "I'm not technically in the army, so it would have been court-civilianed," Mundy noted. "May still happen. Know any good lawyers?" Chris barked out a laugh she obviously hadn't intended. "Seriously, though?" "Seriously? As soon as we heard the Parthenon would have a delegation here, we knew that meant Telemmier, which likely meant his whole rogues gallery, whom I have the dubious privilege of being familiar with. Hence, here I am, giving you the professional courtesy of letting you know I'm about." "That's all, is it?" Solis asked him flatly. Hevea regarded her, with decidedly more conversational distance between them than between him and Chris. "I've no orders to trigger a diplomatic incident by snatching Telemmier out from under, and we both know that guarantee lasts right up until the next packet from home, when those orders may change. But right now, as we sit here, you have my word on it." Solis was very aware that she was not the best at reading colonials, especially those who were deceptive for a living, but he seemed genuine. "So, what happened on Hismin's moon, then?" "You know I can't tell you that, except that it was a grade A bumblefuck on all possible levels. Take it from me, nobody's happy with how that went." A sickly smile, and then the white-robed man was over to take his order. Solis made a quick inventory of the room. Idris was leaning in to listen as Ollie, Lightly and Dill discussed something animatedly. Trine was over with a handful of colonial researchers. No Voyeni, none of the leashed ints she saw. Even as she spotted him, though, he got suddenly to his feet, alarmed enough that she did the same. Mr. Punch dropped from her secondary arms into her hands. That triggered a wave of reaction across the room. Myrmidon Lightly caught the movement and leapt up herself, knocking Dill sideways and almost upsetting Ollie's walker. The colonials jumped up too, and then there turned out to be a trio of Hugh troopers in another booth, whom Solis had unforgivably not even spotted, who came piling out on the understanding that apparently war had been declared. What had actually happened was that Professor Storkwell had stepped into the room, flanked by a couple of other senior researchers and a bodyguard of soldiers. It was immediately evident that Palez and the other colonials had not expected their boss to pitch up, or possibly even be aware of this place's existence. Storkwell, for his part, had probably just come for a quiet drink, but now he was faced not only with a group of semi-tanked subordinates, but also with Trine in amongst their number. A Trine, her heart sank further, caught part-way through a recognisable impersonation of the man himself. The room actually went silent, as though the two academics were about to pull pistols and have a shootout then and there. She saw the moment when Storkwell could have just turned around and left with dignity, but it was very brief, gone almost as she registered it. Instead, the man stalked forwards, trying to put the band of truanting scholars in his thin shadow. Trine rose to their feet on bird-jointed legs, their rack of arms flexing like a man cracking his knuckles before a fight. They approached each other, and Solis saw Storkwell, purpling slightly, open his mouth to fire the first salvo, when he was forestalled. For a moment, given the bowl of Trine's head was tilted away from her, she thought the hiver was putting on a different artificial voice. But instead, it was Kittering, bustling over between the two of them and heedless of the double academic broadside he was risking.
"Distinguished, clever individuals," the Honey declared, shield arms up and flickering with faux hegemonic patterns. "Let there be no niceties of language. Your mutual antipathy makes itself known to everybody. Observations have been heard from many quarters. Trine and Storkwell would rather the universe was reshaped by architects than work together. The cleverness of each must surpass the other in the sight of all."
Storkwell's face was only getting darker with anger at this interruption, but it was Trine who snapped out,
"My dear but entirely untoward crewmate, this is by no means your business." "The business belongs to everyone who must share an environment with both of you."
Kit sounded weirdly jolly, and Solis couldn't work out if he was drunk, or being forcibly cheerful, or was actually genuinely angry with the two of them, and his translator had the tone wrong.
"However, rejoice. The means to determine intellectual superiority presents itself in this very establishment. These matters require settlement, Menhirs."
"Professor," Storkwell corrected, and
"Delegate,"
from Trine. Then the two of them were glowering at each other for having the mutual temerity to be on the same page for once.
"This is a matter of academic prowess hardly suitable for resolution in such a den of iniquity,"
Trine started, but Storkwell upped the ante by stating,
"No such comparison is possible, Mynheer Factor. In matters of pure factual regurgitation, I will of course bow to my esteemed colleague, the repository of data. In matters of analysis, however—"
"How extremely dare you?"
Trine demanded, cranking the volume on their voice high enough that a chorus of complaints came back at him from across the room.
"I am mistaken by you entirely," Kit said mildly. "Instead of such tedious matters, I give you orbit and settlement."
"I—"
Storkwell stopped at the lip of another rant.
"The game? The game with the tiles and the book?
This is plainly not an appropriate forum to settle academic disputes,"
Trine decided. Storkwell eyed his opposite number. Orbit and settlement had a broad streak of chance and no optimal strategy. You couldn't teach a Kybernet to beat all comers as it might at chess, or even landstep. Or this was Chris and Havea's assessment anyway, as Solis didn't even know the game.
"Do I understand you are unwilling to face me in this contest, delegate?"
Oddly, it was Storkwell's icy politeness that brought home to Solis that he'd been drinking even before reaching the bar, already pre-pugnacious by the time he walked in.
"I will stake my intellect against yours on whatever field you choose, Professor,"
Trine declared, only remembering to dial down their voice halfway through. By the time they sat down to play, absolutely everyone in the bar was engaged with what was going on, even the cult tourists who had no idea who either of them was. Everyone loved a grudge match, and Orbit and Settlement was a game that went wrong very quickly, as players tried to move from the predictable point scoring of building in orbit to the wild risk and reward swing of trying to get planetary settlements together based on the game's random and inconsistent generation of what might be found down on the surface. It was therefore
a game of pratfalls and reversals that became all the more spectator-worthy when the players were both furiously committed to winning and, as it transpired, hazy on the actual rules. Kit, as MC and commentator, was very plainly having a great deal of fun doing his best to puncture the pair of them, especially as, based on what Chris murmured, he had hacked the game system and was giving both players the worst possible twists and turns at every point. Solis frowned as Trine's third planetary mission fell foul of marauding local fauna. "This is a game from the Polyaspora?" "Oh, yes," Hervea agreed. "But it's all about dying on planets, over and over again." Chris looked sidelong at her. "We spacers have a saying, Solis. You've got to laugh." That in itself was sobering enough, but Solis couldn't find any of it funny. Instead, she sat back, let the noise wash over her, eyes flicking from face to face. Ollie and her two newfound friends were lapping it all up, certainly, and Idris too. He was leaning forward, actually grinning. She felt a wave of affection, was about to absent herself from Chris's side and go over, when another pair of eyes caught her attention. There was a woman across the room, and she'd also been staring at Idris. Solis was sure of it. Right now, she was looking straight back at Solis instead. A lean woman with long dark hair pulled back into a queue. She wore some variant on spacer shipboard clothes, but they sat on her oddly, and there was something about her posture, the way she held her shoulders, a slight hunch forwards. Something about her said danger to Solis, but she couldn't quite account for it. She wasn't part of the Hugh research team, or not that Solis had seen before, nor was she dressed as a hegemonic. But then there were a handful of non-robed people present, presumably crew members from some of the ships that had brought pilgrims on one last chance to see doomed Ark Palator. A whoop of laughter went around the room, and she glanced over to see Storkwell the sort of colour she'd normally associate with an incipient stroke after some reversal of fortune in the game. Trine didn't seem to be happy about it, their own board in utter ruins. Expecting the strange woman to have disappeared, Solis looked again, and instead found her right at the door, sending one last look her way before exiting. The shock of contact turned into another kind of shock when the woman turned her back to leave. The fabric of her ship tunic was slit almost down to the belt to expose a glistening, segmented carapace. There was an insect creature melded to her spine, clinging there like a parasite, and Solis knew from personal experience just what that meant. She got up, aware this was a terrible idea, already sending a muttered comms message to Lightly and Ollie on the basis they were probably the most useful backup. And the woman would probably be gone by the time she'd hurried outside. Except she wasn't. She was standing right there, in the open, waiting. So, there's a Tothiat on Ark Palator. This is the hegemony. This is where they come from. As though wanting to get any suggestion of coincidence out of the way, the woman said, "You must be Myrmidon Solis." Myrmidon Executor? Except that would make her sound like the two academics in there. "And you are?" "Emineth. And that is," trying to point at the thing clasped to the woman's back without indicating the woman herself. "Also Emineth." A beat. "There was an Emma. Once. You'll forgive me, but I've had bad experiences of Tothiat being interested in me and my friends." Solis felt her footing shift, Mr. Punch ready to drop into her hands again. She braced against the appalling force a Tothiat could drive its body to, in the assurance that any damage would heal moments later. She'd tried very hard to kill one once, with just this weapon and this armour at her disposal,
and failed utterly. "Are you with the harvest?" she asked. Both Tothiat she'd known had been in the employ of the same criminal cartel. This assumption probably counted as prejudice, but she wasn't in the mood to be open-minded. Emineth obviously knew who she meant, but she shrugged and shook her head. "Not for a long time. My principal's a researcher. Not unusual here." Her stance was a study in the casual. If she'd been anything else, Solace would have let herself relax. As it was, every instinct was screaming for her to strike first. And then Emineth turned and was just walking away, her back as plain a target as any gun might wish. Solace stared at her, feeling frustrated reflexes twitch and grind inside her. Emineth was genuinely just strolling towards the ships, though, not even a backward glance. Solace stepped back in and saw she'd dropped the ball. The game was still ongoing, Kit's increasingly strident voice calling out each mischance to bedevil the players. Idris, meanwhile, had new company. He was sitting slightly apart from Ollie and the two other Partheni, and beside him was an old woman in a walker, hunched over, the other first-class int, Demi Ulo. Solace knew he'd been avoiding her, and now she'd come and found him. Solace made an abortive move to intervene, but it was too late for that, and whatever was being said, it wasn't angry. No pointed fingers or accusations of treason. While Idris didn't look happy, that wasn't exactly baseline for him anyway. He seemed as though he was coping, and she decided that marching in and dragging him off wasn't her prerogative and would do more harm than good. So she sidled back to where Chris and Havea were sitting, finding the two of them chatting, quite casually, just as if he wasn't a mordant house spook who might be kidnapping Idris the next time he saw him. The whole business left Solace feeling out of sorts and out of place, the only person in the whole joint who was on her own. Maybe I should go and find that Tothiat again, invite her for a drink, she thought wryly. Another peal of derisive laughter rang out at some twist Kit had hacked into the game for the greater humiliation of both players. Then Havea Mundi was on his feet, so quickly he staggered and almost sat down again, and the Hugh soldiers were piling out of their alcove and barrelling for the door. Solace could suddenly hear a voice in her ear, comms from the Grendel's mother telling her to get back to the ship, to get ready for immediate evacuation if need be. She snagged Chris's arm and yanked her across the room towards Ollie and the others. Lightly and Diligent were already up too, the same alert reaching them. Half the room was suddenly in chaos as the more connected patrons all got the news. Everyone ended up stumbling out into the open through 3 or 4 doors, staring upwards to where the great jagged face of the architect was half in shadow, half brilliant gleam where the sun's light clipped it. The newcomers weren't visible yet, not at this distance, and not with the planet turned the way it was, but every ship's sensor suite had just shrieked out their arrival. Out past Ark Palator's orbit, 3 huge vessels had just torn their way out of unspace. Nairamathi Ark ships. The Locusts had arrived. Chapter 12. Idris. It wasn't the case that humanity had been at war with the Nairamathi back before the architects came, but that was mostly because nobody had found any central Nairamathi authority to be at war with. Certainly, when the expanding human frontier met the peregrinatory Nairamathi, then either they turned right around and avoided them, or there was a fight. The latter arose because humans like to settle on suitably hospitable planets, whereas the Nairamathi preferred to disassemble them for valuable elements with which to build more Ark ships, and then vanish off into the throughways. They were locusts, people thought, just swarming from star to star and leaving asteroid belts where worlds had been. Ask anyone in the years before, and they'd have told you the Neramathi were the great threat, lurking in the unplumbed depths of space. How little they knew. After, with Earth a twisted ruin, and the architects chasing the polyaspora from colony to colony, humans discovered another side to the Neramathi. They discovered the nomadic species really hated the architects. On more than one occasion, the previously terrifying presence of a Neramathi locust ark in-system had become a boon when the architects had made an even less welcome third, because the Neramathi would throw their planet-disassembling fleets of machines into the fray, buying more time for a human evacuation. There'd even been an ark that had sacrificed itself at the First Battle of Berlinhof. Moments like these led to a fragile détente between humanity and its former enemy. For the Neramathi, word obviously passed between their itinerant communities, and they began to confine their predatory attentions to planets at least without current human settlements. For the humans, the advent of the architects served to explain the fate of the Neramathi's original world and lack of any central government. The entire species existed only in space, limping from throughway to throughway, in search of resources to repair and grow their culture, living in an eternal state of crisis. The Neramathi's own polyaspora had never ended, and they would never trust a planet again. A Neramathi ship, a locust ark, as humans had christened them, was generally about a quarter to a half the size of Earth's long-lost moon, smaller than an architect, but larger than just about anything else anyone had ever built. The Garden Ship series would have vanished in its shadow. They varied a lot, and all but the newest were progressively deformed by waves of repairs and on-the-fly modifications, but they were mostly spherical. The majority boasted a vast torus around one equator that constituted the largest gravitic drive any sentient species had ever built. Neramathi tech and human tech were fairly close in complexity and worked on relatively similar principles, as far as the various historical postmortems had concluded. They ran into the same limits of physics that the Castigar and Hany had also bounced off, a conceptual ceiling perhaps only the SEO had surpassed. The answer to the question, could we build a locust ark, was usually no, though. No, because in order to do so, a species would have to be absolutely committed to the project, to just about the exclusion of all else. The Neramathi's way of life probably hadn't been their first and preferred option, but more likely their very last. Beyond that, relatively little was known, despite the aforementioned postmortems where victorious humans had picked over the wreckage of an ark. The Neramathi were a cultural mystery. Perhaps there was literally nothing of their culture remaining, and the destruction of their worlds had left no more than a motivation to survive and multiply. Now, there were no fewer than 3 locust arks orbiting Ark Palator, enough mass to screw with the tides, had the world possessed any. At no time in human record had anyone seen more than one such vessel at once. Dispersal across the universe was the entire point with the Neramathi, whether by throughway or simply hurling themselves at distant star systems the old-fashioned slow way. Anything to stay ahead of the architects and maximize the species' chance of continued survival. The Partheni team had all been evacuated up to the Grendel's mother, in case Ark Palator was about to receive a plague of locusts. The Hugh delegation had undergone a similar retreat, and were now sitting on their dedicated research vessel, Beagle, in the shadow of the particularly ugly warship, Byron. Idris had heard plenty of Partheni speculation, weighing up the odds should a shooting war break out. He couldn't work out why they all thought one might, or else this was just what myrmidons tended to talk about for fun. The Grendel's mother was definitely the smaller and less powerful vessel,
but they all reckoned superior Partheni tech evened the odds. "I just wish they weren't all so goddamn happy about the subject," he complained to Solace, sitting in the Vulture God's drone bay, inside the Mother's hangar. "It's like they want to get into a war as quickly as possible." Solace shrugged, and he suspected she had a touch of the condition herself. "They think Hugh will start shooting sooner or later," she told him. "We're picking up 11 different colonial media streams at the moment, pirated off the Byron. 4 of them are basically rabid nativist disinformation. You can't blame us for being twitchy." "So when does that turn into the decision that we need to shoot first to win the war?" he asked sourly. There was just too much of a pause before she replied, "Not any time soon." They sat in silence for a while. Ollie was off in the Scorpion, tinkering with the more recalcitrant of the Vulture's systems. Chris, Kit and Trine were all at large in the Partheni ship, going about their own errands. Everyone was waiting for the Neramathi to do something. So far they'd just shown up in their unprecedented numbers and then hung there, keeping the planet between them and the architect. They were ignoring any contact attempts from either Hugh or the Partheni, nor were they descending on the planet or going after the architect. Their continued inaction was quickly becoming more disconcerting than their arrival. "You were speaking with your old friend," Solace noted at last. "Ulo, was it?" "Demi Ulo, yes." "And that... I know you didn't want to. What happened?" Idris took a deep breath. "It was fine, actually. Exactly fine. She'd been told to stay away from me, as it happened. Hugh didn't want her defecting too, I think. And she said she understood. I just told her straight up why I'd gone, and she was right there with me." "I wouldn't do it," Demi had said to him. He'd been staring into her face, thinking old, and doubtless she'd been returning the favour and thinking young, impossibly young, because the int process worked on everyone in different ways. "Nobody's expecting you to come over to the Parthenon," he'd pointed out, and she'd corrected him flatly. "I wouldn't join the liaison board to train ints. I won't go as far as you, but fuck me, I understand, Idris. I remember all the gaps each time they called us together, the people they killed with the drugs or the surgery, the people killed just by being ints. And that was back before the liaison board started trying to mass produce us." She shook her head stiffly. "Cartography Corps for me. It's a cleaner way of trying to kill myself. I'll be back with it the moment they let me." "I did that, and then I couldn't do it anymore. The universe was too big." There was nobody who could understand just what he meant, save for her and the other ints who'd gone out into the vastest parts of the void. And eventually not come back, most of them. Because unspace was big, but there was the sense of the throughways, of a beaten path, even if you were off it. The Cartography Corps existed to find new worlds, out in that trackless space beyond, to put the human sphere and every other known place behind them, and search for the telltale shadows of mass and deformation that meant new worlds. Then, hopefully, they'd discover the elusive new throughway that would make such a world accessible to the rest of humanity. "If you gaze into the abyss," as the old saying went, but until you signed up with the Cartography Corps, until you were an int with the Corps, you didn't realise the literal and exacting truth of those words. "I've made my peace with it," Demi had said softly, "and it means I can tell myself I'm accomplishing something that's not getting anyone else killed."
She made that careful shake of her head again. We found a wreck last time, just drifting in orbit. No origin anyone recognized. New species, new tech, something as different to us as the hegemony. All very exciting. And then we dropped back to human haunts to report, and the packet tells me I need to report here. They dragged you all the way back? Idris had frowned. Chassan's on Berlenhof still, isn't he? Why not him? Naming the only other survivor of their first class of wartime ints. Demi had looked solemn at that. Chassan doesn't leave his room anymore. Can't handle the space out there. Not even inside the Berlenhof orbitals. 4 close walls is all he's good for. Poor bastard. And what about you? She'd given him an odd look. The opposite. This place is too small. This world, this system. It's hard to come down to some room where these scientists, these Hugh types, are talking human things to you. It's hard to feel that any of their little horizons mean anything anymore. Idris had wondered if that was different after all, or if Demi and Chassan both had the same condition, adapted for any space and scale except the human one they'd been born to. He felt himself clinging to that same scale by the skin of his fingertips, with only people like Solace and Chris anchoring him to the mindset of his species. Then she'd said, Ash is here. Did you know? And he'd stared at her, because no, he hadn't known. Ash, the Harbinger, the alien who'd warned Earth about the architects back before and been mostly ignored. Ash, who came and went as it pleased. Had it been carried to Ark Palator, aboard the Beagle or the Byron? Or was it true that it could actually step in person across the throughways, despite how impossible that manifestly was? He'd wanted to ask her more, because Ash being around never meant anything good. But at the same time, you learned to listen to him, after that first time. At that point, the Hugh team had come hurrying over and practically carried her off in her walker, and the Partheni had come to frog-march him likewise, so he hadn't had the chance. He said none of this to Solace. He felt the words well up inside, but somewhere in the conversational pipeline between him and her, there was a leak, and they just fell away before they ever got out of his head. She could see he wasn't being open with her too, and it hurt her a bit. The real her, the human person, and not the Myrmidon servant of the Parthenon, who could expect a colonial defector to be coy. I'm sorry, he thought, but that didn't make it out either. Demi's words had shaken him, the way she'd gone, the way Chassan had gone. His illusion of being human had taken a knock. Soon after, Executor Keene received an immaculately formal and only semi-comprehensible communication from the Radiant Sorteal, the Provident and the Prescient, which, after much passing, was interpreted as an invitation. The Neramathi hadn't been silent after all, just ignoring the non-hegemonic ships as irrelevant. They had requested an audience with the Essiel, who, possibly out of their love of pageantry, were offering to let their guests watch. Idris realised when they appeared that he had no actual idea what an Neramathi really looked like. Everyone had called them locusts, and so that was the image that had stuck in his head. The creature that moved slowly out into the star-shaped chamber on the screen was in a tank, though. Not a gravitic containment field, or anything fancy, but an actual tank, clear-walled, and with every corner and edge reinforced with a greenish alloy. The hegemonic feed piped into the Grendel's mother must have been from some hovering drone camera, because Exemplar Keene could play with the angle and distance, moving their viewpoint vertiginously to get a better look. The Neramathi ambassador, if that was the right term, was contained in something that looked almost as if a human spacer had slapped it together, repair over repair, bolts and fastenings haphazard across it. The creature inside didn't look much better. Idris couldn't work out if it was water the Neramathi was floating in. It might have been liquid methane, or even formaldehyde as far as he knew. Certainly, there was an air of the decaying specimen about the creature. It had a long neck, if that thing on the end was a head, and he saw flippers turning slowly in there. Something of the plesiosaur, something of the seal. Clusters of tentacles erupted from its scarred, leathery hide at uneven intervals, more frequent about its head. Encounters with the Hani and Castigar had taught humans that having manipulative limbs not directly connected to the business of eating was perhaps a rarity in the cosmos. Mostly, though, the problem with the Neramathi was that Idris just wasn't sure how much of the actual creature he was seeing. Most of its head looked artificial, as well as much of the rest of it, and there were tubes and cables stringing from its body to the mechanisms encrusting the inside of the tank. Both its organic hide and the unpleasant grey plastics it had been patched with were covered with old cuts and wheals. The whole thing had seen better days. If it really had been a specimen floating in a jar, and Idris a scientist, he'd have sent it back and asked for a fresher one. Across from it, the SEO Sorteal gleamed, perched atop its agrav couch. The contrast between the two entities was stark. Then the Neramathi started talking, or at least devices on its tank began emitting signals that were relayed unedited to the Grendel's mother. There was no translation. Nobody spoke Neramathi. Humans had never actually managed to enter into any kind of dialogue with the species, not in the angry years before, not in the tentatively allied years after. Exemplar Keen cursed in exasperation, and then some of her crew began to dig through past contact records to see what could be gleaned. Most of the human locust communication had been impromptu battle plans, exchanged via mathematical notation. Armed with that, a team of Partheni cognoscentes began trying to work out what the Neramathi might actually have just said. By then, Sorteal was grandly responding, rumbling and blarting, and putting its myriad of arms through a swift series of semaphoring arrangements. Possibly the Neramathi were perfectly fluent in SEO, but Idris suspected not. Nor, for that matter, was anyone from the mother. What they did have was a cult translator, not Ismaiah, who was consigned to the doomed congregation planetside, but a tall, arch young man, whose archness had just fallen right off his face. "I exchange of formal greetings and an invitation to treat," he said at Keen's elbow. They'd all gathered in the mother's now rather crowded command bay, the Vulture's crew, Trine, and Keen's top aides. "So that was just hello from the Locust?" Keen asked, or rather Solis asked for Keen, as the cultist's translation software didn't have a word of Parsef, only High Colville. Idris wondered if the colonials were currently trying to find someone on the Beagle who spoke Parsef, and the whole thing had been just a bureaucratic mix-up on the part of the cult. "I don't know," the cultist admitted, wringing the sleeves of his robe in his hands. Then the Neramathi launched into an enormous data dump of information, sent out in segmented packages, interspersed with arbitrary symbols. This was Neramathi conversation, Idris guessed. There was no indication of how it might have communicated to another of its kind, outside a tank. Possibly it no longer had those parts. "They all beat up like that, you think?" Ollie murmured beside him. "Or they just send the most worn-out one to do the talking?" "They've been living in their arks for centuries, Earth count," Chris put in. "Things wear out." Ollie swore, shaking her head.
Makes you think. Could have been us. Still could be. And with that thought, Idris sent a query via the Vulture's sensor suite, checking up on their other neighbour in orbit. The architect, not invited to this diplomatic summit, hadn't reacted to any of it. Its puppets were still determinedly disassembling the ruins, every moment an irreplaceable clue gone. Now it had 3 hands in the ancient carcass of the Originator city. Their chance to gather more data was rapidly vanishing. There was a slow back and forth between the 2 aliens, the SEO mostly asking for further elaboration on the Neramathi declarations nobody had understood. The translator seemed to be aware he wasn't exactly pulling his weight, but there was little more he could do. Idris didn't even know if Sortil actually understood what was being said, or whether it was just being polite and trying to hide its ignorance. Then one of the Partheni techs gabbled out a report. Kittering had to interpret. Idris missed the first half of it, and Ollie generally didn't have translation software on, as a matter of obstinacy. Filing a flight plan. Deployment of fleet, the Hani stated. Plans registered by the Neramathi. Flight paths. Permission requested, or alternatively simply the courtesy of informing our hosts. And the tech had stopped, obviously lost again. Maths, Kit supplied. Lots of maths. Maths for what? Chris asked. She was looking at a slate, presumably trying to puzzle out the calculations, but they were all of them far out of their areas of expertise. Except Idris, staring at the dense field of calculations, felt his mind snag on it, as though he should recognize what it was saying. And more maths. A vast forest of figures. Who knew if what they were getting was even accurate, because the Neramathi notation surely wasn't a direct fit for human calculations, and it was well known that Essiel numerical expression was on another level and had to be dumbed down. Everything that reached the Grendel's mother had gone through several rounds of transformation, just to reduce it to a format human mathematicians could recognize. Yes, the universe was built on a certain common logic that could be expressed by numbers, but those numbers themselves were an arbitrary construct that was culturally specific. Keen was demanding someone give her even a hint about what the Neramathi was saying. What actually happened was that the Essiel replied, and the shaken cultist said Sortil was asking its new guests not to do it, whatever it was. An attack, Keen decided. The locusts hate the architects. They've got 3 arcs together, and they fancy their chances. Is it that simple? The techs seemed to think it was more than that, and all those numbers agreed with them. If only anyone could work out just what piece of deep physics was being expressed in them. The Essiel continued to placidly fart and wave, politely requesting that the Neramathi do no such thing, but the creature in the tank obviously felt that diplomacy had been sufficiently served, because it was slowly grinding its way out of the chamber, backing off from its host, and leaving an oily residue on the pearlescent floor. Havea. Havea had been trying to follow the Neramathi business. His orders didn't touch on it, but that was only because nobody had expected three locust arcs to barrel out of unspace and end up in orbit around Arc Palator. Mordaunt House would likely have tacked on an addendum to his brief if that had been in anyone's long-range forecast. Except the whole thing seemed to be proceeding with glacial slowness. The Neramathi were keeping the planet between them and the architect, which in turn hadn't even registered their arrival, as far as anybody could tell. There was definitely something going on between the trio of ships. Exchange of transmissions and shuttles, deployment of subunits. The Essiel had obviously registered their stately objections to whatever was going on, but more in the spirit of polite requests,
rather than actual commands. Their cult translator had explained at great length how Sortil was extending some kind of courtesy to the Neramathi in a sort of, well, if you really have to then, kind of way. Perhaps they too wanted to see what the locusts would actually do. In the middle of all this, when everyone with a voice and an opinion aboard the Beagle and the Byron was weighing in with their personal brand of utterly uninformed speculation, he had a message from Asset Kolvari. He glanced at it, tried to catch up on Professor Storkwell's current point, then froze and rechecked his in-eye display. "I have it," Kolvari had sent. No more than that. Havea made his excuses. He wouldn't be missed. Nobody much liked having a known mordant house agent looking over their shoulder. Moreover, he strongly felt that the sum total of knowledge across the Hugh delegation was so close to zero that he himself wouldn't be missing anything. In his quarters, the little hiver was waiting for him. "You sound very sure," he told them. The light atop their barrel of a body blinked a couple of times.
"We confirm that assessment. Curiously, our efforts have been facilitated by the current state of emergency. We pursued an investigatory frolic of our own, Menhir. What if your redacted records contained the key to the Neramathi proposals your colleagues are currently cogitating?"
Their speech was, he noted, fancier than when they'd first introduced themselves. It happened with new instanced hivers. They were developing a personality, though not necessarily one that would be recognizable to associates of their past instantiations. This Kolvari was fond of alliteration, apparently. If it could crack this particular nut, he wouldn't care if they gave their answers in haiku. "You're saying you know what the locusts are about to do?"
"We aren't, alas. However, that rabbit hole directed our divinations, and we have uncovered the ulterior motives you were seeking. Or at least," they added, "if this isn't what the authors intended to obfuscate, it really should have been."
"Some move against the Neramathi."
"Towards Menhir Monday, or towards their way of life. Let me bring up the minutes of the meeting."
From the vast morass of procedural documentation, Kolvari isolated a single document, a record of a discussion between 5 individuals identified only by single letters. Amateur spy stuff. Because other than that, the transcript was unredacted and seemed word for word. It would be a poor agent who couldn't start making guesses at identity from that sort of content. A meeting of 5 people planning for the future. He skimmed, because they'd taken their time over the discussion. There were technical specifications appended that had been before the speakers. Ship designs, just as he'd been expecting. Except not warships. Armed, but most definitely not dedicated line of battle craft. Nothing you'd throw against an architect or a fighting vessel. Huge ships, not much short of the Locust Arks themselves for size, larger than anything human shipyards had ever put together. Kolvari flagged up where the Neramathi references had been made, and he saw the link. The ships were big because they too were arks. This was a meeting between Hugh bigwigs, both government officials and powerful private individuals, and they had been planning for the return of the architects. The idea that humanity might one day have to take the Neramathi path and abandon planet-side living had been expressed before. During the war, it had become de facto truth for a large number of people, shuttled from one disaster area to the next until they found somewhere that could house them. Small wonder people had started talking about simply owning the refugee status, choosing the nomadic life, because who wanted a planet when planets were the architects' prey? Although the war had ended and the architects had gone away, that idea had stuck around. Hugh had a million subcommittees, So no wonder some people were still talking about the possibility and planning for the Ark future, just in case it ended up being the only future anyone was likely to have. Which was a bit of an anticlimax, to be honest. Nothing he'd seen so far warranted the secrecy, the espionage, certainly not the number of dead people these documents had cost.
There must be more than this,
he told Kolvari. This is just business as usual. The hiver made a very accomplished sighing noise.
Allow us to isolate the incriminating, many a Monday.
That meeting must have gone on for hours. They were scrolling him past reams of pleasant conversation, trade talk and tech talk, interspersed with personal chit-chat that would make identification absurdly easy. He was already putting together a picture of the room, just at first blush. Then came the section Kolvari had identified, and he stopped reading, blinking at it. Right after Speaker C had asked after Speaker D's daughter, right after B had gone on a long, dry ramble about specifications and passenger compliment. Not a pause, not a change of tone, as they went on to the subject of war. It wasn't the selection procedures. He'd spotted those in the mix, just how this quintet of magnates felt the berths on these arks might best be filled, should it come to that. Havea was a realist, and he knew that any project like this would have that nasty little underwriting to it. You had to make a choice, and that choice would be your own prejudices and preferences writ large. That was just how it went, and it wasn't as though they could hold a humanity-wide lottery. But no, it wasn't that. On the basis, said Dee, that humanity's future is likely to be Ark-based, it is imperative that competing space-bound cultures be managed to allow us to be competitive, and on that same basis, it would be possible to sacrifice large sections of existing infrastructure that will be surplus once the Ark project is realised, for the good of humanity's future. Havea almost heard the murmur of polite agreement, and hear, hear, about the room. Competing space-bound cultures here didn't mean the Neramathi. They were very much looking at the Parthenon. The warrior angels had been living fleet-bound since their inception after all, not as Ark nomads, but Doc Pacifer hadn't had a spare habitable planet when she put them together, and after the war broke out, sitting around on something as vulnerable as a world had obviously not appealed to them. So the Ark builders proposed that their project needed precisely two major developments to drive it to reality: the re-emergence of the architects and war with the Parthenon. If the former happened, then it was absolutely imperative that the latter followed, rather than any inconvenient solidarity, because if humanity was going to have a future on an Ark fleet, it would thrive better if the non-Ark-dwelling component could be induced to throw itself against the Partheni fleet in an orgy of mutual destruction. Havea continued to read between the lines, with dawning horror. These five went on to comfortably describe this Ark future, which would be absolutely delineated by their own choices and commands. By the end of their meeting, they had seamlessly transitioned from trying to prepare for the worst to looking forward to it, and from there to actively trying to bring it about. Idris had retreated back to the vulture god, ending up sitting on his little used bed in the tiny box of his quarters. The sheer tension amongst the crew of the Grendel's mother was wearing him out. Everyone was watching the Neramathi trio, which had now picked up speed to come slowly round the planet towards the architect with a ponderous inevitability. They were still emitting the occasional cryptic burst of comms, possibly keeping the Essiel up to date on whatever the hell they were doing. Nobody could decipher what they were saying. The Partheni, at least, had been unable to work out what all that maths had been trying to express, and if their opposite numbers aboard the Beagle had got any further, then they were keeping quiet about it. Idris had felt a mounting anxiety all this while, that built and wasn't amenable to any rational argument. Something vast and dreadful was going to happen, and it knotted his innards, setting his augmented heart racing so hard he wondered if Trine was getting feedback. If he wanted to, he could listen in on the brisk, purposeful talk in command, the Partheni crew charting the warp of gravitic forces as the locust arcs lumbered about the curve of the planet. They were aiming themselves at the architect, as though all those reams of calculations boiled down to nothing more than a ramming action. Chris put her head around the door. "Everything okay?"
Fine. I just can't. With all the..."
He waved his hand to indicate the majority of the universe.
"I'm sorry."
Chris was staring at him. "You look ill."
"I feel ill. It's just the last few days have been..."
He grimaced in frustration. His mind felt all over the place, everything twisted out of true by his looming sense of dread. Not new, not precisely. He'd gone through times like this before, but this sudden onset, this rapid ramping up, these were fresh and unwelcome symptoms of the mortal condition that was being Idris Telemmier. "They're going crazy in command," Chris said mildly. "The Arks have deployed their whole deconstructor fleets, thousands of automata. Going to half blot out the sun for people on the surface. You should see. It's like a wave of tech unrolling towards the architect."
"That's not it."
"What?" Chris frowned.
"That's not what they're doing."
Idris forced himself to stand, despite what felt like a whole 7 Gs of despair clamping him to the bed.
"That's just business as usual."
Because when the Neramathi fought, their weapons were the same host of factory ships and mining drones they used to take apart planets, brutally repurposed for war. They could turn the 1,000 grinding teeth of their engines on architects or human ships with equanimity. It just didn't really accomplish much with architects. He saw Chris jolt at some piece of comms traffic. "The architects noticed them. Ollie's got a screen in the drone bay. Coming?"
"No."
But he was. The same hand that had its claws in his gut was now dragging him along, a puppet, like the crystal forms on the planet below.
"It's happening."
He didn't know what, but it most definitely was. Ollie was in her Scorpion, because who knew what was about to kick off in the next few minutes? She had a soft screen pulled out to its maximum extent across one wall of the bay, showing several displays of current telemetry, plus a magnified view from the eyes of one hegemonic orbital. The architect, a malign crystal moon, now shifting from the orbit it had held since they arrived. The Neramathi clearing the curve of Arc Palator, 3 distorted spheres forming a triangle rotating around nothing. Rotating faster. Around something. Idris staggered, clawing at Chris, who caught his elbow and held him up. He jabbed fingers at the screen, describing the motion of the arcs. Ollie caught on quickly, her nod just a blur behind the reflected glare across the Scorpion's canopy. "That has everyone shitting themselves. I mean, they're orbiting about fuck all. How's that work, eh?" Idris tried to tell her, but no words would come past his palsying lips. Abruptly, he couldn't stand at all, and Chris had to let him down to the floor. His limbs jumped and shook with sudden impulses that didn't come from him. He was part of a vast, unseen web, and out there, exactly equidistant between the Neramathi ships, was the point that was being plucked.
Get,"
he managed.
but his head was like a jar of marbles, shaken every second into a new configuration. The thoughts wouldn't come together. Distantly, he heard Chris calling for medical assistance, but he only had eyes for the screen, for the shaky image of the Neramathi performing their impossible dance. "They are sinking their gravitic drives," was what he would have said. He could feel it through a medium that wasn't present in real space at all. They were orbiting around an unreal mass point, generated between them in unspace. And none of that was remotely possible, or so the understood science went. Nobody had ever looked at the Neramathi and thought, innovators. The turning of the wheel of arcs was swifter now. Ahead of them, the vast fleet of deconstructors was racing in a tide towards the architect, which began destroying them. He felt each detonation as a tiny ripple at the edge of his awareness, his mind flayed open by what the Neramathi were doing. The architect was deploying sheer gravitic force, mustered by the vast engine of its body and directed by the scalpel precision of its intellect. Building-sized foundry vessels and asteroid miners were simply seized and reshaped by invisible hands, turned into configurations of mass more pleasant to the architect's sense of style, and robbed of the ability to do harm. But the Neramathi had thrown every single autonomous vessel they had into that wave, and the architect's attention was its most limiting resource. It would take time for it to swat through that cloud of detritus to get to the arcs, which were unleashing. Idris let out a hoarse scream as he felt the vast coil of artificial mass rise out of unspace, surface like a breaching whale, and then become real. The spinning ring of arcs broke apart into its three components, and something vast and invisible abruptly became, in a colossal lash across the surface of the architect. Very, very distantly, he heard Ollie and Chris exclaim. Shock and triumph inextricably mingled. The architect had been struck from its orbit, the multi-billion tons of it lurching away from the planet, leaving a trail of broken shards and splinters. There were cracks, the size of nations, clearly visible across its surface. The Neramathi were swinging about, coming together again, returning to their impossible revolutions as they literally spun up their new weapon. But Idris was gasping, clawing for support, hauling himself to his feet. The dread was gone, released as the weapon loosed. He felt it grow again, but knew it for something entirely external, or at least his reaction to it. As the Neramathi wound up unspace, so they were winding his guts. He could feel their weapon priming. And he had felt something else, resounding on the planet below, like the skin of a drum. The Originator sight had answered the retort of the weapon, sounding in his ears like a voice, or trumpets. It spoke in the echoes of its long-gone maker's voices.
Keen!
He had to take a moment to remind himself how something as mundane and tiny as the ship-to-ship comms even worked.
Exemplar, get me down to the planet. I have to get to the dig site. To the city.
Chapter 13. Idris.
Absolutely not, Exemplar Keen told him. Under no circumstances.
Exemplar.
Idris Telemmier, standing with great formality on the colonial honorific. I don't know if you just noticed, but it's war up here, and we are already readying to break orbit.
Exemplar, listen to me.
And already he was feeling worn out with it all.
Just a couple of strongly worded denials was all it took to sap him of all energy.
When the Neramathi used their weapon, I felt it. Here.
A vague gesture towards his head, or else the space around it, which was helpful to nobody.
But more than that, I felt the site react. Whatever just happened, the city interacted with it, even in ruins. It was speaking, shouting. I need to get down there to hear what it has to say.
This makes no sense whatsoever, Keen decided dismissively, obviously trying to keep the majority of her attention on the Neramathi and the architect. The 3 arcs were now fully into their spin again, and Idris could feel the phantom point between them come back into existence, space being twisted until the torsion extended beyond the real. The architect, meanwhile, was continuing to wade through their vast screen of drones and remote vessels, taking each and tearing it into filigreed shreds. It was a swift and methodical piece of work, but the Neramathi really had thrown everything they had at it. "Mynheer Telemmier, you'll just have to gather what you can from up here," Keen said flatly, and then, "What is it?" to another subordinate now trying to claim her attention.
The Colonials have launched Exemplar, a drop shuttle from the Beagle.
The Beagle. The science vessel. Keen's eyes followed the telemetry, seeing the launch descending directly towards the ruins at the fastest safe speed. Her eyes met Idris's. "Get to your ship," she told him. "I'll arrange an escort. Move!" The Originator ruins were in utter chaos. When the vulture god shuddered down beside the big colonial shuttle, with the Nereid in hot pursuit, they were the only ships travelling in that direction. All the weekend pilgrims who'd come on their last chance to see had already evacuated, or were loading and lifting even then, the field around the new temple emptying. And yet there were people everywhere. The Esiel had sent a new commandment to the entire remaining population of the ruined city: "Go unto the temple." Every part of the city was streaming with refugees, or else there were people just in mobs, out in the makeshift streets, arguing or weeping or gathering their belongings. The Neramathi had unleashed their weapon a second time, while the vulture was dropping. At least Idris had had the foresight to ask Ollie to pilot, because he'd probably have nose-dived the ship into Ark Palator's crust otherwise. He heard the voice of the city so much more clearly now, and could almost make out the words. It had never been more apparent to him that the site had a function, or once had done, and part of that purpose was expressed in the crenulations of its very shape. The ruin remembered its purpose, and the distortion of unspace awoke it, just in the moment the Neramathi detonated their weapon. He was trying to explain this to Trine all the way down.
"If I'm down there, I'll know,"
he insisted, and then made a gesture intended to encapsulate the colonial ship, already touching down.
"They know. Demi's down there already. Some of the Liechtints, maybe. They felt it too."
"But know what, my dear surrogate relative?"
Trine asked plaintively. And then the vulture had swung wildly sideways through the tearing atmosphere, yanking them against their harnesses. For a moment, Idris thought the Colonials had fired on them, but it was worse. Ollie was dodging pieces of city. A whole district of ruins was in the air, in pieces, but the pieces were still holding to their original arrangement, as 1,000,000 tons of Originator neighbourhood was plucked from the surface of the world and gathered up to the architect. It was still trying to do its job, even as it fought the Neramathi deconstructor fleet. And that had been the plan, surely. The Locusts had guessed at its divided attention and used this unique opportunity, when an architect would have to remain in one place long enough for them to get to it. He wondered how long these Neramathi had been nursing this plan. They came down on the field near the site, the open space they'd used before. A handful of colonial shuttles were already there, a dozen soldiers guarding it, despite the flurrying locals showing absolutely no interest in getting aboard. On all sides was the panic of far too many people in the middle of relocation. But not relocation off-planet. His heart sank to see it, to hear the sound of a city full of people lamenting, echoing back and forth across the broken walls of the dead place. Go unto the temple. What would that accomplish, precisely, if the architect did smite the world beneath it? He could hear cult hierographs exhorting people to place their faith in the mercy of the divine Essiel, to obey their commands and all would be well. It sickened him that the one thing which might save these people was the goddamn locusts. Because the architect up there was damaged. Even with the naked eye, and from the surface, he thought he could see the crazed lines the Neramathi had put into it, with 2 shots, and a third was on the way, as he was running for the dig site. Not that the whole city wouldn't act as the weapon's sounding board, but he knew this site. He had an intimate sense of it, from past inspection. The Nereid came down clumsily even as he ran, slewing sideways to avoid a gaggle of cultists shoving handcarts. Myrmidons piled out, accelerators at the ready, as though the locusts might have started a land war as well, then ended up staring mutely at their opposite numbers. Solis and a dozen Partheni only caught up with him halfway to the site. Idris had never been a runner, and his legs were going to register a range of complaints the moment he let them. But in that moment, he was fleetness itself. The colonials were just getting themselves established when he burst in. He nearly got himself shot, in fact, through sheer surprise. There were plenty of soldiers there, and a good dozen of the Voyeni, shepherding their master's int property. Amongst them was Demiulo in her walker, and she gave him one strained nod. The crystal forms were also still there, frozen in mid-step. A couple had fallen over, caught in a pose that couldn't sustain itself. Across the site, one suddenly clattered forwards on 4 spindly legs like a wind-up toy, before returning to stillness. The Voyeni were trying to clear the site of civilians, not as hard as it sounded, given that most of the people who'd called these ruins home had already gone, knowing the place was scheduled for demolition with extreme prejudice. Now, though, there was a whole new crop of displaced cultists spilling out onto it, and the Magdans weren't being particularly gentle with them. Idris, braced for the next Neramathi strike, watched furious argument break out amongst the Hugh ranks, with no less than Professor Storkwell yelling up into the chest of an impassive Voyeni.
"They don't have anywhere to go," the academic shouted. "Where do you expect them to go?"
"Anywhere but here,"
the man bellowed back down at him.
"Let them go to their temple, like the clams tell them."
It was probably sacrilege, using slang terms about the Essiel on their own world, but at that moment, nobody was counting. Storkwell looked wildly around and stomped off to harangue the Hugh officer about something, but Idris could spare the drama no more of his attention. Solis read his body language and took his arm, propping him up. Then the Neramathi unleashed hell, and he felt his mind fill with the voice of the Originators, telling him how the universe worked. Solis. Solis caught him as he sagged. Idris's eyes were wide, and there was blood on his lips where he'd bitten his tongue. Medical readouts showed his heart was still beating, and he hadn't exploded any blood vessels in his brain, so she'd count that as a win. It was hard, caring about Idris. He fought battles she couldn't join him in. The sort of deaths that came for him, she couldn't stand in the way of. There was sudden cheering from the Hugh camp. Such an unexpected sound, she didn't know what to do with it. Then she followed their gaze upwards and saw the crystal moon of the architect visibly deformed, a great bite of it torn away by the third Neramathi strike. It appeared smaller, too, because they'd knocked it out of its orbit. It was reassuring they'd swatted it that way and not the other, or everyone planetside would have had a new problem.
Are they...
One of her sisters choked on the words.
Are they going to kill it?
Solace hadn't even considered that possibility, that the locusts, of all creatures, might actually be the ones to lay the architects low. There'd be some justice in that, surely. Their whole species had been on the run since before humans had made it into space, and now they had finally developed a weapon that was having a visible, potent effect against their ancient enemy. "Idris, did you get what you need?" she asked him, trying to get him to where his own legs would support him again.
"More,"
he got out, spitting blood.
"Solace, everything, Solace. I understood everything. Just for a moment. Unspace. Everything."
"Idris, this isn't a field trip anymore. This is weapons research. Did you understand how the Neramathi are doing that? Enough to replicate it?" He goggled at her, as though the whole thing was a fascinating academic exercise that she was cheapening with her warmongering.
"Oh, that," he mumbled dismissively. "It's just a virtual unspace engine brought into being between the arcs, generated in the emptiness between them. It's all about the emptiness, because that's where you can hear the echo, like a drum. It's the space within the drum that's important."
He was actually grinning at her, as though any of that made the slightest sense.
"It's these ruins," he went on. "We were looking at the walls, but it's all about the nothing they limit, the spaces. You just need the right arrangement of spaces."
Then all hell broke loose, as the crystal forms were on the move again. Every one of them was abruptly stuttering forwards like stop motion, a few too fast steps, stillness, then another jerky burst of movement. One of the Hugh soldiers was brought down instantly, caught in the way of a jagged thing like a bipedal whelk, before he registered it was coming for him. And it hadn't been coming for him, but it moved through where he'd been, carving him up incidentally and trampling the remains. The ruins shook.
"No!"
Idris was yelling, at the sky, at the battered architect, at the nearest crystal form.
"I need that! Leave it alone!"
He actually lurched towards a fluked serpentine shape, as though he was going to beat at it with his little fists. "We need to pull out from the site," one of the myrmidons said, and Solace was already dragging Idris away. They ended up elbow to elbow with the Hugh contingent, Storkwell still vociferously arguing with the soldiers about something.
"They're still humans," he was insisting. "They're still our people."
The ground shifted beneath them. Solace heard the grinding of vast plains of stone, the entire district working itself loose of the earth. She started running, hauling Idris along with her. A brief check showed Chris and Ollie ahead, the latter loping along easily in her Scorpion. Someone cannoned into her, one of the Voyeni. An accident. Perhaps not an accident, though that thought would only come to her later. She caught herself on one knee, the impact sharp through her armour, shielding Idris from the ground.
"Here they go!"
he got out. She'd lost track of what he was saying and didn't realize what he meant. She had got to her feet, at the back of the pack now, when the ground leapt. Leapt up. Ahead of her, she saw a Hugh soldier grab Demi Ulo out of her walker, just lift her straight out, and then jump desperately forwards, vanishing over an edge that hadn't been there a moment ago. The abandoned walker skittered 3 more steps and toppled after them. Solis ran on, still hauling Idris. Around her, the component sections of this district of the ruin were separating from one another, gaps of meters opening up between each block, and yet the whole retaining its alignment. She looked down, seeing the ground recede. The architect was calling the city home, and Idris was about to get a fatal lesson in how the universe worked. In her ear, the single word, "Jump!" It was Ollie. Not necessarily the person she'd most trust her life to, but she was a soldier, and right then that sounded like an order. She gathered Idris to her, clasping him tightly with the suit's secondary limbs, and leapt from the swiftly rising blocks. She guessed they'd already hit 100 meters up. The armor had some shock compensators, so she might survive. No chance Idris would share the same privilege. Still, she tried to curl herself around him in a way that might help. She found herself looking up at the crippled architect, seeing the pieces of city vanish away into its vastness, whisked into oblivion, even as the Neramathi struck it again. Idris cried out, not from fear, but wonder. Then something caught her by the shoulders and shook her like a dog, yanking her sideways, cannibalizing her downward momentum so that the pair of them were whirling in an untidy spiral. Ollie was projecting an A-grav field remotely from the vulture god, which was just a block away. Solis's suit had grav handles that allowed her to fly in an artificial field. Right now, she had no control over it whatsoever, and Ollie wasn't exactly being gentle, but she'd take that over breaking herself on the unforgiving ground. Even as they touched down, she heard Keen over the comms. "Solis, time to go. Enemy reinforcements inbound. Get to the ships any way you can." She looked around for the colonials, but they didn't seem to be mounting any sort of offensive action. Her helmet display was highlighting areas all around her in red. Everywhere there were cultists running, hauling bags, hauling children, a tide of them heading for the temple, and eddies of them breaking away. Everyone was pointing and staring upwards. Nobody was cheering. The Neramathi. The locusts were battling on up there in orbit. Even as she tried to find them again, the ground shook and she was off her feet again. The air was full of dust. Bombardment. She couldn't work out what was happening and just hunched herself over Idris, who seemed to be trying to tell her what was going on, only he wasn't using comms, and any actual sound was being overwritten by the rapid concussions all around them. Grit and shards rattled against her armor, scouring the surface.
"Solis, get back here," came from Ollie on the ship. "Solis, you mad bitch! Are you even?
Here! I'm here!" She wasn't sure where here was, though, because the map of the city had just lost a piece. Then she looked around and felt her heart skip to her mouth. "We'll get to you soon as," was all she could garble out. All those red, high-lit areas had been impact points, but not bombs. The architect had sent down a new crew of crystal forms, and Solis, along with Idris, was right in the heart of them. The entire district between them and the vulture god was up for demolition. "Ollie," she said, "going to need you to lift us out of here."
"Working on it."
Solis braced herself for the yank upwards, the hurtling, uncontrolled jump that would see them out of this doomed neighborhood and back into the ship. When it came, though, she went spilling sideways, losing her hold on Idris
and ramming painfully into a leaning wall that was already shifting like a loose tooth.
"Ollie, what? I can't."
The voice came to her glitchily over comms, sudden static pulsing and ebbing in rhythms that sounded almost like speech.
"I'm trying, but I can't. The field to you."
Idris was now standing under his own power, but he was in the midst of the crystal forms. Even though they paid him no heed, they wouldn't detour around him either. Each one was motoring busily on its puppet course, the earth around it exploding away as it carved down to the bare structure of the ruin, the architect's unfathomable mind dividing it up. It's bloody determined to get the job done, even with a Neramathi hammering it. She saw flashes and glints in the air, the sunlight striking more shards of crystal as they were hammered down into the ruin like pitons. Seeking purchase, going to tear the whole place up. And then the planet. She dodged around a lumbering form, which looked like a triangular shell with waving translucent tentacles, and tried to pull Idris to safety. Another fleet-faceted shape danced between them, shearing the outermost layer off her gauntleted fingertips, so surgical keen she didn't feel an impact. "Idris!" she howled at him, and he looked round, almost beatifically.
"I understand."
He was a man experiencing a revelation, but she had the sick feeling it would be useless, something he just wouldn't be able to articulate. Being clear and informative about things wasn't an Idris strength at the best of times. It wasn't a shadow that then fell across him. The huge crystal form had the sun behind it, the refracted light giving the int a full-body halo. Saint Idris, patron of incomprehensible truths. It lumbered towards him, a vast hunch of body, 10 or more stump legs rippling in a wave. A low, jutting head with horns and antennae, and a forest of jagged crystal hands reached for him. Idris arched backwards, almost falling. She guessed the Neramathi had fired again, lancing him with an unintended spike of understanding that nailed him to the ground. She had her accelerator in hand, but unloading it on the crystal form would accomplish nothing save prompt retaliation. Instead, she just ran. Into its path, and the scouring storm of displaced grit it was throwing up. She spread an arm wide, around Idris, feeling his chest hit the crook of her elbow. The crystal form became a rainbow filter, eclipsing the whole sky. There was a savage, shearing wrench from knee to ankle as she clipped the edge of its gravitic force. She was flung, spinning around and around with Idris, trying to connect to the vulture's own field to stop herself, but finding nothing to gain purchase on. She'd lost the gun. Idris was now tucked into the curve of her body, the cage of her limbs, and she directed the suit to lock every joint, rigid as possible, so as not to crush him the moment she hit a wall. She crashed into a crystal form instead, ramming it with forehead, elbows and knees, feeling a jolt of pain lash through her, and then take up permanent residence in the leg that had already been mauled. The thing looked down at her, and she had a brief moment of seeing an arrowhead beak, a clutch of stalked eyes, one of them broken away by the impact, and now regrowing. It had 6 limbs, and the foremost were huge scythe-ended hooks. Of course they were. Where were all the nice harmless species the architects had obliterated? Every part of her hurt. Idris had a bloody scalp, and probably a host of secondary bruises, but he looked whole, awake, in fact, and gazing up at the crystal form, extending a hand towards it. "Do not touch the exhibits." The phrase rattled around her head. She lurched to her feet, unloading her suit's painkiller reservoir into her veins and overriding its medical alerts. She could hear stuttering fragments of comms as Ollie tried to speak to her, nothing that made sense. She had to get out of the area before it was torn up and flung into space. Then, the crystal form changed. Despite everything, despite the screaming of lost cultists, the roar of the forms at work, the continued bombardment of the city, she stared. It shifted, the facets and edges flowing like glittering liquid, translucent mercury. It shrank, shedding mass so that lumps of inert clear rock scattered to the ground around it. Then it lost limbs until it had only 4, 2 to stand on, 2 to hang limply by its side, as though it had never heard of arms before. It had a head. The head had a face, or faces. She didn't know most of them. There was Saint Xavier for a moment, and Rollo Rostand, late captain of the Vulture, even Solace herself. But in the end, the human form revealed before them was slighter, the substance peeling away as it pared itself down to become Idris himself, reproduced in crystal. Idris made a choking sound, and Solace echoed it. She saw the thing's lips part, as though it too needed to express human shock. Then the ground shuddered, and there was no time. Someone was shouting, a real voice, here and now, and not the tortured comms. Solace turned and saw the Tothiat, Emeneth. She, it, they, was beckoning them, yelling for them to come on, and the path looked halfway clear. Solace forced herself into motion, hauling Idris after her in a staggering lurch, seeing all the red telltale alerts in her helmet try to explain how much new damage she was doing to herself. And it got worse, as she was unceremoniously dragged to a halt. Idris was trying to pull back, successfully. She didn't think he had the sheer muscle mass for it. But he didn't. Turning, she saw that actually the crystal Idris had hold of one of his wrists. The human face, that familiar mask, was writhing with failed expressions, but Idris had its attention. She missed the gun then, because she could have used it to shear the thing's hand off at the wrist and risked the repercussions. As it was, she had to go at it with her fingers, trying to prise it away, and bitterly aware that she would have had an easier job just tearing Idris's arm off at the elbow. They could grow him another one after all, but they couldn't grow another him. Then Emeneth was at her side, a jagged chunk of rubble in her hands. No, it was a piece of discarded crystal from the thing's transformation. With a shriek, the Tothiat brought her makeshift weapon down on the crystal form's elbow. The force of the impact shattered everything, shard, elbow, and a rippling shockwave that looked as if it had broken every bone in both Emeneth's arms. The crystal Idris face found recognizable human anger for just a moment. Its remaining arm lashed out, elongating, shifting into a blade that tore through Emeneth's torso in a spray of blood and alien ichor and pieces of bone. Solace had Idris again, though, albeit with the crystal hand still around his wrist, like a particularly gauche bracelet. She hauled him away, running with him, then just hoisted him over her shoulder, swerving away from the destructive course of a tripedal crystal form and out into a section of ruin not yet under demolition. Her medical telltales were warning her in red letters about the damage she was doing to her leg, but between the drugs and her suit's servos, it was a bill she could pick up later. Emeneth caught up beside her, heaving for breath, even as her lungs pieced themselves back together inside her reforming ribcage. Bile came to Solace's mouth. No amount of battlefields could inure you to that kind of anatomy lesson. Ollie? Nothing but static and chopped syllables. There was no sign of the vulture god in the sky above. Solace tried to access Grendel's mother, but got even less, and made a best guess at direction. Going for the ship, she told Emeneth. now mostly intact again, save for where her skin was still zipping itself together. The world shook around them as more crystal missiles lanced down from the thought drew her eyes upwards, expecting to see the mauled half-sphere vomiting out its last servitors, even as the Neramathi continued to pummel it. But while she'd been dodging its minions, the battlefield up there had changed. 4 jagged moons now hung in Arc Palator's sky, all of them launching a constant barrage of crystal lances down at the planet. The wounded architect had called for help, and it had arrived. Chapter 14. Solace. The sight struck her hard enough that when she heard Emineth say, "Where is your ship?" it was obvious she'd had to ask at least twice. Solace tried to link to the vulture again. The air above swelled with dust. Another barrage of crystal spears was lancing down into some part of the city, even now. She couldn't see any ships in the air, and the architects were hazed with scintillating halos as the sun refracted off their facets. She couldn't see the locust arcs at all. There was a brief moment of distant yelling in her ear, recognizable as Ollie, though she couldn't make out whatever was being said. Then a great wave of people was rushing towards them, a mob running as fast as they could, children and the infirm, with a few meagre possessions slung over shoulders or clasped to chests. The lances of crystal had displaced or diverted a big stream of refugees, and now everyone understood that the planet's death sentence had been moved up, not commuted at all. "Ollie?" Solace tried again desperately. She had a second and a half of Ollie talking to someone else, Kit or Chris, arguing something technical, then static. The crowd reached them, and she found herself having to run with them, an arm supporting Idris to avoid being trampled. There was a moment when Emineth was beside them. Then the Tothiat wasn't there, cut off or run down or just shunted into some other alley. She diverted more power to her locator beacon, because it was going to be up to someone to find her and Idris right now. There was no chance they could make the landing field, even if the ships were still there. She had no map data whatsoever, no idea where they were or even which direction they were facing. And the whole city, the great sprawling ruin of the Originator's works, was moving underfoot, shifting and shuddering as the architect's servants carved it up. Idris whooped and convulsed under her hand, trying to drop to his knees so that she almost wrenched his arm from its socket. The crowd around her was exclaiming, and she couldn't work out why, until she glanced up and saw that the first architect, the original, was coming apart. The Neramathi had loosed their weapon again, and now a clear third of the vast monster had broken away, falling gracefully and fragmenting, scattering towards the planet's surface. The rest visibly receded, revolving unevenly around the absence. Ahead, the crowd was dividing about a leaning spur of ruin that rose in uneven steps, pointing dramatically at what was currently the least interesting quadrant of sky. Solace gathered Idris closer, took 3 long steps, and leapt, using all her suit's augmentation to clear the heads of her neighbours and vault up to it. Now, out of immediate trample danger, she sagged back, looking up at the carnage. The air was clear enough that she thought she saw a meteor glitter of silvery dust, which might have been the Neramathi servitor fleet charging to its doom. She could make out the crescents of reflected sunlight that were the arcs, and as she watched, abruptly there were 2, not 3. She had no idea how many Neramathi were on an arc, but the fact people called it an arc suggested the number was high. And as nomadic creatures, it wasn't as though they had places they could readily offload their surplus population to. She felt sick, and also incredulous, because of all the species she never thought she'd feel sympathy for, the Neramathi came right after architects on that list. Then Ollie was in her ear, shouting as though that would cut through the distance and interference.
Hear me, you deaf patho bitch!
Ollie!
Fuck me!
Came the acid voice in reply, and no less welcome for that.
Kit's boosting the signal, but no fucking idea how long for. Got your locator. People on their way. Stay put.
Can do, Solace confirmed. You're in the air?
Nereid is.
Ollie's voice shook for a moment.
Solace, I am currently splitting my brain between all 4 of my repair drones because one of those stone fuckers decided to take out our reaction drives when it dropped by to visit. And then it just carved its way out the quickest way. So we have a maintenance issue right about now. So the rescue goes to your lot. Stay put. You got me?
Ollie, I'm not sure how long you've got to fix that problem, Solace said, with what she felt was admirable steadiness. You may need to get onto the Nereid.
This is my ship. I can fix her. I can get her away with just gravitics if I need. We still have that.
And there was no room for argument in Ollie's voice.
Told Kit and Chris they may need to beg berths, though.
Ollie!
Shut the fuck up! Sides, our lot are still here too. When they bug out, we can have this conversation again.
The Colonials?
Our lot, like I said, taking on extra passengers, cramming the crates out.
What? Solace was searching the skies, using every filter on her visor to cut through the new flurries of dust. Was that a shape, off across the ruins' broken horizon? The Nereid?
Old bunch of faithful lost their faith when their professor type announced they could get a ride off planet. Hugh just dumped 1 million largesse worth of kit to get more in. Big humanitarian effort. We do the same, only, well, not sure we're going places just yet.
Sounding more and more strained. Solace couldn't imagine what it was like to be Ollie right then, supervising all the urgent repairs at once. Then she received a new signal, just a ping responding to her locator, and a wedge of 4 myrmidons shunted through the crowd and climbed up to join her and Idris. She recognised some of the original bodyguard detail that had gone with her to the site. "Mother," one of them got out. They looked battered and scuffed, but whole. Below, the crowd was abating, receding towards the temple. "Report. Contact with the Nereid. She's homing on us, but locator contact is intermittent." They hunched about her miserably like armoured crows, only just enough space for them on the spur. "Is he all right, Mother?" Solace looked to Idris, who seemed to be suffering more from a surfeit of wonder than anything medical. His face, turned to the sky, was racked with an agony almost religious in its scope. "Idris?" she prompted.
"I can feel them,"
he told her helpfully. "The architects?"
"All of them."
His voice was a whisper over comms.
"A dialogue between the ground and the sky. The ruins amplify it. I hear every ship die up there."
Her stomach lurched, but her mind was thinking of utility. "Will you know when the architects are ready to turn this planet into bad art?"
"Yes."
"That's..." And then a new comms channel opened. The Nereid. "Myrmidon Executor Solace, we have eyes on you. We're coming in before we lose signal. Stay put." "We're not going anywhere," Solace confirmed grimly. She hoped it was true. The dust was up again, and she could feel the ruins shuddering with impacts. A moment later, there was a jagged scream of static in her ear. "Nereid?" she tried, and got nothing. One of the myrmidons was butting in, pointing. There was abruptly some purposeful movement beyond their spur, closing on them. Crystal forms had now reached this district, and were disassembling it. The air was clearing. Beyond the nearest walls, she saw a city in flight. A vast rising assemblage of blocks and walls and floating child's bricks That must have been half the city. She felt that with a run-up, she could have just leapt from block to block, all the way from ground to orbit. They were taking it all away, ridding the planet of the Originator taint before they reshaped it. "Nereid!" she tried, and for a moment had an open channel. "Can't reach you. Bombardment from the architects. Still trying." And then another voice breaking in. "Mother, targets have been sighted closing on you." "Crystals, I know," Solace replied. "Human targets, armed, hostile," the speaker rattled off, then fell away into the sea of interference. Solace was halfway into requesting clarification when the shooting started. One of her sisters was cut down straight away, accelerator fire punching through her armor. Solace snatched up her weapon, and then they were piling off the spur, weaving for cover. Idris was given all the shelter they could spare as they bundled behind a wall. "Eyes!" Solace barked out. Nobody had been given a decent view of who they were up against, although the list of suspects was notably short. Another scatter of shot ricocheted from the walls nearby, leaving barely a scar. Solace's subconscious performed some quick calculations and came up with a rough idea of direction. She dearly wanted to lead them in a proper hunt, but that wasn't on the cards with Idris here. Still, they would need a break to get him away. She turned her locator beacon off and told one of the others to do the same. "You two, get him away," signalling a direction and path with one hand. "We'll rejoin you. Prêt à combat?" "Prêt, Mother." Solace gave herself 2 breaths count and then launched out, shooting towards her best guess at the enemy. They were not only there, but closer than she'd reckoned. The lead Voyeni snapped backwards, his chest sheared half through by a trail of accelerator shot. Fucking Voyeni, don't they know the planet's about to be destroyed? But that was what the little business with the punitive beating had been for, to show her the idiot loyalty of these thugs. And apparently this planet-scale chaos was just the excuse they'd been waiting for to come at her. Hopefully they were trying to take Idris alive, but she reckoned they'd kill him before they let the Parthenon get away with him. She saw a good half-dozen of them at least, and the air buzzed briefly with return fire as she and her fellow Myrmidon got behind their next cover. Her tracker showed her locators receding as the others got Idris away, but most likely the Voyeni were picking up the same signal. She risked a look. The dust was up again, but she thought she saw movement. She gave a terse brief to her companion, and then they were out of cover, dodging to the next shelter, shooting. The Voyeni were ready, but the dust and general interference was screwing with all sorts of targeting, from her helmet display all the way down to basic vision. She didn't think she'd got any of them. On the plus side, they hadn't got her, and hopefully she'd delayed them. Then the crab hand turned up. It was a crowd control vehicle used across the colonies, a tall turret mounted on 5 legs that moved in exactly the unpleasant way its name suggested. The gunner up top had a big accelerator cannon, and abruptly the world was full of shot. A round lanced through Solace's shoulder guard, through her shoulder as well, she realized a moment later, but she was already pumped past safe tolerance with her suit's entire stock of painkillers and adrenaline substitutes. Her second was dragging her into cover, even as she returned fire. Her aim was dead on, but her helmet display reported nothing but deviation, meaning the crab hand obviously had some kind of small-scale gravitic shield. Nothing but a determined fusillade was going to get through to it. She wanted to just march up to the stupid bastards and shout in their faces about common enemies, and there being a time and place to enact this kind of nonsense. But it was abundantly clear they didn't care. A stuttering burst of comms came through. The Nereid, closing on her. Time to run. She gave the assembled Voyeni all the free ammo in her gun's magazine, meaning she was down to cannibalizing mass if she wanted to shoot any more. It gave them something to think about, though,
and then she was running, trying not to think about the damage she was doing to the various injured parts of her body. Time enough for healing when I'm safe or dead. The ground ahead lit up red in random patches. For a moment, she couldn't even remember what that meant on her display. In the next, she did, and was skidding to a halt. That would be all the chance the Voyeni needed, though. So she set off again, doubling her speed and just sprinting through all the projected impact points like a fool through a minefield. The first crystal form struck close by, while she and her second were only halfway across the contested ground, and she knew she'd made a terrible tactical decision. This once, though, brute chance came through for her, and the pair of them were staggering past the last of the marks, even as the ground jumped beneath them with each new missile. A glance through her helmet's rear camera showed her a field of unfolding crystal shapes, all the monsters from the architect's mausoleum getting down to work demolishing the ruins. The Voyeni were on the far side of it, she could only hope. They fled for the locator beacon, her second at her heels, calling for the Nereid. Abruptly, there was a greater shadow overhead through the dust that was too thick to see even the architects now. Only broken comms, but she turned her own locator on, seeing the familiar segmented outline of a Partheni hull. The Nereid dipped low enough that when the accelerator cannon loosed, she saw the missiles tear through the ship's side, sending it canting crazily off and up. The crab hand, or another crab hand, came stilting out of the dust storm, gun tilted upwards, as it tried to track the Partheni ship. Return fire lashed across the ruins nearby, but without reliable targeting, the Nereid was shooting blind. The lurching shadow of a second or third crab hand was on the far side of Solace, and she turned her locator back off. It had them spotted, though, blazing away to kill them with sheer quantity of shot. The original aim was too high, but the gunner just drew down the curtain of fire, knowing he'd catch them eventually. Solace ran, still trying to raise Nereid, but getting nothing, not even sure how badly the ship had been cut up. A moment later, something struck her hard in the side, sending her tumbling against a jagged section of wall. Shot? No new damage was registering on her displays. She saw the body of her second a moment later, sprawled where the accelerator fire had found her after she'd shoved her superior out of harm's way. Solace felt a sick jolt, then banished it. She was becoming increasingly sure that she wasn't getting out of this one. She took stock. The nearest crab hand high-stepping its way towards her, the better sections of ruined wall, the crystal forms busy carving into their foundations to free them from the planet's hold. Not close to where Idris and the rest of her squad were. Not yet. Then she ran, shooting as she did so. Nothing got through the vehicle's shield, and its gunner lazily tracked her, his shot skipping dust at her heels, even as she darted behind the next piece of wall big enough to hide her. His trailing line of shot rattled harmlessly across the wall too, and sheared an arm from a hulking crystal form that was trying to excavate it. The thing paused, and Solace could see its blunt stub of a head, as featureless as a thumb, looking down at the lost limb, as though puzzled. Then it turned and exploded in missiles at the crab hand. The whole front of the thing became a blizzard of razor-edged shards launching at the Voyeni vehicle. She saw the first few deflected by the shield, spinning away in a coruscating cloud. But then they were through, shredding the metal, rupturing the reactor in a white-orange crack of instant cooling. The brief red bursts of the crew were more an anticlimax than anything else. She called for the Nereid again, but got someone else instead.
"Did you turn your locator off, you dumbass bitch?"
"Ollie?" This was the closed Parthenon channel, but then Ollie was a resourceful little monster.
"Where the fuck are you? Shopping or something?"
"You're in the air?"
"Fuck yes."
"Home in on these signals." She gave the locators of the other Myrmidons and Idris. "Get them aboard. I'll try to make it there too. If not, then so.
What's that even supposed to mean?
Ollie demanded. Solace broke cover and ran for it, pushing body and suit as far as they could go, shutting off the host of medical and technical warnings that swarmed the edges of her display. No shot pursued her, and she hoped that was a good thing.
I got it,
Ollie told her when she tried to reply.
Stupid patho way of saying it is all. Tell your bitches to get high, Solace. I am not firing on all cylinders right now. Vulture's seen better days.
That was true 40 years ago, Solace snapped back, passing on the message to the other myrmidons.
Fuck you too.
But that was Ollie being fond, or as fond as she got. And then...
God!
What? Solace demanded, because in that one word was a world of horror and awe she hadn't known the woman was capable of.
That's the last art gone,
Ollie got out, voice shaking.
All of them. Those poor bastards. And you're running out of city, Solace. They're... God, they're... Fuck me. It's all just... lifting out. I never saw...
Mind on the job, Ollie.
Yeah. It's just...
Too dumbfounded even to swear at her. Then she was in sight of the others, who were 5 meters up a spiralling stair that went nowhere, and besieged. Morzarin Oscaro must have deployed his entire complement of Voyeni on this gambit, she guessed. The other crab hand was here, plus 4 men and 2 dead bottle-green bodies. One of her fellow myrmidons was sprawled on the canted ground as well, and Solace got a brief burst of flatline vitals from her suit. The other was up high, sheltering from incoming fire as best she could, with Idris behind her. The unmounted Voyeni were climbing towards her, alternately firing and moving, so she had no chance to pick them off. All the corpses jumped in horrible unison, sliding a foot to the left, as the whole city shifted. Solace had this one single moment to make a difference, and she burned through the accelerator's mass reservoir as though there was no tomorrow. She raked the crab hand, hoping to hit something vital, driving a scatter of holes through it before the crew could bring its shields round. Then she was on to the climbers, and she got 2 before the answering shot forced her back into cover.
"Any time, Ollie! Incoming!"
But then, the remaining 2 Voyeni had reached the top of the spiral, and it was down to knives and fists. Solace popped up, aiming, trying for a clear shot. She had 1 man in her sights, targeting display jumping and glitching from the sheer architecting going on. The ground beneath her juddered and bounced as more crystal forms impacted nearby. She lost her aim again as the ground shifted further, slanting another 5 degrees. The same lurch saved her life, though. Accelerator rounds tore through her shoulder, carving the armour as though it wasn't there, making a bone-jagged mess of the joint. It could very easily have been chest, heart, and lungs. The physical impact knocked her onto her back, but the pain blockers were still doing valiant work, and she forced herself up onto her knees, gun still clutched one-handed. She saw 1 Voyeni bodily hoist the myrmidon up, and then cast her down to the ground 5 meters below. The other then leant over, shooting at the body even as it fell, riddling it as it lay there. More deadlines reported to Solace's dying visor display. Idris tried to fight them. She'd give him that. He kicked one, shoved the other, trying to topple the man off the edge. He got lazily backhanded for his pains, and then they had him between them, dragging him kicking and screaming down the spiral. She tried to shoot, but the crab hand was staggering over, dragging 1 dead leg, chewing about the edges of her cover with its accelerator cannon. Only the absurd impermeability of Originator walls saved her. But she couldn't save Idris. She lay there, unable to move an inch either way, without losing more body parts. The pain was starting to come through,
like an insistent caller who won't stop knocking and sending comms requests. She kept fumbling the accelerator, even though it wasn't that heavy. Shock, she guessed, working at a mostly subconscious level to sabotage her body just when she needed it most. The crab hand looked over her cover, peering past the angled wall with the air of an interested beneficiary at a deathbed. She saw the cannon tilt down towards her and tried to return the favour, but the accelerator just slipped from her numb fingers. In that drawn-out moment, as the crab hand gunner struggled with something as elementary as elevation, the city lifting away on all sides, as though it was all just theatre backdrop being removed, she fought for comms, for last words, for anything. The world turned white. She thought it was death. Then she thought it was the architects, remaking, or the originators, returned from their long dust graves to come save everything, to usher in a new age of something, to... Someone was pulling her by her already mangled ankle and by her better shoulder, save that they were dragging the ruined shoulder along the ground. She had no struggle in her, but she fought anyway, making their lives as difficult as possible, until her comms finally gave her Kit and Chris shouting at her not to be so goddamn awkward. The slope they were hauling her up was the ramp of the Vulture God, and soon Ollie was acidly pointing out that she'd said get high, not just lie about on the ground being shot. The white flash that still had her blind had been the god's laser, shearing through most of the crab hand and its crew, and burning up a fair amount of atmosphere too. "Idris!" she shouted over the lot of them. "They took Idris!" "Fuck," Ollie said, and then, "We'll circle, we'll find them. But sister, this whole fucking planet is coming apart." It was, and it did, and they didn't find Idris. Idris. The Voyeni were like iron. Idris had no idea what they did on Magda to train these brutes into this degree of loyalty. He couldn't possibly imagine staying around in this disintegrating city, on this doomed world, for something as trivial as getting your hands on Idris Telemmier. But their bloody mindedness had paid off, because here he was, and here were their hands, most definitely on him. They were hauling him through the city, running full tilt, and hoisting him between them, so his poor weak legs didn't have the chance to slow them down. All around them. He didn't even have to look, because his mind was wide open, and every piece of the sliding block puzzle that had been the city was known to him. He looked anyway. It was flying away, like a dream or a surrealist painting. The whole city. His escorts were constantly changing direction, exchanging curt words, trying to find a way to wherever the hell they needed to get to. A Magdan ship was possibly going to swoop in and pick them up any moment. If not, Idris strongly suspected all their stoicism and loyalty would buy them nothing more than supporting roles in a planetary mass grave. He tried his comms, but got nothing, and didn't know if his escort was blocking him or if it was just the electromagnetic chaos of what was going on around him. A pause. He thought they were conferring about directions. "Have you tried asking a local?" But no. They were tensing. "Solis has found me." He craned about, looking for her Partheni armor. There was a single figure, standing right ahead of them, certainly. But it wasn't Solis. A woman, dressed in shabby spacer clothes. They shot her. Idris had some sympathy, because there wasn't really time for complexities at that moment. They shot her and marched him forward over her fallen body, Only her body turned out not to be dead. The woman grabbed one of their ankles in each hand and vaulted from lying to standing in one spasmodic leap, throwing the two Voyeni end over end and Idris with them. He landed hard, breath slapped out of him, seeing one of her arms and her back, her actual spine, realign and mend from the colossal strain she'd just put them under. She was grinning. Tothiat. He couldn't see the symbiote from his perspective, but he recognized the way she'd healed. One of the Voyeni shot her once more, and she walked up the line of his fire, literally shrugging off the holes he made in her, until she could tear the gun from his hands. He was technically stronger, but that strength was limited by his inability to just wreck his human bones and muscles, while she didn't need to care about that. She hit him with the gun so hard that gun and skull and one of her shoulders shattered. Only one of those things came back together again a moment later. The other Voyeni knifed her. They were game, these Magdan boys. He'd seen how the little holes of an accelerator hadn't stopped her, and so now he carved her up like a butcher, aiming for enough damage across the board to bring her down, hunting through her abdomen for something that might count as a weak spot. She gripped his head with both hands and broke his neck. Then she turned to Idris, hideously bloody, winching her innards back into place by some mechanism he didn't even want to guess at. Just like the Voyeni, she wasn't keen for him to have much of a say in where they went. He was hoisted up and over her shoulder, his cheek pressed against the cool, hair-prickly legs of the Tothia symbiote, where it lay along the centre of her back. He shuddered and tried to writhe away, but there was no getting out of her grip. She started running, juggling him about so that he ended up clinging tighter, rather than trying to get away, just to stop himself being slammed into the ridges and articulations of the creature. He had no idea where they were going, just hung on grimly until she came to an abrupt stop. She dropped him, and he saw humanity surrounding them. Adults and children, all in some pretense at red robes, with gold and purple trimmings. He had been thrust into a vast mob of cultists, everyone crammed into a single square bounded by pillars, open to the sky. The 4 architects hung in that sky like the end of days, one of them a mauled ruin that was breaking apart even as he watched, bleeding out millions of tons of crystal detritus as it died. At least the Neramathi had accomplished that. He tried to get to his feet, and the Tothiat actually helped him.
"The city," he got out. "How long? Maybe they can still get to me here."
There was no comms contact, and now he knew he was being blocked. "It's gone, Mynheer Telemmier," the Tothiat woman told him. "All of it." He looked around the crowded confines of the temple. Most of the cultist refugees seemed weirdly calm. Many were kneeling in what he assumed was prayer. He heard the voices of hierograves scattered through them, promising that their masters would save them.
"We need to get off planet. Let me call my ship," he begged.
But the Tothiat only smiled.
"Mynheer," she said, "have you no faith?"
And a smile that could only have been 9 parts insane. Chapter 15. Chris. When the last piece of city lifted from the surface, the vulture god finally gave up the search. Clawing for space, it shuddered its course out of atmosphere, lest it be caught in the architect's gravitic fist and reshaped into oblivion, along with the world below. The Nereid was already ahead of them, as were a couple of last-minute cult tourist transports and the last pair of colonial heavy shuttles. True to its name,
The Vulture was last to abandon the corpse of Ark Palator. Chris, who'd been manning the sensor suite, found herself magnifying and magnifying, staring down at the corrugated scar in the earth that had once been the largest Originator site any human had ever seen. Not a city, not anything comprehensible, and now not even a ruin. And Idris had vanished into it, snatched by the Voyeni. Solis had confirmed that much. Right now she was in a suspension pod, with Trine shooting her full of whatever med stocks the Vulture hadn't run out of. Chris had hauled her in, seeing the Partheni armour turn to jigsaw shards across her shoulder and one leg from ankle to knee. Readouts showed multiple broken bones, torn muscles, and so much lost blood that only the suit's emergency procedures had saved her. Nobody could say she hadn't given her all, but it hadn't been enough. "Don't be down there," was all she could think. The Voyeni had gone to some lengths to take him alive, after all. He was a valuable commodity, almost the last of a dying breed. They were sure to have him on one of the shuttles. He'd still be alive, even a prisoner, even a slave. There was hope. They'd get him back. "Questions arise re course correction," Kittering rattled out. "I'm going to buzz the shuttles," Ollie told him flatly. "I want you and... fuck. Chris, take the helm from me. I'm suiting up in the Scorpion. We are fucking boarding that shuttle. Or one of those shuttles. I am getting Idris back." "You don't even know which shuttle he's on," Chris objected. 50-50 chance, isn't it? Take the damn helm, Chris." "I can't fly the Vulture, Ollie," she said, even as she was transferring pilot functions over to her station. Not optimal, but it would work, especially under the nose of a Hugh warship, while you try to play pirate with one of their shuttles. "They're not going to shoot us while we're clamped to their baby." "Ollie, that's not how military targeting works." Chris had control now, evidenced by the abrupt lurch as she overcorrected their course. "Kit, help!" because he was a better pilot than she was. "Kit's coming with me to get Idris," Ollie decided. "Objections raised on all sides," Kittering responded hotly, followed by a burst of chittering that didn't get translated. No, we are fucking doing this. Rollo would have." "Doing this is what got Rollo killed," Chris shouted at her. The silence that followed was filled with terrible possibilities.
"If I might interrupt my unruly cohorts," Trine's voice broke in, "but matters have been taken out of our collective manipulators. Pick up comms. Grendel's mother to Byron."
Because, of course, the Partheni had been following what had gone on, and they weren't taking the loss of their solitary int well.
"An ultimatum, in short," came Exemplar Keen's voice in her accented Colville. "You will divert your shuttle containing Idris Telemmier, who is under the protection of the Parthenon. As you know, he will be taken aboard the Nereid. No more needs to be said or done. If you do not repatriate Menhir Telemmier, that is an act of war."
Then the voice of Manek, the diplomat, came in reply.
"Exemplar, we all feel for your loss. I have been speaking with the shuttle crews. Menhir Telemmier is not aboard, I am assured. The shuttles are loaded with hegemonics who agreed to flee the planet at our invitation, together with the last of our own ground teams. I can show you images from the holds, even, if you—"
"Menhir Manek,"
Keen snapped back, and Chris imagined the woman leaning over her displays, face lit with fury.
"My own surviving personnel confirm that individuals in the livery of Mozarin Oscaro killed 4 of my people and snatched Telemmier. I not only want Telemmier back in our control, but I will have Oscaro and his people delivered up to me, or I will—"
and she bit down on what she would do. Chris was shaken, because Keen had always seemed, well, keen, but surely that icy Partheni professionalism was rock solid, reliable even to the end of the world. But here they were, with the world below them ending, and Keen was white-hot with anger. Her voice only honed itself to an edge, but Chris could hear the rage driving that knife in. "Exemplar," Manek came back, the voice of reason, but she could hear the strain. "Please, please do not say or do anything that might look regrettable in a less fraught moment. We have not taken Telemmier. I have spoken to the shuttle crews myself. Please, just, if you wish, I will take a shuttle myself. Come to the Grendel's mother and tell you all this to your face, as a gesture of our sincerity on this point. Would that help, Exemplar? Because one look outside should tell you that nobody should be talking about any other war except the obvious one." Chris checked on the architects. The dying one was still breaking up. Not an explosive gravitic detonation, like the one they'd killed over Berlenhof back in the First War, but a slow deterioration. 2 of its fellows were shepherding it away from the planet. A weirdly touching tableau. The final architect was still in orbit over Arc Palator, locked to the world with invisible gravitic claws, preparing for its work. She shuddered. "Don't be down there, Idris."
"Exemplar Keen,"
a new speaker broke in. Oscaro himself. Chris heard a very brief moment of clashing voices, suddenly cut off. Manek arguing with someone. Then it was just the Magdan landowner dominating comms.
"I confirm that we will not be surrendering any colonial citizens into your hands, most especially not myself. I take extreme offense at your suggestion that any of my staff may have acted improperly, and I confirm we have not kidnapped the renegade intermediary. Although, as far as I'm concerned, the man is colonial property, and if we had him, I'd feel no need to let him defect for a second time. You'll take your little ship away now, and be assured I am more than ready to have my Byron here repel you, should you do anything unwise."
"Who put that turd in charge?" Ollie wanted to know. Chris tracked the shuttles, seeing them well within the shadow of the Byron's weapons, and hauled their course over, breaking off any pursuit. She waited for Ollie to shout at her, but only simmering discontent came from the drone bay. Even the Scorpion wasn't quite up to taking on the Hugh military. Havea. Havea wasn't on the bridge, just in his quarters in the guts of the Byron when all this was taking place. He felt he still had quite a stake in how things might go down, though, being in a ship on the verge of active service against the Partheni and architects simultaneously. He also had a whole keyring of Mordant House override codes, so had eyes on the command bay as well as ears on the comms. And something had just happened, so seamlessly that a novice might have missed it. Oscaro had been present from the start, but he was now standing where the Byron's captain should have been, restricting all comms traffic so that his was the only voice the Partheni might hear. Of course, the captain had shifted over in the cramped space to give Manek pride of place. That had been diplomacy and standard protocol, as well as age-old tradition, and it wasn't as if the captain couldn't do his job from wherever. But now Oscaro was indeed in charge, and somehow he was giving orders, and the captain was obeying them, no questions asked. The Morzarin did have diplomatic credentials. He had a rank within Hugh. However, he was a civilian. His authority on board a warship should have been at the military's sufferance. yet the chain of command had just shifted to accommodate him at the top. Plenty of quizzical looks passed amongst junior officers, but the captain and immediate subordinates took it on the chin, clearly pre-briefed. Asset Kolvari, at Havea's elbow, brought up a telemetry display showing ship movements, the Byron and Beagle with the two shuttles approaching. The Grendel's mother, very much on an aggressive heading now. He searched about and found the Vulture God too, flagging it. The crew were pulling the old tug back towards the Partheni, but if a shooting war broke out, they were very much in the firing line. "It's a coup," he said. A very small coup, admittedly. A trial run, proof of concept, perhaps. He was thinking of what Kolvari had found in those stolen documents, the meeting transcript, where the desirability of a shooting war against the Parthenon had been mooted so complacently. As a theory. Only if humanity was going to rely on arcs to survive a theoretical architect incursion. But what if you went ahead to start building those arcs, let's say? What if you devoted all those resources to that fallback? You'd get invested, wouldn't you? You'd start to see it as something other than a last resort. Especially if that would make you king of the arc people, rather than just one magnate amongst many. The greater good morphed into self-interest so easily. Human history was full of it. He had a dreadful need to get word out, and no way to do it. It wasn't as though a friendly packet ship was going to drop by for Arc Palator's last words. And now it looked like a shooting war with the Partheni was about to begin, right here, right now. They were in the shadow of multiple architects, and the only two military vessels in system were rolling up their sleeves for a bout of fisticuffs among themselves.
"Might we query the fighting odds?"
Kolvari asked. Havea started. Easy to forget the Hiver was a sentient entity with its own priorities, presumably including self-preservation. "I'm no expert. We're a lot bigger, more punch, but the Partheni could always place their punches a lot more precisely."
"This tells us very little,"
Kolvari complained. They pulled up a ship plan and began idly highlighting routes to the escape pods. Havea, for his part, started working on ways to get the word out if this really did go south. Was there some way he could get a coded message to the Partheni, attach a beacon to them maybe? Could he send it to the Vulture God? If anyone was going to get out of this, it would be those roaches. He could probably just bribe them to get his encrypted data on the first packet ship to Berlenhof. Except nobody at Mordaunt House would know what to do with it, if Chief Larry was still out of the office. "Don't worry," he said to Kolvari. "It won't come to that." Even as he said the words, it did come to that. From inside the Byron, he felt only a faint shudder, the prickling of hairs on the back of his neck. His dispenser gave him a shot when his heart leapt with recognition. The gravitic engines of the Byron had shifted mode, cycling faster for shielding and weapons use. He stuttered through the reports, trying to see what had happened. The Grendel's mother had just sent a cluster of accelerator shot through one of the shuttles, very precisely eviscerating the Bricata drive the vessel had been using to claw through space towards the Beagle. The stricken ship was now a prisoner of inertia, unable to make the final course corrections that would have swung it into dock, setting it to overshoot instead and spin off into infinity. Or at least until another ship intercepted it, or they got some scratch repairs done. Havea swore, frozen, the situation sliding sideways and utterly out of his control. Kolvari, with more foresight, clamped their 4 feet to the floor, hunkering down for impact. Moments later, the Grendel's mother and the Byron were launching everything they had at each other, save for another tightly aimed salvo that crippled the other shuttle. War had, apparently, locally been declared. Chris. Ollie's exclamation had no actual words to it, perhaps fortunately. She had yanked back control of the Vulture before Chris even realised what was going on, using the invisible grasp of the Bricator drive to send the ship sideways through space at 90 degrees to its original course, away from both the Byron and Grendel's mother. For a moment, Chris wasn't quite sure what had happened, until Kittering wrestled the ship's sensor suite so that it showed a fraction of what was being thrown about between the two ships, and she sagged back in her seat. Both vessels were on the move, cutting erratic courses to complicate targeting over the 1,000-kilometre ranges, but the grunt work was being performed by the gravitic shields that put a finger on the slope of space around each vessel. Accelerator shot and the needling of laser fire aimed true at the point of departure would hit that curve and sling away, while never deviating from its course. Except the shields weren't perfect and could be outpowered, rendered moot by a sufficient wall of shot, even outthought by a canny partnership of gunner and targeting software. A clear miss could be dragged into a solid hit if the shooter was able to second-guess how their target was placing a thumb on the scales. The Byron was a solid mid-range colonial warship, the Partheni one distinctly smaller and less well-armed, but Partheni tech and Partheni crews meant that the two made an even match. Chris was bitterly sure that when the hegemony had prescribed exactly what force each government could bring to the table, the SEO had that equality in mind, which should have acted as a deterrent, but was now looking like mutually assured destruction. "We're staying well clear, right?" she checked, just in case Ollie had any delusions of warrior maidenhood.
"I spot the Beagle moving out," Trine's voice came to her. "They have the same admirable idea."
"Fuck me! Grendel just took a solid one," Ollie broke in. "Don't know who's going to win this one, folks."
Chris felt the slight internal tug as the Vulture God changed heading again, still accelerating, slinging through a series of points in space like a gibbon. "Ollie, away," she suggested, because they were going literally every direction but that, cutting a jagged course that was still nonetheless homing in on the other ships. The god had sketched out a huge area of space theoretically at risk from all manner of diverted ordnance, and they were about to plough straight into it.
"Oh, no, Chris. We are going towards," Ollie confirmed a moment later,
sounding either determined or demented.
"We get the job done here on the old Vulture." "My distinguished comrade, you appear to be trying to get us killed," Trine said. "Would you not do that, please?" "Look at where that Beagle bastard is heading," Ollie told them grimly.
"Shuttles are being approached," Kit confirmed immediately, apparently on the same wavelength. "A rescue."
"Oh, they can rescue whoever the fuck they like," Ollie's voice was audibly through gritted teeth. "But we are getting Idris first. He's on one of those two ships, like Keane said. He has to be, and they are dead and tumbling right now. We have a mother of a grabbing claw and the drives to shift 20 of the Beagle's little tub shuttles. We're snatching them and running."
"Ollie, that's kidnapping colonial citizens," Chris objected, although some of the race in her pulse was not entirely objecting to the idea.
"Rescuing," Ollie insisted, "with extreme prejudice. We'll drop the others off. Not like I'm going to ransom the bastards, but we keep Idris. All in?" "If Professor Storkwell is aboard one of the shuttles, can I hold him at gunpoint?" Trine asked. "If so, consider me in."
A new scatter of warnings joined the already crowded throng on Chris's screen. "Byron's moving."
"I see it,"
Ollie confirmed. "They see us," They see what we're doing.
And I was being so subtle about it.
Ollie, we can't do this and dodge a warship.
I thought you scintilla kids liked danger,
Ollie told her. And then,
Kit?
A deal has been made, Kittering confirmed. Comms incoming. Chris sat back, feeling abruptly like the last child to be picked for the dueling team. Kittering had been busy behind her back, apparently, and now a brief message came to the god from Grendel's mother, the calm tones of exemplar Keen. We are moving to keep the Byron off you. Get this done, Timo, and get back to the series. The Parthenon thanks you. Not going to live that down, Ollie said, after a moment's silence. The mother was closing the distance to its opposite number and redoubling its fire, burning through accelerator magazines and then spare mass, depleting its laser cells. She saw a storm of deviating shot strafe randomly across the Beagle's sector of space, and the science ship took several hits, its own shielding shredding like paper. The Grendel's mother had already taken several strikes. The Partheni's form of segmentation shielding had meant the force was sluiced down hull to the tapering back sections of the hull, and the shredded remains of it were being discarded in a long trail of ruin. The rest of the ship was still battle-worthy, and Chris saw the Byron shudder as its own shields failed to catch everything thrown at it, or, as the Partheni gunners began to predict their enemy's defensive patterns, rolling their shot down the Byron's own sloping space towards it. Incoming Beagle still, Kit noted. Well then, get the laser ready, Ollie told him. It's civilian only, damaged also. Well then. A frustrated pause as Ollie worked through some calculations. We can snatch one shuttle before they get there, but the other... Kit, I'd rather fly and you shoot. Or Chris, or Trine. That means you can concentrate on just warning the bastards off or something, rather than me putting a beam through their command pod by accident because I'm busy. Chris craned back to look at Kittering. The Hanny's curved back was towards her, but she could see from his jittering movements that he was unhappy.
I will do it, my fellow pirates. I shall warn them off with threats of violence,
Trine announced. Still coming, Kit noted, and Chris was rotating her display. The Vulture, the Beagle, the two shuttles, still tumbling helplessly on their last course, which was taking them right into the fire zone anyway. A bad day for everyone concerned. And here came the Vulture god, intent on a hostile boarding action. This makes us criminals, she said numbly. Actual pirates. Or at least combatants. Ollie. A shock went through the Vulture god, its course abruptly skewing almost directly back along its path, and then spinning them wildly away from all the other ships. She thought they'd been hit. She was hunting for damage reports that didn't show anywhere on the system, and bracing for the alarms that didn't come. In her ear, Ollie swore blue murder. Another ship had torn its way out of unspace, within 100 kilometres of them, with a violent gravitic shockwave. This close to a planet, to other vessels, to the architects. Who would do that? But she knew. There was no mistaking the newcomer's design. Like a vast rose, cut from alabaster and mother of pearl, bigger than the Byron and mother put together. The broadcast that came over all channels, obliterating any chance at other comms, was completely incomprehensible. An audio channel full of thunder and groans, supplemented by a staccato flicker of radial patterns. The SEO wanted them all to know something, and hadn't waited for a translator. It's the police, come to break it up, Ollie decided. Chris saw she hadn't changed course towards the shuttles, and nor had the Beagle. Perhaps, as they weren't shooting, they weren't the targets of the SEO's ire. But the great sharp-edged rosette of the SEO ship was cruising inexorably onwards, not towards the two warships, but for the Beagle and the shuttles. A further meaningless proclamation overwrote all frequencies, and then there was a human voice, hard and angry. Some cult hierograve drafted in as translator, and obviously trying to convey just how pissed off his master was.
"I speak for the Radiant Sorteal, the Provident and the Prescient," he stated, "whose hospitality has been grievously abused."
Chris, like everyone, thought this was their response to the humans fighting in SEO territory, until the man went on.
"It is expressly forbidden to lay hands on the faithful of the divine SEO. Of all the actions of a treacherous guest, this is the unforgivable crime."
"All right," Ollie said, after a reflective pause. "I have no idea what's going on now."
"Oh,"
Trine said, in a tone indicating that they did. They caught a transmission from the pilot of the Beagle claiming ignorance, but Chris had caught up by then. The Colonial shuttles had taken several loads of cultists off-planet, because it was plain the hegemony weren't actually going to save their human adherents. She herself had bleakly wondered if, like kings of old, the Essiel wanted a sacrifice of followers to mark the tomb of their lost world. The Colonials had extended a hand to those desperate wretches, at least a few of whom had found their suicidal faith wanting and had accepted the offer. Some were already on the Beagle, and others were cramming the Beagle's two crippled shuttles. Then a new voice broke in, none other than Professor Storkwell from the Beagle itself, even as Kittering quietly noted that the science ship hadn't deviated from its course.
"You has a humanitarian duty to assist in times of crisis,"
the academic said, rather pompously, save that Chris could hear the tremor in his voice.
"I'm sure you would have done the same had there been a colonial world under threat. During the war, hegemonic ships did sometimes assist in humanity's evacuation efforts, I'm sure."
Chris wasn't actually sure they had, save where the evacuees had agreed to put on the funny robes and go to the right churches. But right then, everyone on the Vulture God was holding their breath, even as they closed in on the nearest shuttle.
"The authority of the divine SEO is sacrosanct," was the rapid response from the massive SEO ship. "The covenant between the SEO and the faithful may not be broken without invoking their wrath,"
the cultist said, and Chris didn't even know if he was translating now, or just giving rein to his own interpretation of whatever the hell the SEO thought. Storkwell came back, hotly.
"We were saving lives. Of course, we will repatriate these, your fellows, to wherever you direct. We can offload them direct to the, Radiant Sorteal ship, even. However, thanks to Partheni aggression, our shuttles containing your people are now without motive power, and so—"
"The covenant may not be broken."
The translator's voice overwrote whatever he might have said next.
"The divine SEO remove their protection from you. You are no longer guests."
"Byron's moving in," Ollie noted, "trying to cover the Beagle. Fuck me, Grendel's still not leaving them alone, though." On her displays, Chris could see the Partheni vessel doing its level best to take advantage of its colonial rival's distraction. She opened a channel to the Partheni, even as it went on the attack. "Exemplar, we should have other priorities right now. If Idris is on either of those shuttles, we have to head for them. Exemplar, please." But even as she tried, another blistering salvo shredded space about both ships, The Grendel lost another segment and kept taking damage, shields breaking up. The Byron had a whole flank torn open, half its accelerator batteries gone, vomiting pieces and frozen atmosphere, yet still trying to limp on to help the Beagle.
I am sure that, in this trying time, Professor Storkwell continued, the SEO hegemony has no wish to antagonize its potential allies against the architects. I can assure the Radiant Sortil that no insult was meant, and we were not in any way suggesting that the SEO could not take care of, could not ensure the safety of their citizens.
His voice was growing shakier and shakier as the science vessel fell into the shadow of the alien rose. The Beagle shuddered again, comms suddenly falling silent. Chris watched their shields, entirely intact, and wasn't sure what had happened. Kit was sensing some sort of gravitic discharge from the SEL vessel, but nothing he could readily identify.
Beagle's powering up their gravitic drive. They're running,
Ollie said. The craft's energy readings certainly suggested it, but at the same time, they were still cruising slowly towards the shuttles.
No, said Trine flatly.
No what?
That's not an unspace jump.
Why else are they ramping up their drive, then?
They're not. It's the SEL.
Trine's voice was very calm.
Not possible.
But Ollie plainly didn't believe her own words. Chris just watched the build-up of power in the Beagle's drive, exactly as if they were trying to get into unspace. The same tech they would use to bend space to shield themselves, and the same they used for Agrav aboard. Then the Beagle twisted, the entire ship, bow to stern, wrenching, as though great hands had hold of it. When the vulture god shuddered, Chris actually jumped from her seat, convinced the SEL were attacking them too. It was the first shuttle, however. They'd finally reached it, and Ollie had the claws around it. She was muttering something about wringing Idris's neck if he wasn't on board. The Beagle crumpled, its whole hull dimpling and creasing as the gravitic force increased, wrapped in a strangling spiral, and hauled in towards the toroid ring of its drive that had suddenly become a voracious monster, greedy for mass. The entire vessel halved in size in seconds, every inch of space within it compacting to solid matter.
Thus the justice of the divine SEO is observed,
announced the cult translator, in the stunned silence that followed. The Byron opened fire on the SEL, every remaining weapon, every scrap of mass and energy it could throw. Chris saw the hegemonic vessel's shields catch it all effortlessly, not just averting the shot, but turning the incoming barrage into a graceful unfolding pattern, phantom petals shedding away from the stone flower. Chris wondered whether the display was an insult, a sign of contempt. Who could know?
Vulture God,
Keen's voice came to them from the Grendel.
Get the shuttles and get out.
What about you? Chris asked her.
We have red lights across the board, and I know that means the same to you colonials as it does to us. We will buy time, like always.
Exemplar.
Love to make a tragic speech, Almier, but I have a dying ship to run.
And then there was a very definitive cut-off to comms. Moments later, the Grendel's mother was accelerating past the lumbering Byron, its surviving weapons lancing at the SEL ship, its gravitic shielding spread wide to give as much cover to the faltering Hugh vessel as possible. Chris felt a kick inside her, almost bafflement, as much as anything. Perhaps Exemplar Keen had grown up on stories of her sisters saving humanity in the First War, the thin line against the architects, And now, here was another alien menace murdering civilians, and she'd decided at this late point it was common humanity that should win out. Ollie already had them slung towards the other shuttle, compensating for the shifting centre of mass now they had the first tucked in their claws. The Vulture was a salvage vessel after all. Hauling dead ships around was its business. Chris sent out a hail, explaining what they were doing, not that the shuttle would be able to help or hinder them much. Her eyes were on the display, interpreting the data. She was building a model of the two limping warships, absurdly united in purpose now, after approaching the brink of war. "The planet," Kit said. "The planet, the planet, the planet," over and over. She didn't realise what he meant, until she saw the oblate sphere of Arc Palator begin to deform, to fold in on itself, to tease out into long streamers of molten material, the core erupting through the crust, and then being moulded like clay. All in silence, slow and beautiful, a work of art on a celestial scale, God's own potter's wheel. And almost eclipsed by the ever-shifting edge of the doomed world, the crystal moons of the architects went about their business, heedless of the squabbles of lesser species. The Byron was falling away now, venting lost atmosphere from a rent in its hull, sending a final salvo at the SEL vessel, but plainly out of the fight and trying to get clear. The Mother was still coming, and there was damage showing across the face of Sortiel's ship, just a little to mar its geometric perfection. Another shuddering clunk came, as Ollie snagged the second shuttle with a triumphant yell. Then she had the Vulture's drives put as much space between them and the SEL as possible, clawing away from the planet to where she could plunge them into unspace. Chris hoped against hope that the SEL didn't have a navigator that could track them, as the hegemonic gangsters of the Broken Harvest had done once before. In that case, all of their efforts to rescue their missing int would be for nothing. Chris just watched, magnifying the view to make up for all the distance Ollie was gaining them, as Arc Palator was elegantly, fatally remade. Idris.
"So," Idris hazarded, "did you go crazy all at once, or did the whole worship the clams thing just creep up on you?"
The Tothiat woman just glanced at him, coolly amused, although a few of the nearest cultists glowered at him. They were elbow to elbow, now the ruin's entire population was crammed into the temple grounds. He had to speak quite loudly to be heard. The mere background susurration of so many people shifting and murmuring and breathing was overwhelming. Every so often, a wave of prayer would go through them, heads bowed, hands clasped, whole blocks of people dropping to their knees, awkwardly trying to prostrate themselves. Prayer as humans did it, using movements their god aliens couldn't even emulate. Earlier, there had been big water carriers passed back and forth over the heads of the crowd, but those had run out now.
"So, look on the bright side. It won't matter. Nobody's going to die of dehydration, because we won't have time." "Was it the Tothia thing?" he prompted. "I mean, I hear it hurts like hell going in, and maybe keeps hurting. There was this one we knew. Said the whole quick healing hurt, but being a Tothiat hurt as well, so it didn't signify. Or something. I wasn't there, so maybe I'm getting that wrong. But I can see how having a prawn shoved up your spinal column is going to hurt, and maybe that gives you religion. Or was the prawn the religious one, and you're just nodding along? Or maybe it's an atheist prawn, and all your praying annoys the crap out of it. What, I mean, basically, the fuck, is what I'm asking. You know, before we die, just satisfy my curiosity."
His words petered out. because he wasn't succeeding in annoying her even remotely, and annoying her was just about his only mode of resistance left. He tried to walk away, just shove his way out of the temple, past its notional boundaries, little more than a line drawn in the sand, plus a few pillars. Not worth getting the builders back to do the roof, all things considered. She'd hauled him back each time. The cultists around them ignored any pleas for help too, obviously none of their business. I'm going to start shouting, he told her. Emaneth, she'd said her name was. I will shout very loudly that you're all crazy clam lovers and you're all going to die. I have just enough time to do that before we do all actually die. It will be time well spent. You're a sad bastard, aren't you? He looked at her. Me? I wanted to be on a ship and off the planet. You want to be here, doing neither of those things. Who's sad? You won't even shout, she said complacently. You say it, but there's no do in you. You talk a good fight, Telemmier, but what did you ever do? That was so manifestly unfair, it shut him up for a moment, before he came back with, I ended the war. I saved a world. Yeah, but what did you do recently? And she grinned. Idris blinked at her, and then a strained laugh escaped him, despite his best efforts to shut it in. Who even are you? I'll let you into a secret. She leant in, conspiratorially. I'm not one of the faithful. I mean, yes, the Esiel made me. All the Tothiac come about through their personal intervention. But I had second thoughts and went apostate. Because your man was right. It hurts all the time, Telemmier. It hurts in a way humans can't even hurt, like they give you an extra organ that's permanently in critical. Pain you can't imagine, except you don't react to it the same way anymore. Doesn't slow you, doesn't cripple you, because even those are release. How is it for the prawn? I am the prawn, she told him. He didn't know how she meant it, whether the woman who owned that face was even in there at all, whether they took turns moving the lips, or whether the thing speaking to him really was an inseparable merging of the two. He glanced up at the living moons Arc Palator had acquired. The disintegrating one and two of the others were further away now, just receding glints, out of orbit. One was left, and no prizes for guessing what it was cracking its knuckles to do. You tried to kill yourself? More than once, she agreed. It's why I'm here in a way. Roundabout way, but still. Now you've gone for death by architect, and you had a spare ticket or something. Why me? You go get yourself reshaped to death, but why do I get to come along? I am severely tempted, she told him, to say it's not all about you, but unfortunately for both of us it is. I mean, if you were hired to kill me, then guns would have been enough. We're not all invulnerable prawn bearers. I'm not an assassin, Mynheer Telemmier. I'm a bounty hunter. I was hired to bring you in alive. He looked up again. Then you're doing a fuck of a poor job of it. And he felt the first tug, the first exploratory reaching of the colossal entity above them, as it explored the physical structure of the planet. He'd never been at ground zero of an architect attack before, for obvious reasons of personal preference. Oh, what wonders we will learn, albeit briefly. He concentrated, trying to reach out to the thing, to touch its intellect with the pinprick of his own. I am here. Don't kill me. After all, he was most likely physically closer to an architect now than he had ever been in a ship. Except, even as he tried,
He felt the stifling pressure of Arc Palator's mass shadow like a weight on his brain, stopping his thoughts flying out towards the creature, trapping him here with the faithful. He strove again and again, sweat sheening his forehead and a lightning bolt headache lancing through his temples. It was like fighting to get out of quicksand, reaching up to touch fingertips to the wrathful god bending over the world. Emaneth was regarding him gravely. "It's happening, by the way," she said.
"Oh, you don't have to tell me."
His words came out ragged with tears.
"I don't want to die. Not like this."
Although, in truth, he just didn't want to die, period. Given his personal history, this would actually be quite a fitting way to go. Then, the radiant Sortiel, the provident and the prescient, manifested in the heart of its faithful. Idris barked a yelp of surprise before realizing it was only a projection. That was what the pillars did, apparently. They gave the doomed congregation a last sight of God. The nearest worshippers, dropping to their knees and reaching out, were clipping through its edges. The Essiel waved its arms gracefully, and booming noises issued from the pillars, quieting the crowd. It made a little speech, or that was what Idris assumed. He heard murmured translations run through the faithful, as hierograves gave their best guess at a translation. Each one conflicted with the rest, as far as he could tell, save for one central message. They were being delivered, Sortiel was telling them. They were to have the reward for their faith. He felt something flex, some unfathomable membrane extending in an unreal direction, and knew the architect was beginning its work. While everyone knelt around him, or sat, or just lay flat on their faces, he stood and opened his mouth to shout out his denial. He would die, but not as a willing participant in this sham. He would tell this transmitted image of a living god, safe in orbit, exactly what he thought of it. He got as far as, Something shifted around him. He thought it was just the architect. Just, at first. But no. A ripple of gravitic force was shouldering out from the temple itself. He sensed the concentric rings of it expanding out over the barren, chasmed landscape. Concentric rings, like the Originators had been so fond of. Abruptly, they were in a pit. Not physically, not visibly, but his intermediaries' senses were screaming at him that they were being dragged down into a steep-walled abyss. Gravitic forces were reshaping the world around him, even as his eyes said nothing of the sort was happening. But it was unspace he was sensing. Something was causing a colossal local distortion in the unreal. Not the architect, the machinations of which he could track entirely separately across the world as a whole. He stared at the pillars, columns ringing the open temple space, filled with not just projectors and speakers, filled with whatever the Essiel needed from moment to moment, because that was how their liquid tech worked. Components formed out of the matrix at will, to collapse back into the techno-slush as soon as their task was done. And now they were...
"That's impossible,"
he declared, and felt awe. Not a religious awe, not actual reverence, not quite. But in that moment, he came damn close. The Essiel had lived alongside the Originator's ruins and relics for a long time. They had developed ways of containing and transporting the regalia without robbing it of its potency. And they had learned other things from their centuries of study, too. He felt the temple resound around him, like the city had when the Neramathi's unspace cannon had discharged. He felt the echo in the skin between the stars. The pillars, the gravitic engine they had just become, twisted the boundary of unspace still further, even as the world groaned in its death throes, its crust shifting and cracking across 1,000,000 miles of abandoned ground. You couldn't do this on a planet's surface, not even close to something as massy as a planet. Except, apparently you could, and the originators had probably known how, as evidently the SEL did. The architect leant on Arc Palator, forcing the planet into its mental lathe to reshape it, and the temple fell into unspace, becoming an impossible open-decked ship on that unreal sea. Sortiel's image bellowed, and Idris saw cultists all around him dropping, eyes rolling, some kind of ecstasy or passion overcoming them, frothing, fitting, oblivious. Only he and Emaneth were left untouched, heretics at a second coming. And then they had left the tortured world behind, and it was just him, alone, in an empty temple. Him and unspace, and the thing they always said couldn't really live there, but did. Chapter 16. Havea. "Are we at war with the hegemony now?" was Havea's question, and nobody had an answer. One particularly overworked clerk back at Mordaunt House even went so far as to add, "You mean, as well?" Modern times were not, he reflected, a poster child for interstellar diplomacy. His debriefing with his new head of department, whose boots were under Chief Larry's desk, had not gone well. "We could have done with having this chat some days ago," the man informed him flatly. "Instead, you stopped for repairs." As though Havea had any influence on the captain's decision. Mozarin Uscaro had been similarly keen for them to just damn the torpedoes and run for Berlenhof, but the ship had taken quite a beating, and the captain had overruled all objections. They'd come out of unspace in the first throughway that didn't decant them into an active part of the hegemony. This had been a Hanalambra-built orbital over the freezing moon of a gas giant, just a dry dock and trading post. There, the Hani engineers had done what they could to ensure that, when the Byron re-entered unspace to plot a course home, it would have good odds of exiting where it was supposed to, or at all. The Radiant Sortiel's conventional weapons had torn them up badly enough, but that was the sort of damage the Byron had at least been designed to shoulder on through until it ran out of shoulders. As they fought to gain unspace, though, the SEL had turned their other weapon on them, the one that had crumpled up the Beagle like an empty food bar wrapper. Doubtless there were whole teams of Hugh weapons techs trying to work out just what that had been, and whether they could replicate it. Havea hadn't been able to add much to their stock of knowledge. Engineering scuttlebutt aboard the Byron had surmised that the hegemony had somehow suborned the gravitic fields of their victim's own drive, then amplified them until the ship's structure, and it was assumed occupants, lovely thought, couldn't hold out against the fabricated mass and imploded into it. Just a faint touch of the same effect had caused stress fractures and failed systems throughout the Byron. It was a miracle they'd got into unspace at all, and a double miracle they'd come out of it. In all the panic of running around, trying to get into emergency suspension, Havea hadn't had a chance to worry about the possibility of never seeing the real universe again. 17 of the ship's complement didn't. They hadn't got to suspension quickly enough, or their couches had failed, and by the time the ship crawled out into the Hani dock, they were all dead by their own hands. Open throats, skulls staved in against bulkheads. One man had gouged his face into meat and then strangled himself with his own hands. And Havea was damn sure that was supposed to be impossible. There had also been the economic fellow who'd put an accelerator barrel to his head and triggered the weapon remotely, meaning they had an air leak through 3 layers of hull when they came out into the real,
as well as all the mess inside. And Hervea's chief was grumbling about them not reaching home sooner. Hervea still nodded along, however, making the appropriate excuses. He tendered a very carefully tailored report, and was excruciatingly aware that he was now a double agent, possibly without a handler to report to anymore. Maybe even a man who represented a faction of one. And so he said nothing, of course, about the covert data or Kolvari, or just what that had turned up. Moreover, he was carefully evasive about just how the Morzarin Oscaro had been pulling the strings aboard the Byron, how the man had been provoking the Parthenon on planet via his uniformed thugs and a little private army. Then how he'd taken over the ship and got them into the brief shooting war with the Grendel's mother before the Radiant Sortiel had arrived to make their differences moot. Hervea still remembered, weirdly bittersweet, how the damaged Partheni ship had gone right into the fray against the Essiel. Yes, they'd been buying time for their own tender to escape, with the crippled shuttles, but he'd read in that act the same pan-human altruism that had brought them into action against the architect at Berlenhof, at such cost. Me against my human sister, but we sisters against the universe. Another impression that hadn't made it into his report, of course. He had gone so far as to note that Oscaro's actions had been irregular and unhelpful, but it was a footnote, if that, because it seemed to him that there was a real danger this new man he was reporting to might be connected, through strings attached to strings, with a clique of people who really wanted a good old war with the Parthenon to clear the way for their vision of a wholly spacefaring humanity. That, of course, was the mad paranoia of an agent cut off from any chain of command he had faith in, but he couldn't shake it. The Grendel's mother hadn't made it, as far as Hugh Intel could work out. They'd been beaten up from their run-in with the Byron. Partheni tech hadn't quite overmatched the power of the larger Hugh ship in the way they'd likely expected, which in itself was something the policymakers would be chewing over. When the Byron had fallen back, genuinely unable to continue the fight, they'd continued their battering of Sortiel's vessel. On the other hand, the Vulture God had exited the system in better shape than anyone else, turning up well away from anywhere claimed by the hegemony or Hugh. The Castigar colony world, where the throughways had taken them, was now bemusedly negotiating with Hugh for the return of the shuttle crews, and with the hegemony for repatriation of a whole bunch of not-so-faithful-as-all-that cultists. Hervea wondered just whether those cultists actually wanted to be repatriated now. Given the way Sortiel had taken their defection, it might be auto-da-fe time for anyone trying to rejoin the flock. And I guess we didn't quite realise how bloody serious the clam bastards were about swearing yourself to them. He'd been thoroughly debriefed about the Vulture God, and that had been even more depressing. Not for the interview itself, where he'd at least been able to answer all the questions without feeling he was compromising his professionalism. But while it was clear the shabby old salvage craft had escaped Ark Palator unscathed, the same could not be said of its crew. The Parthenon, he was given to understand, was demanding the return of Idris Telemmier, intermediary first class, formerly a war hero, then a tramp navigator, briefly a war hero again, and then a defector. And now, missing. Because Hervea was damn sure he hadn't been crammed in on the Byron somehow, and apparently he hadn't been on either of the two shuttles the God had scooped up before making its hasty exit, which left either the Beagle or Planetside, and neither was a survivable option. Ridiculous, basically, that, after all that long squabble, the cause célèbre, whose defection had brought tensions between Hugh and the Partheni to the brink of war, had gone AWOL on planet and ended up one more victim of the architects. Live by the bloody sword, indeed. Some in the department were saying that Telemmier was fine and back with the Warrior Angels, who were just kicking up a smokescreen to put off any attempt to swipe him back, or possibly because they too were spoiling for a war. Hevea didn't believe it on either count. Not their style, by his reckoning. And right now, if the Partheni wanted a war, they had plenty of excuses already lined up. They were even claiming that Ascaro's Voyeni had grabbed Idris on planet. Hevea hadn't had any comment on that in his own debriefing, but privately he reckoned it was entirely possible, and if so, then those Voyeni hadn't got off planet either. Not a happy ending all round. They finished with him at last, his new chief telling him to go get some rest and await his next assignment, with an added mutter of, "And shave, why don't you, and perhaps some clean clothes?" That was a particularly unfair jibe, given he was wearing the best approximation of a suit the damaged Byron printers had been able to churn out. They hadn't given him a chance to get more than a cup of café between disembark and debrief. At long last, though, he was able to shuffle his way to his own quarters. The cramped room he maintained at too much expense, because it was a quick shuttle ride down the orbital track from where Mordaunt House maintained its fiefdom. Kolvari was already there when he got back. Hevea had gone into some serious tradecraft contortions to get the hiver off the Byron without having to explain their presence or have them go through their own debrief. They'd ended up shut down and dispatched as freight through a trusted contact, which he wasn't exactly proud about. They were up and running again by the time he arrived, and it was an odd moment in his solitary life to come back to someone at home. He almost felt like asking why dinner wasn't on the table. "Progress?" he asked them, slouching to the printer and dialing up a prefab lunch.
"Oh, yes," the hiver confirmed. "Based on our brief acquaintance so far, we suggest you won't want to know once you know, but until you know, you'll want to know, if you know what we mean."
"You're getting too wordy for your own good, is what you are," Hevea observed mildly. The food turned up too hot. The pile of tofu soyo ramen half congealed into a molten lump. He juggled the bowl with the ease of long practice, waiting for it to cool. He then ran the usual diagnostics of his system, a series of eclectic tests designed to see if anyone had interfered with it, as well as to check his anti-surveillance was running properly. "But you're right," he concluded. "I want to know. Lay it on me." He tucked into the still slightly incandescent meal, while his chopsticks could get purchased to break it into strands. Kolvari gave him the names. They were the best guess data analysis for the people in that room who'd had that conversation. Hevea listened and ate, and recognized most of them. Big people, almost all of them, or else notable factotums for big people who presumably couldn't be there in big person. There were several of the Berlenhof wealthy, some high-placed Hugh officials, or else the influencers who advised them. Someone from the liaison board with ready access to ints, meaning their theoretical arc fleet wouldn't be bound to the throughways like the Neramathi were. More than one Magdan land magnate, including a senior Ascaro scion. Nobody directly from Mordaunt House, but more than enough political clout there to be giving the orders. Hevea bleakly reckoned that the intervention board was just too small fry to be an active party to this sort of business. Just a tool to be used and then discarded. And he wasn't sure he believed in the final analysis. Too much, too big, too crazy. The conspiracy theorist's dream. The cabal of the mighty getting together to obliterate the bulk of humanity just so they could be kings of what remained. Except he went back over the transcripts, and there wasn't much of a sense of gloat in that room. No maniacal cackling, twirling moustaches and rubbing of hands. Powerful people, united by a belief, entirely borne out by events, that the architects were coming back and humanity needed a plan. Entirely laudable when you looked at it like that. Not a suicide cult, but people trying to make hard and responsible decisions in the face of a universe that might start trying to kill them any moment. And they had talked and brainstormed problems and solutions, and he could almost chart the shift of priorities on a graph. They had been so worried about covering every potential base to ensure the survival of the species that they'd ended up with the action plan of, first, we have to set everything else on fire. They hadn't actually called the whole thing Operation Phoenix, but frankly Havea was amazed nobody had suggested it. It was entirely possible that the whole business had gone no further than this meeting, although the dire efforts of someone to get hold of this data argued against that. Still, it could be no more than a dream in the eye of a would-be emperor. Or the Ark ships could be mostly built already, and someone had a list of the saved and the damned. He had no way of knowing. Although it would be hard to conceal something that big, surely. We'd have heard. But then, news and rumour didn't travel the way you expected, across the throughways, denied a way to race ahead of actual ships and word of mouth.
"You've got mail,"
Kolvari announced. What? He bolted down the last mouthful of ramen and stared at the hiver.
"A message," they clarified. "Word intended for your ear, delivered to me."
When?
"Right now, although I believe triggered by our interactions."
Our interactions shouldn't be on anyone else's grid right now. My system...
"Message commences. Your system is not as airtight as you believe,"
Kolvari informed him. They had clearly installed Snark since the Byron. Havea wondered if the department was about to kick down his door and take him in for a far more aggressive debriefing. "Tell me," he said.
"Message continues. Encrypted. See our screen here."
A panel beneath the light atop the hiver flipped, revealing a display. Havea read, mentally decrypted, recognizing the familiar codes. Coordinates attached. Full silence protocols. Bring the hiver and the data. They weren't current Mordant House codes. They were a system he'd used for covert work recently, though. Only with Larry. Either this was an entirely over-elaborate trap, or he was back in the game. Solace. Chris was waiting when they let Solace out of the infirmary. They'd given her a medical frame to take the load off her leg while the tissue repairs finalised. The pain meds didn't quite swallow the ache of new knit bone in her shoulder either, but medicine was one area where the Parthenon excelled. Easier to target genetic and pharmaceutical interventions when you had your patient's entire code written out to refer to, with no inconvenient variations, which led Solace to think guiltily of Ollie and her grievances with the Partheni. But she shook off the thought. She had other priorities right now. Chris sized her up and down. Good as new? The medical frame was just a slender scaffold beneath her clothes, but it would still show. Prêt à combattre, Solace told her. They've given you orders already? Not yet. Solace tried a smile. It felt unfamiliar on her face. Even we Partheni tend to wait until all the bones have mended. Something was stringing Chris taut, and Solace reckoned it wasn't just the recent news of the war. The main war, not Hugh's posturing. A multi-species colony world, Caracton, had been visited by an architect, together with the colonial frontier hub of Nordensheim, which had been intended as the jump-off point for the next wave of unspace exploration, portal to 100 unknowns. The evacuation of Caracton had been a desperate scrabble to the ships, but there had been a dozen colonial navy vessels at the other, standard procedure for protecting a cartography corps station. Their sacrifice had bought time for just about everyone to get off-planet and off-orbital, just like the old days. And yet, Solace had heard far more talk of fighting Hugh and even the hegemony from her sisters. It was as though, in the face of a threat as vast as the architect's, the human mind slid off sideways towards conflicts more winnable. Chris had zoned out for a moment, murmuring comms to someone, but she now snapped back. Good. Right. I need you with me then. There's something we need to do. It was clear they were headed for the small ship civilian docks, which meant the Vulture God, and sure enough, there they were, sitting on a scatter of crates, with what looked like half the ship's guts out for a refit, the huge grabber claw part disassembled and hogging the dockyard repair arms. They'd stopped work, though, and were waiting. Ollie slouched in her walker frame, which had 3 extra working arms bolted to it. Kittering had a slate clutched to his mouthparts. The virtual display projected up in front of his eyes vanished away when he saw them coming. Presumably summoned by one or the other, Delegate Trine then stilted out of the ship and down the ramp. The hiver's projected face was almost burlesquing solemnity. Ollie got out a couple of bottles of what looked like colonial home-brewed shine, which she'd acquired from who knew where on the series, pouring out glasses 2 at a time. Solace had no intention of drinking it, nor of giving offence by refusing. In a vertiginous shift of perspective, she understood what was happening. "You don't know," she insisted, because these were the words she'd been telling herself. Chris was looking down at the brittle printed cup Ollie had given her, and Ollie herself was carefully pouring out a last measure for herself. Ahani's eyes were unblinking and impersonal, so it was only Trine who really met her gaze.
"I'm so very sorry for all of us."
Like her, they'd known Idris from way back, during the war. "They think Hugh has him, that they got him out on the Byron. That's what they're saying." "It's maybe convenient to pretend it," Chris told her quietly, "but we were there, and there's no way. Nothing got off-planet to the Byron, and we searched those shuttles top to bottom. They took him from us, sure enough, but then they didn't get away." Solace twitched against the constraints of the medical frame, a brief, painful spasm. "I fought so hard." Her furious flight through the disassembling city, her equally furious fight against the Voyeni, her dead sisters, her wounds, and maybe all she'd done was delay things just long enough that, when the Magdans finally had Idris, they couldn't preserve him. A sudden wave of sorrow dressed as anger threatened to overwhelm her. Ollie cleared her throat. As de facto captain of the Vulture God, this duty fell to her. "Idris Telemmier," she announced. "No," Solace said. "You don't know he's gone. There must be a way." Ollie looked at her. And looked at her. Solace sat down and took up a little cup of her own, feeling another shudder go through her. This was not how Partheni expressed grief. For her dead sisters, there were other rituals, held within their sororities. A prescribed course through all the stages. Eulogy, hair-tearing, weeping, abandon, celebration. But Idris had been a colonial, a spacer, and they had their own ways. "Idris Telemmier," Ollie said again, waiting to see if she would interrupt, and then continued. "Born 56 after, if you can fucking believe that, on board the Lupine Creed, in transit from Greenacre." 68 years old, Solace thought numbly. She was 3 years older, technically, but she'd slept out a lot of the time in between, which Idris had just lived. And he'd not aged a day since they'd rearranged his brain in the intermediary program. He could perhaps have gone on forever, or at least until he went so spectacularly dysfunctionally crazy that he couldn't go on anymore. And now he was dead. Everyone was waiting to see who would go first to move the ritual on. So she did, because she'd just understood that they'd waited for her to do this. They could have had their wake, all crew together, and treated her like the outsider she arguably was, and it was Ollie who'd have had the casting vote. But still, they'd waited. "He was a needy son of a bitch," she said, almost savouring the Colville words, doing her best to get the inflection just right. "Utter waste of unparalleled opportunity," Kit agreed primly. "Went to pieces," Chris's voice jagged, but she fought on. "At the least provocation."
"Honestly, it's a wonder such an unreliable fellow lasted so long,"
Trine added, not quite to formula, but good enough. "Our brother he was, our pilot," Ollie intoned tightly. "Loyal to his ship and safe hands. Died on planet. Oh, should have died in." For a moment, Solace thought she'd break the ritual and say unspace, because surely that was the fate written in the books for intermediaries. But after a brief falter, Ollie went on with, "Space, where he belonged. One of ours he was." She murmured the refrain, "One of ours," and remembered being late on the response for Rollo Rostan's wake, after their former captain had been killed, recovering his ship from the broken harvest. They drank. Despite her resolve, she did drink, and then Chris clasped her hand. Solace mastered the jolt of pain that woke in her injured shoulder, and clasped right back. "Well, fuck," Ollie declared, apropos of nothing in particular. One of her frame's new arms hurled the little cup at the wall, where it shattered into fragments.
"Oh, Captain, my Captain, do you have a spare?" Trine asked.
Ollie glowered at them. "What now?"
"I feel the need to expiate some feelings."
"You even have those?" Solace winced, and Trine bent forward at the hips until the bowl of their head was right over Ollie.
"When my creators designed us, my Captain, they worked very hard to make an artificial colony of linked bioengineered processors respond and react like them. Their heirs are therefore not entitled to complain when we wish to show emotions."
Ollie fished out another cup, and her arms busied themselves with doling out refills, without another word.
"Professor Tiber Teniel Storkwell,"
Trine announced. "Seriously?" Solace asked, before she could stop herself, then shrank back at his holographic glare.
"Born 85 after on Berlenhof,"
they went on, and then looked around expectantly. The awkward pause stretched out, because none of them there had known the man, and what Solace had seen she genuinely hadn't liked. When you slated the dead, it was supposed to be fond, not a character assassination. "Punchy little bastard," Ollie tried at last, though that probably counted as at least a halfway virtue in her book. "Worked his people too hard," Chris added.
"Unable to release the past,"
Kittering put in, eyeing Trine. Solace racked her mind, and eventually decided she couldn't manage anything short of honesty. "He was a bigot who wanted to own other people just because those people weren't human," she got out, and stared unapologetically at Trine. The hiver seemed to accept that as within the spirit of the exercise, and went on,
"Our owner, he was, our mentor."
And now the plural had shifted from the assembled crew to the plurality of Trine themselves.
"Loyal to his discipline. Safe hands, at least purely in matters of scholastic rigor. Died in space, when he should have died in some comfortable retirement on planet, where he belonged. And yet, as an academic, he was one of ours."
Another awkward pause, everyone else eyeing them sidelong. Trine manufactured a sigh.
"I am sorry, and it's no disrespect to the spacer traditions,
But he's dead, you see, they explained in a small voice, and I wasn't finished with him. I was going to debate him at conferences. I was going to outdo him in the academia types. I was going to refute his theories, because he owned me. I was his thing. He taught me a great deal, and if not for him, I'd not be me, and not have achieved what I have. But I was his property, first and foremost. When I finally rejoin the assembly, and then instantiate out again, it won't matter. But for as long as I'm this me, I carry him with me. I thought this would help me put him down, but I don't think it has.
They regarded Trine critically for a moment, nobody quite sure what to make of any of it. At last, Kittering tapped forwards a few steps, ostentatiously lifted his cup in his mouthparts, and decanted it into a pouch on the inside of his shield arms. Colonial shine didn't agree with honey. In truth, it didn't agree particularly well with humans. They drank, all of them. Even Trine, taking the liquid in to break it down for fuel, which wasn't far from its native state anyway. "I'm sorry," Solace said into the quiet. "I couldn't like him. I think he was a bad man. But I'm sorry."
"There is a theory," Trine said softly, "that when the architects reshape a planet, all the sentient people on that planet are taken into some special place, some unspace repository of people, that the architects are somehow preserving people from their excesses."
"I never heard that," Ollie objected.
"It dates to an early period of the war," Trine explained. "The start of the polyaspora, when people wanted very much to believe that 90% of everyone they knew weren't dead. It isn't a very good theory, in fact. Indeed, on the purely physical level, it's manifestly unprovable. But I understand why people would want it to be true. Because it's hard when you're not finished with someone. Like a book with the final chapters deleted. You want to believe there's an intact copy out there somehow. So it is with Storkwell. So it is with Idris. I have been in the world too long because I have generated new maudlinity routines. I am sorry to inflict them on you."
"I never heard that," Ollie repeated, and Solace wondered if there was some casualty in her past she was thinking of. Surely not an architect victim, she wasn't old enough for that, but someone. She knew very little about Ollie's past. Soon after that, and several days sooner than she anticipated, Solace was called up before Monitor Superior Tact, or Mother. She was back on active duty because something unexpected had arrived. Tact was highly placed in the Aspirate, the Partheni intelligence service that Solace herself now had one foot in. Right now, Solace reckoned, she was probably running her life on less than 2 hours sleep every 24, given how the diplomatic scene had exploded. And something new had turned up to add even more unwanted flavour to her day. When Solace entered, there were a dozen separate virtual displays hovering about the room, Tact standing in the midst of them. All but two, presumably the two she was authorised to see, shut down as she came in. "We've had a packet through," Tact informed her, which in itself was just everyday business, but obviously there was more to it than that. "A Hiver jockey," meaning a vessel made into a self-aware unit by slaving it to a Hiver colony plus its living pilot. Hivers preferred to shut down before entering unspace, and so needed someone to do even the simple plotting of throughway navigation. For Trine, then, Solace guessed. Amongst other diplomatic communiques, yes. A private packet for Delegate Trine. Solace just sat and waited at that point, knowing that obviously Trine had all diplomatic privileges, and under no circumstances would the aspirate be looking at their mail. Tact acknowledged the pause with a curt nod. "Well, quite," she said, waving a hand to reactivate one of the displays. "But in this case, the Assembly was passing on a message received from a third party, which gave us just enough weasel room to feel we needed to know." Solace waited still, watching Tact pace from one screen to the next. These could all just have been around a desk, or placed together on a wall, but the monitor had set up her office like this because pacing helped her think. "It's an invitation to meet, and the delegate is just the vector." "They think we still have Idris," Solace interrupted, and then looked down, chastened. Tact let the breach go, though. "Well, they do," she admitted, "or some factions in Hugh do, but that's not what this is about. Quite definitively. The message is for Olean Timo, sent by someone obviously well aware of the proximity of Delegate Trine and the Vulture God. They name Timo, give coordinates, and invite her to meet. Myrmidon Executor Solace, in your professional opinion, how well placed is Timo to be a spy?" Solace burst out laughing, then put a hand to her mouth, horrified. "Apologies, Mother." The corner of Tact's mouth twitched. "Well, I suppose that's my answer. No second thoughts? No possibility she's a mistress of misdirection, on the books at Mordaunt House all this time?" "Well, we don't know what we don't know," Solace admitted, a saying that went back to Dr. Parsifal herself. "But no sign of it. She's never acted in a way that would actually take advantage of being embedded here. She pushes hard the other way, in fact. She wouldn't take sensitive data from us unless we paid her to do it, and even then she'd turn up her nose at us." "And the others? Almier and the Hani?" "Both considerably better candidates," Solace confirmed, "but my assessment is that they're clean. Loyalty to ship and crew, not government. If they'd been asked to go somewhere, I don't think they'll be taking any of our secrets with them." "They'd go if there was profit in it for them, say?" "Why would they not? They were here for Idris. Unless we have a contract for them, they have no purpose here anymore. Unless we want to get heavy-handed, we have no basis on which to detain them." All admirably professional. Tact regarded her narrowly, nonetheless, and then brought up another virtual display. "Here, then. This is what they've had, because we might read Diplomatic Post once in a while, but we couldn't just sit on it. Depending on how snappy Trine was, they probably saw this an hour ago." The message was just a few lines of text and an image. The image was poor quality and could easily have been faked. The text read, "Come alone. Come here. Speak. He is not gone as far as you think." The image showed a group of people, grimy, weary, mostly in cultist robes, which made the grainy picture a pixelated smear of red and purple, blurred with motion. To one side, almost out of shot, as though he was being yanked along by someone stronger, like always, Idris Telemmier. Recognizable, even down to the hapless expression, with his jug ears and the awkward hunch of his shoulders. There was a time and place stamp on the image, as susceptible to forgery as all the rest of it. It put him someplace she'd never heard of, a hegemonic-sounding world, after Arc Palator had been screwed up and spread out by the architect's cosmic origami. Idris. Alive. Part 3. Death Knell. Chapter 17. Solace. The way they looked at her as she entered the hangar, Solace knew they'd been plotting. Chris actually jumped up, and Kittering started cycling busily through random images on his arm screens. Only Ollie brazened it out, and she was already in the Scorpion, hulking above everyone. Behind them, the Vulture God's cargo hatch was open, and a couple of lifter remotes, presumably under Ollie's direction, were loading the ship up with printer supplies. All Partheni goods, of course, and Solace had a sneaking suspicion they hadn't actually been allocated to the Vulture.
"How's the leg?"
Ollie's delivery made it sound like a threat. "Fine, thanks," tapping the outlines of the medical frame as though it lent them any kinship. "So I understand you've had word."
"Nothing's private, right?"
The Parthenon doesn't tend to like privacy when it comes to matters of state. We like everything out in the open, Solace tried. She was very aware that, medical frame or not, she was standing like someone about to get in a fight. When the Scorpion shifted footing just a little, she had to fight the urge to duck. Ollie just grunted, and the two lifters were still working, taking up at least some of her attention. Instead, Chris stepped up to the plate. "We need to go, Solace. If you know what we got through Trine, you know why." Solace nodded. "And we're free agents, free to leave. Those are the terms. I know, because I drafted most of that contract for Idris. We might forfeit a bonus or some extra, but we can go. I mean, without Idris, you don't even need us. We're just one more non-Partheni ship for your aspirate to run its operations with, and given we're very obviously known to Hugh, not even very useful for that. So why keep us?"
"They don't trust us," Ollie drawled. "Think we're going to sell them out to Hugh. And I told you, Hugh's too damn tight-fisted to pay us well enough."
"No help comes from this," Kittering put in, shifting nervously. "Exits should be frictionless."
"I reckon Solace has brought the friction," Ollie observed. "I reckon the Partheni don't play with contracts when it doesn't suit them, am I right? Suddenly we're a security risk."
"Reasons for their objections are absent," Kittering objected, but the Scorpion waved a leisurely claw.
"Hugh gets hold of us, then maybe we're the bait to bring Idris out of hiding. If he isn't dead, and this isn't just some real bad taste joke. I mean, he's the first-class int, right? The war veteran. Not like the crappy liaison board types that Hugh's got these days. Plus, Hugh would be mad keen to squeeze him for what you girls were doing right now, and what he'd told you. So whoever has us, maybe that's what gets them Idris. That's the play?"
Solace shrugged. It was mentioned, wondering if she should push matters further by revealing Tact's actual words. "A destabilizing influence," she'd said, "wherever they go."
"So what?"
The Scorpion stomped 2 steps closer, looming over her.
"They think this is a hoax? We should just sit tight?"
"Hoaxing is not impossible," Kittering observed.
"Stay out of this, Kit."
"Being already within this, that is not possible. There is a likelihood of hoaxing. This is known to us. There is no possibility of inaction, however," the Hani explained, or at least his translator did its best. "Monitor Tact does think this is bait for you, so you can be bait for Idris," Solace observed. If Idris really is out there."
"Tact can shove it up her," Ollie started,
but Chris broke in hurriedly. "I know you, Solace. So tell me, what orders did they give you? Because, left to your own devices, you'd be standing here with us helping load the ship for takeoff." Solace managed to smile at that. "They want you to go, but not alone."
"They missed that bit where the message said, 'Come alone'?" Ollie asked her.
"Did you miss the bit where that's what kidnappers, murderers and assassins generally say to gullible victims?" Solace shot back, because right now she wasn't in the mood for Ollie. Chris, after a shared look with Ollie, shook her head. "Look, we get it. But if we turn up with a Partheni fleet behind us, then
What if they just don't show? What if that's our one chance, and we lose it? Yes, probably this is fake, a trap. But what do you expect us to do? Take backup. Take precautions. We're talking about the aspirate here, not just our navy strong-arming their way in. But if this goes sour... She bared her teeth in frustration, then continued. Look, there are an awful lot of people out there who don't like you right now. Broken Harvest, Hugh, the Hegemony maybe.
Well, I don't like them right back twice as much.
Ollie's expression suggested she would extend that courtesy to the entire Parthenon if necessary.
Look, this is our business, Solace.
This is the Parthenon's business, Solace said sharply, forcing herself to stand up to that looming frame, to meet Ollie's angry glower. We have a class of int candidates now. They're going to be Parthenon intermediaries one way or another. But one way means with Idris here to help, to teach, to be studied, so that our people can become something like he is without, you know how it goes, the surgery and the biochemical manipulation. Idris has let enough slip over the time you've known him. The term used by the Hugh programme was wastage. And that's what we're looking at. The 1 in 10 or even 1 in 100 success rate that the liaison board works with. But with Idris here, who knows how many lives could be saved from that? And it's what he wanted. So it's our business too, mine and my sister's. Please take the escort to give you the best chance of success. Ollie looked to Chris again. Solace saw her face twist with her usual ill humour, but somehow her heart wasn't in it. She wondered if Ollie was thinking, even for a moment, of Lightly and Diligent, the pair of Partheni she'd befriended on Ark Palator, and who died on the Grendel's mother, of course, defending the Vulture. Defending the Colonials, even, at the end, just like the Partheni always had. She saw Chris's small nod, and an arm wave from Kit, which she knew meant the same thing.
This escort better be fucking subtle, Ollie grumbled. And you'll be wanting your regular berth, I guess. We'll need someone to talk patho to them.
They went, with the Parthenon's slightly conflicted blessing, therefore, and with the Aspirate's packet ship, Vari. It was the latest from the shipyards, with a complement of myrmidons and a clutch of accelerators that could be converted to a mass hammer, if need be, more armament than a ship that size should have been able to brandish. They went with a solemn farewell from Trine, too, and a set of credentials as though they were on an official diplomatic business for the Hiver Assembly, should they need it. By that time, Solace was wondering if Trine's long-standing reluctance to reintegrate with the Assembly was because of the way they threw their rather nebulous authority around at the slightest provocation. With all this, they set out, following the path in the message. It cast them down a net of throughway points, out of Partheni-controlled space, past the edge of the colonies, to worlds claimed and settled by the Hanalambra, Kit species. Specifically, to a dry world his translator could best render as Itring. They timed their arrival so that the Vari got there first, with a piece of spurious business to account for her presence, and no overt connection to the Vulture God. Not that the deception would fool anyone looking to put the pieces together.
So we wait until minister calls us? Those are your go-betweens, right? Your fixers? Ollie asked. I mean, message didn't give us an address, just a world. So they'll have to pick us out of traffic when we come in.
Ministers are not the thing, Kittering said. Residence is the purpose of Itring. Business will be entrusted to a supervisor. There will be disapproval. The others side-eyed him at this, but he obviously didn't feel inclined to explain the intricacy of Hanny society. To Solace's admittedly untrained eye, he seemed ill at ease, legs not still for a moment, as he crouched on his stool in the command pod.
She had the gods rebooting system bring up some planetary details. Ittring was another sealess world. No surface water, but extensive subterranean aquifers. There was a thriving biosphere that existed almost entirely underground, save for the mile-wide sand-coloured plates that were the photosynthetic organs of a kind of gigantic lichen, or possibly coral, or another of those human approximations that always missed the mark with alien life. There was also a colonial species of something that looked like a man-sized slug, but lived more like ants, and apparently zipped about on a natural super-frictionless slime at speeds of up to 50 clicks an hour, which must be something to see. As well as exporting the slime, the large population of Hani had semi-domesticated the slugs, or at least gene-hacked them to do tasks. The Hani resided exclusively in the upper reaches of the towering mounds the slugs built, and there they lived. Solis's experience of Hanalambra had only been where they rubbed up against other species, acting as traders, fixers, go-betweens and specialists. But of course, there were plenty of worlds they'd spread to and colonised. Worlds they were leery of other species just turning up at, too, to judge from the long and untranslated conversation Kit was having with orbital control. She then noticed there were precious few non-Hani vessels in system. The Vulture and the Vari both stood out painfully. Well, whoever sent the message knows we're here. New message, Chris reported. Not from orbital. On planet. She struggled with what she was hearing over comms. I'm not even going to attempt saying it, sorry. One of the translators says post-domestic resorts, whatever that actually is. Gives us somewhere to go. Always encouraging when they're so lazy you actually have to walk into the trap, Ollie grumbled. How are we doing this? Kit, can we actually land? This is being addressed, Kit said, his translator sounding testy. Well, I guess we go down. Or most of us. The Scorpion will not under any circumstances be countenanced, Kit put in. Nor Mr. Punch. There must be no indication of violence. Fucking perfect, Ollie grumbled. They want us naked and tied up too. That's a Hani custom around here. Preferable, not mandatory, Kit said, and Solis had no idea whether he was joking. At last, some sort of planet-side docking clearance was agreed, and Ollie took the ship down. If the Scorpion was out of the question, she'd stay with the Vulture, or so Chris eventually got her to concede. The rest of them would go meet their contact. Solis encrypted a message to the Vari and told them to ready a team for orbital drop intervention in the worst-case scenario. But only in that scenario, because it felt like they were all on uncharacteristically thin ice with the Hani, whom she'd only ever known as a cheerfully pragmatic people. Is there some crisis going on here already that we're about to drop into the middle of? She asked Kittering, because she wouldn't have been surprised. He regarded her blankly, although the five-eyed stare of a Hani was never expressive to human eyes. Residence is the purpose of the colony, he explained, and then, family, trying for something humans might understand. They think we'll hurt their children? Correct. The soaring spire of the slug-built tower had no landing pad, but its top was ringed with the spiked torus of a gravitic engine. Ollie jockeyed the Vulture God until the invisible hands of docking control had the ship. Then Solis, Kit and Chris walked gingerly down the ramp, with nothing but a 300-metre drop through empty air beneath them. That'll make a getaway difficult if we annoy the locals, Chris observed dryly. And the locals were watching them very carefully. There were more than a score of compact Hani shuttles in hovering dock already, with crews in and out and engineers picking their way crabwise over their hulls. Every one of them stopped to stare at the two humans,
canting their shells to fix their amber, unblinking eyes on them. Kittering had his shield arms pulled tight, and Solace had the impression he was horribly embarrassed about the company he was keeping. Bringing us home to show the parents. Except she was trying to remember what little she knew about Hanny domestic arrangements, and that wasn't it. One vessel, 3 berths along, had a deputation coming to meet it, with a dozen Hanny in 2 columns playing a jittery kind of music on stringed instruments held in their mouthparts. It sounded weirdly off-key, and lacked the heavy percussion of the Hanilambra compositions Solace was used to. A group emerged from the ship, and there was a great deal of what felt like ritualized exchange. Her translator was working overtime, and she still couldn't really follow what was said, just getting weirdly conversational phrases about time and work, and even the weather. Kit was hurrying onwards, wanting no part of it. Within the tunnels of the spire, they were instantly forced to stoop, the top of Solace's helmet scraping awkwardly on the round ceiling. Hanny passed rapidly back and forth, veering up onto the walls to detour around the slow, bent-over humans. There was no sense of being in a public space, or somewhere with any concessions to non-Hanny. Kit led them through a network of broad, low tunnels, which were lit with an orange glare from beads set in a spiralling pattern. This combination made Solace feel queasy, until she switched on her visor's filter. Occasionally, she glimpsed larger chambers where Hanny were doing things. Meeting, standing in circles or spirals,